She, Shen Ningxue, the legitimate daughter of the Su family, met a tragic end in her previous life due to her misplaced trust in deceitful individuals. Not only did she suffer, but she also brought harm to those who loved her dearly. In this lifetime, she returns with a powerful system, determined to tear apart her so-called friends and torment those who wronged her without mercy, intent on making them pay dearly for their transgressions. Yet, the system's tasks seem oddly directed towards the man, Pei Yan, whom she had betrayed in her past life kisses, hugs, lifts. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolves to never again forsake the man who loved her unconditionally. Watch as she navigates her way through tumultuous storms and ascends to greatness. Chapter 1. Rebirth. At midnight, within the most vibrant bar in City A, an extravagant party unfolds. Ningxue, why are you just sitting there? Come dance with us. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The bar is filled with exuberant men and women, beckoning to the stunning woman seated at the center of the booth, clearly the host of this lavish affair. The cacophony is unbearable. The blaring music gradually brings Shen Ningxue back to consciousness. Am I still alive? Damn it, I feel awful. With her reddened eyes slowly opening, she is met by a fair hand extending towards her. A soft voice whispers in her ear, Shue, I've brought you a hangover remedy. Drink a bit, it will ease your discomfort. Don't force yourself. Su Yan. Shen Ningxue gasps in disbelief, her eyes widening as she swipes the cup offered by Su Yan onto the floor. The sound of the cup shattering goes unnoticed by the others. Su Yan, seemingly unperturbed, lowers her head to gather the fragments, exuding an aura of someone who has long been bullied, prompting those around to harbor a faint disdain for Shen Ningxue. But in the next moment, an unexpected event transpires. Shen Ningxue lunges at Su Yan, her small hands suddenly infused with strength as they grip Su Yan's neck tightly, her voice seething with rage. Su Yan, you wretched creature, how dare you show your face? It was you and Fong Lei who led to my demise. You destroyed my life. Observing Su Yan's pale face as she struggles desperately, a manic smile blooms on Shen Ningxue's ashen visage, reminiscent of a demon from hell, echoing with sinister laughter. Let her die. Let her die. All the torment inflicted upon me shall be returned in full measure. The hall falls silent for a fleeting moment before erupting into frantic screams, countless voices exclaiming, "Oh my, the Su family's young lady has gone mad. Someone separate them." Yet, despite the cries, none dare intervene. The Su family, one of the 5 great clans, is not to be trifled with by mere second-generation rich individuals. Even if Shen Ningxue were to inadvertently kill Su Yan today, they would not utter a single word. At some point, the music ceased, yet Shen Ningxue remained engulfed in a fury, still recalling the agonizing pain like being torn apart by 1,000 blades, a sensation more harrowing than death itself. She was oblivious to how she survived. Her singular thought now was that Su Yan must die. In that moment, Su Yan appeared utterly helpless, her face flushed red, struggling in vain against Shen Ningxue's unyielding grip. Gradually, her consciousness began to blur, and the hatred she harbored for Shen Ningxue grew ever more intense. Her plan was on the verge of success, and she could not resign herself to death, especially not at the hands of that wretched woman. Suddenly, a robust and commanding male voice resonated. Enough. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit, exuding an air of fury, appeared. His handsome visage was remarkably well-preserved, almost devoid of wrinkles, and his presence caused those around to retreat in haste. Before Shen Ningxue could react, the man stepped forward and yanked her up, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap across her face. Have you had enough of your antics? Instantaneously, the woman's face flushed crimson as she lifted her gaze, fixing it intently on the man before her. Su Chang, her beloved father, was revealed to be the very perpetrator who had plotted against her. Shen Ningxue observed Su Chang's every move as he gently lifted Su Yan, repeatedly apologizing. A wave of desolation washed over her. Once the 2 individuals whom she cherished most, she had never fathomed that Su Yan was Su Chang's biological daughter, a woman merely a year her junior. How could Su Chang, that scoundrel, betray her mother so grievously? As this realization dawned upon her, an overwhelming tide of hatred surged within Shen Ningxue. She vowed to make them all pay dearly. Before she could utter a word, Su Chang straightened up, approached her without a word, and struck her once more with such force that it sent her sprawling to the ground. Shen Ningxue, have you not caused enough turmoil? Look at your current Lefesso, carefree and joyous. Who do you think has afforded you this? Do you even realize? At this juncture, a pained expression crossed Su Chong's face, and he struggled to articulate the remainder of his thoughts. Your mother passed away yesterday, right after your quarrel. What have you done? Do you truly wish to drive our family to despair? What? Mother? But hadn't she already passed away 5 years ago? Heavens! Her head throbbed with chaos. Shen Ningxue pounded her head in distress. What date was it today? She reached to touch her necklace. Why was it still there? After a moment of confusion, she frantically retrieved her phone. What? September 10th, 2011. The surrounding sounds of weeping and curses echoed in her ears, yet she could discern not a single word. Had she been reborn 5 years into the past? But if fate had granted her this second chance, why could it not have come sooner? Shen Ningxue's mind felt as though it were fracturing under the strain. She bent over in agony, her ears filled with Su Chong's familiar accusations, but she felt utterly incapable of bearing the weight of it all. In the next moment, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. Thus, she remained oblivious to the fact that Su Yin and Su Chong exchanged knowing smiles, continuing their tirade without the intention of sending her to the hospital. At that very moment, a cadre of figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, coldly ushering the crowd away. A tall man stepped forward, effortlessly scooping Shen Ningxue into his arms and departing the scene. Chapter 2. In this life, I shall make them pay. This slumber was far from restful for Shen Ningxue. She beheld the warmth of her mother's presence, witnessed her father before he had become so loathsome, and found herself in the company of her dearest friend, Su Yin. Having grown up enveloped in love, she should have been the happiest person in the world. Yet, in an instant, a dark cloud emerged, transforming everything. The sudden death of her mother and the arrival of her father with his mistress turned Su Yin into the very person who wished her demise. They all sought to harm her. They all desired her death. Shen Ningxue jolted upright, drenched in sweat, her complexion ashen. After a moment, she regained her composure and surveyed her surroundings. The stark, sterile hospital room greeted her, the acrid scent of disinfectant causing her to frown. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she glanced at her phone. It was already 4 p.m. Everything that transpired yesterday was not merely a dream. She had truly been reborn. Before she could ponder further, the door swung open, and Su Yin entered, carrying a meal. Upon seeing her awake, she rushed over anxiously. Shue Shue, you're awake. Are you feeling any better? You scared me yesterday. Do you have any idea? Su Yin continued her incessant chatter, each word laced with concern for her well-being, yet her actions belied her words. She had yet to offer a single sip of water, and the boxed meal lay carelessly untouched. The faint scent of her perfume further unsettled Shen Ningxue, who was already sensitive to such fragrances. Even the lightest aroma caused discomfort at her nose. It was almost laughable that Su Yin, her closest friend, remained oblivious to this fact. How had she been so blind? Her judgment clouded. Shen Ningxue no longer wished to endure Su Yan's meaningless prattle. She brushed aside Su Yan's hand, threw off the covers, and prepared to rise from the bed. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and Su Chong stormed in, his face contorted with anger. Awake, are you? Get back home at once. You're not to leave without my permission. Why do you have to confine my freedom? Shen Ningxue retorted, her eyes burning with rage, the intensity of her hatred momentarily startling Su Chong. She then moved toward the door. I want to see my mother. I must witness her one last time. I yearn to understand how she departed. Su Chong immediately seized her arm, his raised hand poised to strike. Shen Ningxue's gaze darkened as she met his eyes. Mocking, what? Do you intend to hit me again? Shen Ningxue, you are something else. Su Chong's brow twitched, but his seasoned demeanor quickly returned. I see I can no longer control you, can I? Are you unaware of how your mother died? She has been taken to the morgue. In your current state, do you wish to disturb her final peace? How can you face her after you caused her so much anguish? As he spoke, Su Chong's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, embodying a father heartbroken by his daughter's actions. Shen Ningxue regarded him coldly were it not for her rebirth. She might have fallen prey to his masterful performance. For a fleeting moment, she even entertained the notion that he harbored some hidden truth. Yet, the reality was unforgiving. Each seemingly affectionate word from Su Chong concealed the truth. He branded her as unfilial, a wretched creature who had driven her mother to despair. In her previous life, she was exceedingly foolish, truly believing that her mother had perished due to her own actions. overlooking the multitude of inconsistencies and allowing herself to be insulted by others without offering an explanation, as if such silence could atone for her sins. She imagined that her mother would not wish to witness such a scene. She had never considered that Su Chong, a man so concerned with his reputation, would ever expose familial disgrace in a public setting. Back then, Su Chong had solely risen to prominence through his mother's support, establishing the present-day Su Group. Little did she realize that the tale of the Phoenix Man had unfolded in her mother's life, and her mother's death was likely far more complicated than it appeared. With this thought, Shen Ningxue could no longer contain her inner fury. Su Yan observed Shen Ningxue's every move with a cold gaze. Her nails digging deep in her palm, it seemed this wretched woman had sensed something amiss. She reached for a knife nearby, seemingly intent on striking, but a fierce glance from Su Chong restored her to her previous demeanor. Shen Ningxue sneered as she watched the covert exchanges between Su Chong and Su Yan behind her, realizing they had long been so brazen. Shue Shue, you've been under too much stress lately. Please lie down and rest, everything will pass. Both uncle and I will be here with you. Just take a good nap, all right? When you wake up, everything will be all right, Su Yan said, approaching to assist Shen Ningxue onto the bed, gently feeding her. Shen Ningxue ceased her resistance. She now possessed no means to challenge Su Chong, who controlled the company and had not allocated even a modicum of power to her. In her past life, she had boasted to others about her father's affection, believing her only duty was to indulge in pleasure while he bore the burden of everything else. Unbeknownst to her, Su Chong had long been scheming to usurp her rightful inheritance, intending to expel her and her mother to bring Su Yan and her mistress back into the fold. Please leave, I wish to be alone for a while, Shen Ningxue said weakly, lifting her hand. The process of rebirth had drained her of much strength, and she no longer wished to engage in superficial pleasantries with them. Su Yan nodded, offering a few more words of caution before departing. Standing at the door, Su Chong appeared lost in thought. After a moment, he remarked, you should reflect on your actions. Once you've gathered your thoughts, go visit your mother. She wouldn't wish to see you in this state from above. Soon, the ward fell into silence. Shen Ningxue wearily closed her eyes. Memories of the past unfolded before her. Arguments with her mother, the scorn of the crowd, betrayal leading to the tarnishing of her reputation, and the harm inflicted by a scoundrel. Her crimson, alluring eyes suddenly opened wide. In this life, she would ensure that those who had wronged and humiliated her would pay dearly. This was merely the beginning. Lowering her head, she kissed the jade pendant around her neck, a relic her mother had painstakingly acquired from the temple, the only memento her mother had left her. Once more, Shen Ningxue fatiguedly closed her eyes, unaware that in the darkness, the jade pendant she clutched emitted a faint glow.
Chapter 3. As long as I am here, there is no place for you in this home. Where are you going? You haven't finished your sword. The nurse's voice echoed in the air, but Shen Ningxue paid it no heed. After a brief respite at the hospital, she hastened home. Aware that a fierce battle awaited her, as she passed by her mother's door, she hesitated, unable to muster the courage to enter. The thought of losing her mother once more was unbearable. There were other matters that required her immediate attention. In her previous life, upon receiving the tragic news of her mother's passing, coupled with her father's relentless oppression, she had succumbed to despair for over a fortnight. During that time, no one had informed her of the funeral arrangements, and by the time she was discharged, the ceremony had long concluded. It was then that Su Chong had publicly berated her, tarnishing her reputation as an unfilial daughter. As Shen Ningxue pushed open the door, she was met with the sight of 3 individuals on the sofa, engaged in lively conversation. They turned in surprise at the sound of the door. Before she could utter a word, a poised middle-aged woman rose from her seat and approached her. Time seemed to have left no marks upon her face, and she radiated an air of intellect. Shue, why are you back so soon? Are you feeling better? Why not rest a few more days in the hospital? I was just getting ready to come and take care of you, the woman said softly. Glaring at the insincere woman before her, Shen Ningxue clenched her fists. Suppressing her anger, the middle-aged woman was Wang Yu, Su Yan's mother, who she had once held in high regard. It was now painfully clear that she had been entangled with Su's father, likely engaging in a clandestine affair behind her mother's back. In her past life, after her mother's death, she had been deceived by this hypocritical woman, even accepting Wang Yu as her godmother. In retrospect, it was evident that this woman had long intended to manipulate her circumstances for her own gain. Get out! Shen Ningxue shouted furiously. With a loud thud, Su Chang slammed his teacup onto the table, seething. You insolent girl. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Have the years of upbringing taught you nothing? You think my words fall upon deaf ears? Go to your room and reflect on your behavior. Your mother has barely been laid to rest, and you wish to disrupt the peace of this household. Wang Yu lowered her head in apparent agreement, her voice dripping with faint sorrow. Shue, I understand you're upset, and I won't hold it against you. You can vent your emotions on me. But you must not speak to my mother like that, Su Yan chimed in, rising in indignation. The sight of the three of them made Shen Ningxue feel nauseous. With a cold scoff, she declared, let me make this clear. As long as I am here, there will be no place for you in this home. Shen Ningxue. Su Chang ground out through gritted teeth. He was a man who valued his pride, and after being repeatedly defied by this insolent girl, he could no longer contain his fury and advanced towards her, ready to teach her a lesson. Su Chang, my mother has just passed away, and you wish to reveal your true nature now. Shen Ningxue stood her ground, unyielding. I will also make this clear. No one shall take anything that belongs to my mother. After speaking, Shen Ningxue walked back to her room without looking back, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Downstairs, Su Yan seemed transformed, her face a mask of malice. That wretched woman must have discovered something. We cannot allow her to slip through our fingers. Chang, it is likely that the woman left her something. Wang Yu nodded, stepping forward to Su Chang. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chang impatiently interrupted. Enough, I am aware. Dad, what did you just call me? Su Yan murmured, her voice barely escaping her lips before being silenced by Su Chang's cold glare. Wang Yu, keep her in check. Is it necessary for me to instruct you on what should or should not be said? With that, Su Chang flicked his sleeves and retreated to his room. Su Yan and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with venom. The door creaked open once more, and Shen Ningxue, irritated, turned over in bed. I don't want to eat right now. After a long while, the sound of the door closing did not come, and in her fury, she threw off the covers and hurled a pillow at the intruder. Can't you understand human speech? I said I don't want. Shen Ningxue was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at the man before her, her words trailing off. The man was tall and slender, clad in a black coat and fitted jeans. His chiseled features and calm demeanor exuded an air of effortless grace. Clearly surprised by his presence, Shen Ningxue's mind went blank, leaving her seated on the bed, unable to comprehend. Although he had not appeared at this time in her previous life, why did she feel as though she had encountered him not long ago? She recalled the recent argument when she had angrily hurled a cup at her so-called fiancé, declaring that she could live without him, and he without her, resulting in his absence from her life for quite some time. In her past life, she had spread rumors that he was a useless layabout, blessed only with good looks, and that he was nothing more than a hedonistic idler, which tarnished his reputation significantly. Suddenly, the man broke into her reverie, saying, You should eat something. It is unwise to let hunger linger. He then calmly took a seat and opened the lunchbox. Coming to her senses, Shen Ningxue gazed at Pei Yan, her eyes slightly reddening. If there were two people she had wronged in her past life, one was her mother, and the other was this man before her. Since the day they met, she had bullied him. In her youth, she had acted like a domineering older sister, ordering him around, and as she grew older, she resented him due to her rejection of her mother's plans, subjecting him to countless indignities. Yet unexpectedly, in her final moments, it was this man who rushed in to embrace her, his seemingly indifferent eyes harboring a fury and sorrow she had never witnessed before. The bloodshot gaze and the emotions lurking within those depths haunted her long after. What? Why are you staring at me? Do you think merely looking at me will satiate your hunger? Pei Yan said with a hint of amusement, extending a filled bowl towards her. Pei Yan, Shen Ningxue found it difficult to voice her thoughts. In her past life, she was misled by Su Yan's instigation, believing that her mother regarded her merely as a tool for an advantageous marriage. She had uttered many cruel words to the other party. Yet this person seemed to embody the essence of a serene and selfless sage, forever embracing her like a benevolent bodhisattva, as if nothing she did could provoke anger. Stop daydreaming, Pei Yan said, seated with poise, his cold gaze fixed on the woman. His tone was imbued with infinite tenderness. First, have some chicken soup to warm your body. It will not taste as good when it cools. Whether it was an illusion or not, Shen Ningxue felt an abundance of warmth hidden within his cool, dark eyes. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she dared not meet his gaze any longer, lowering her head to absently stir the spoon before bringing it to her lips. The moment the soup touched her tongue, she was once again rendered speechless. This was the taste of her mother. In her childhood, her mother had always relished making chicken soup, constantly urging her to drink several bowls. In her youth, she had been foolish, finding it too rich and unwilling to indulge, even secretly discarding it behind her mother's back. Yet, as they grew older, the two had not had a calm conversation since. She remembered vividly the day they had quarreled. In her anger, she had thrown the soup, and hurtful words had escaped her lips. From that moment on, her mother had never made it for her again. Now, it was a flavor she could no longer savor. Before Shen Ningxue could speak, Pei Yan preemptively addressed her unvoiced question. I learned a couple of things from your mother during my previous visits. She mentioned this is a modified version of your favorite. How does it taste? Observing the man's composed demeanor, Shen Ningxue felt a lump in her throat. Why was he so kind to her? Each time they met, she had presented a sharp edge, and recalling her past words made her feel utterly remorseful. Pei Yan, please. Don't treat me so kindly. I do not deserve it, Shen Ningxue stammered, unable to articulate her emotions. Pei Yan sighed, moving closer to embrace the petite woman on the bed, gently stroking her hair. You have all of me, he reassured her. After a moment of silence, with her eyes reddened and voice choked, Shen Ningxue asked, why? Because you are the one I wish to protect with my life. Chapter 4. Changing the narrative after Pei Yan departed, Shen Ningxue remained in a daze, pondering what charm she possessed that could elicit such words from him. Yet, it was undeniable that at that moment, Pei Yan shone like a beacon in the darkness, abruptly illuminating her existence, instilling her with boundless hope, and revealing that there were still souls in this world who loved and cared for her. In that moment, she found solace, lowered her defenses, and allowed her thoughts to dissipate. All she knew was that this man was worthy of her trust. In the stillness, Shen Ningxue drifted back into a deep slumber. Time passed, and the rhythmic knocking at the door roused her once more. Accompanied by the sound, Su Yan entered, calling out, Shua. It's time to get up for dinner. I've prepared all your favorite dishes today. Having taken a nap, Shen Ningxue felt somewhat rejuvenated. She stretched languidly and hoarsely replied to Su Yan, Yan, please step out for a moment. I'll come down shortly. I'm not feeling quite myself today. So please don't take offense. After scrutinizing Shen Ningxue's customary smile, Su Yan acquiesced. As she closed the door, she dismissed the fleeting thoughts in her mind, reasoning that it must be a mere illusion. Surely, Shen Ningxue had not yet realized. Once Su Yan departed, Shen Ningxue let out a cold laugh. She knew she must endure. Everything required careful deliberation. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the darkness. Target has been bound. What? Who is speaking? Shen Ningxue murmured, somewhat bewildered. After a brief pause, the silence was broken by a rumbling sound, causing Shen Ningxue to chuckle softly. Indeed, since her rebirth, she had only sipped a single mouthful of chicken soup. She dismissed the earlier incident without concern. After all, she had been reborn, and whatever bizarre occurrences transpired now, she could accept. At the dining table, Su Chang, resembling a benevolent father, inquired after Shen Ningxue's well-being, while Su Yan and Wang Yu expressed their fervent concern, as if genuinely invested in her welfare. Shen Ningxue feigned engagement, questioning how she had been deceived by them for so long. They claimed to have prepared her favorite dishes, yet none of the meals served were to her liking, and no one even knew of her allergy to bell peppers. As she contemplated this, Su Chang added bell pepper stir-fry to her bowl, prompting her to inwardly scoff. She then lamented, Dad, is this how much you care for me? After all these years, you didn't even know I was allergic to bell peppers. I've loved you so dearly, only to discover it was all mere pretense. Oh dear. It's my fault as a father. I have neglected you over the years. Su Chang awkwardly ruffled his hair, then pretended to instruct and Dong to remember the young lady's preferences in the future. Seeing the atmosphere shift unfavorably, Wang Yu promptly intervened, saying, Ningxue, don't blame your father. It was Auntie's doing. What would you like to eat? Auntie can prepare something else for you. Aunt Wang, I advise you to refrain from harboring unwelcome thoughts, otherwise, you shall be the one to suffer, Shen Ningxue remarked with a sardonic smile, her eyes devoid of mirth, causing Wang Yu to feel a shiver run down her spine. Shen Ningxue's words sent a jolt through the three individuals at the table, leaving them momentarily speechless. Su Chang had an unsettling feeling, as if Shen Ningxue had transformed overnight. Could it be that the deceased woman had indeed left her something? Yet, if there were truly something, Shen Ningxue would not display such a reaction. She could have effortlessly claimed the company by now. Su Yan cast a glance at Shen Ningxue. Scoffing, what do you mean, Shen Ningxue? Literally, Shen Ningxue shrugged indifferently. I should head back now. Ningxue, in a few days. Auntie will come to see you again, Wang Yu said, though she showed no intention of leaving. Su Chang, already simmering with anger, seized the opportunity to reprimand Shen Ningxue with fervor. Shen Ningxue, go back to your room. Not only have you made your mother furious, but you also wish to infuriate me. Su Chang, do not be angry, I understand. Ningxue has faced such drastic changes, and she deserves some time to adjust. Wang Yu straightened up and slowly moved toward the exit. However, Su Yan could no longer endure the situation. Ningxue, what on earth is going on? I have poured my heart out for you, and this is how you treat my family. You can express your emotions towards me, and I can tolerate that. But you ought not to show such disrespect to my mother. Respect? Shen Ningxue laughed derisively, rising to slam her palms on the table. So as my dear sister, your gift to me is to offer your mother to my father. Thus, we become sisters? Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as Su Chang swept the dishes off the table, standing to pound his fists heavily upon it. What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't wish to eat, then leave. We still have our meal to enjoy. You all, what a fine group you are. Shen Ningxue acceded, biting down hard on her teeth, and shouted, so in this household, I am the outsider, am I? Father, now that mother is gone, you are my closest kin. But since the incident occurred, what have you done? You have merely shifted all the blame onto me. Have you ever shown concern or offered me comfort? You did not even allow me to say goodbye to my mother. You always claim I am being unreasonable. But have you ever taught me what it means to be reasonable? At that moment, Shen Ningxue felt a deep loathing for her own weakness, for the emotions she harbored. After her rebirth, she had believed she could become cold and unfeeling, facing everything with composure. Yet here she was, still foolishly wishing that everything was merely a facade. That her once beloved father was not someone who wished to harm her. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she cried out with heart-wrenching anguish. Do you truly think of me as a fool? My mother has just passed, and Wang Yu appears here as if she owns the place. What do you want me to think? What can I think? Choking on her words, she poured out her grievances, wanting to yell at Su Chang, questioning why he intended to hurt her. Were they not once a close father-daughter duo in her childhood? Was all of this a charade? Su Chang scrutinized Shen Ningxue's expression meticulously, missing not a single detail, and with a cold smirk, he concluded that this girl must merely be speculating or has fallen prey to the slander of others. Contemplating this, he once again donned a paternal smile, enveloping Shen Ningxue in his embrace. Xue, I apologize, it is my fault. I've been under tremendous pressure during this period, and I have not managed things well. Would you please return to your room and rest? Leave everything to me. With tears glistening in her eyes, Shen Ningxue nestled against Su Chang for a while. Unintentionally, she glanced up at Su Yan, capturing the icy indifference in the woman's gaze before it could be concealed. Once Shen Ningxue composed herself, she rubbed her eyes, assuming a delicate and endearing demeanor as she bowed slightly to Su Yan and Wang Yu. I sincerely apologize. I failed to control my emotions today. Yan and Aunt Wang will not hold it against me, will they? Ultimately, it was Wang Yu, with her seasoned wisdom, who reassured her, embodying a nurturing spirit as she offered gentle comfort. In contrast, Su Yan's expression was less genuine, her smile appearing forced and insincere. I shall return to my room now. Father, please have the driver escort Yan and Aunt Wang. I am uneasy about them taking a taxi at this late hour. With that, Shen Ningxue turned and ascended the stairs, keenly aware of Su Yan's tightly clenched fists. The performance has only just begun. She intends to settle in as unobtrusively as she did in her previous life, gradually displacing the rightful owner. Such dreams are folly. Everything is merely commencing. Upon closing the door, Shen Ningxue paid no further heed to their movements, confident that after her blend of softness and firmness, Su Chang would undoubtedly refuse to allow the mother and daughter duo to reside there. Regardless of his feelings, a man so concerned with his reputation would never permit his image to be tarnished, otherwise, he would not have orchestrated his plans over the years. After all, no one is foolish. To allow a stranger and her daughter to move in so soon after his wife's passing raises too many questions that need not be articulated. Chapter 5. The system downstairs. Su Yan, still youthful, could no longer suppress her emotions and implored Su Chang, Father, do you truly intend to send us, mother and daughter, away? If we do not seize this opportunity, It may be impossible to return. With a resounding slap, Su Chang abruptly interrupted Su Yan. Casting her a fierce glance, "Dare utter another word, and you shall never set foot in this home again." Covering her reddened cheek, Su Yan bit her lip, stifling her sobs, and cast a look of grievance towards Su Chang, yearning to voice her feelings. Observing this, Wang Yu swiftly stepped forward, gently squeezing Su Yan's hand to silence her. "We shall return to the apartment now." She then approached Su Chang, tenderly smoothing his brow. "Ah Chang, I am unperturbed by waiting. It has been so many years. I care not for those illusory titles. I merely wish to stand by your side, sharing your burdens. This girl might have sensed something, so I shall refrain from visiting for a while. Take care of yourself." Gazing at the fragile woman before him, Su Chang sighed, his expression softening slightly. I apologize for the temporary hardship. Rest assured, it shall not be for long. I will ensure that you and your daughter can enter this home openly." With no further words exchanged, they hurriedly departed. Su Chang lifted his gaze towards the closed door upstairs, his eyes dimming. The situation had escalated to this extent, even if revelations were made. What could this pampered girl truly accomplish? Did she think she could contend with him? She had yet to earn that right. Turning the beads in his hand, he stood expressionless for a moment before retreating to his room. Inside, Shen Ningxue steadied her emotions, aware that this battle would be a long and arduous one. Meticulous planning was essential. Her previous words were not solely aimed at evoking sympathy from Su Chang, but also a genuine outpouring of her feelings. Dispelling the weakness within her heart, she needed to fortify herself. After a moment of contemplation, finding her mind blank, she decided to cease thinking and lay down. Closing her eyes to recuperate, the arrangements for her mother's funeral still awaited her attention, along with many other tasks. It was best to restore her energy and take each step as it came. Ding! A mechanical voice echoed in the stillness of the room, announcing the main task, "Call Pei Yan." What? Once again, that voice startled Shen Ningxue, prompting her to sit up abruptly and shout into the empty air, "Who is speaking?" This time, from the depths of the silence, a voice responded, "Countdown, 1 hour. Failure results in a day of illness." "What task? Explain yourself," Shen Ningxue cried out again. But this time the only reply was an endless silence. She rose from the bed and paced around, the minutes slipping away. In the tranquil night, the only sound was the ticking of the clock, seemingly urging her to hasten in completing her task. With just 10 minutes remaining, Shen Ningxue pondered for a moment before seizing her phone to call Pei Yan. This task did not seem overly difficult. It was better to trust in its existence than to dismiss it. The call connected swiftly, yet neither party spoke. Ding! The mechanical voice chimed again, "Task completed. Reward, 10 英寸 appearance." "Did you hear that voice?" Shen Ningxue inquired. "What happened?" Pei Yan's deep, magnetic voice resonated through the receiver. Upon hearing him, Shen Ningxue's face flushed slightly. She mused to herself, how had she never noticed the allure of Pei Yan's voice before? In this moment, she comprehended the notion expressed in novels about the enchantment of sound. Pei Yan, stammering for what felt like an eternity. Shen Ningxue could not articulate a complete thought. Having never spoken to Pei Yan properly before, this calm phone call left her at a loss for words. "Do you want me to handle the matter regarding your aunt?" he asked, offering a gentle laugh to ease the tension. Shen Ningxue paused momentarily before replying, "No. I can manage my own family affairs." He offered no further comments, simply responding with a good, before continuing, "Is there anything?" Interrupting him, Shen Ningxue chuckled softly and echoed his sentiment with a good. She found herself amusingly aware of their newfound synchronicity. She understood Pei Yan's intentions, yet certain matters still required her personal involvement. A warmth washed over her. This man had always considered her well-being. In that moment, a phrase struck her mind: behind every successful woman, there lies a man who quietly protects her. As she pondered, a smile broke across her face. For reasons unbeknownst to her, whenever she encountered this man, laughter bubbled forth uncontrollably. Amid her mirth, she sensed Pei Yan's bemused voice. "What is so amusing? Care to share?" "Absolutely not. Don't you know men should pry into women's secrets?" Shen Ningxue playfully retorted, her tone unexpectedly whimsical. "Pei Yan, has anyone ever told you that your voice is exceptionally captivating? Are you trying to seduce me?" Do you like it?" His seductive voice returned, seemingly in tune with her playful banter, deliberately lowering his tone. Shen Ningxue internally screamed in exasperation, overwhelmed by the allure of Pei Yan. Clutching her chest, She tossed and turned on her bed, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. Pei Yan refrained from teasing further, inquiring about a few details before bidding her good night in a low voice. Good night, see you tomorrow. Good night, she responded, decisively ending the call. With a huff, she thought to herself, men truly are capricious. Patting her chest, Shen Ningxue buried her face in her hands. Never before had she felt such a rush of affection. Yet it was this man, whom she had once despised in her past life, who had effortlessly rendered her defenseless with mere words. A voice echoed within her heart, you have long held him dear. Suddenly, a mechanical voice interrupted her reverie. Your task is to handle your mother's funeral. Could you tell me who you are? Shen Ningxue managed to steady her racing heart and asked calmly. System. As these words resonated, the jade pendant around her neck emitted a dazzling glow in the night sky. System. Shen Ningxue whispered, brushing her fingers over the pendant. Is that you, mother? Have you been watching over me all along? I was born for you. We complement each other, Shen Ningxue. I shall assist you in achieving your aspirations. The voice of the system imbued Shen Ningxue with a sense of unwavering determination. The woman tightened her grip on the necklace in her hand. Will you issue tasks every day? I will release tasks intermittently. Completing them will yield corresponding rewards. Failure, on the other hand, will result in punishment. Upon accumulating a certain number of points, you will unlock the points marketplace. The specific functions, however, await your own exploration and development. And what was that beauty score I received earlier? Look into the mirror. Gently touching her face, Shen Ningxue picked up the mirror to examine herself. At first glance, there seemed to be no significant change, yet she could distinctly feel that her skin was smoother and her complexion fairer. This is astonishing. Is this the benefit of rebirth? Excited, Shen Ningxue wished to converse further with the system, but silence was her only response. Dismissing her thoughts, she lay on her bed, reflecting on the events of the day. In this life, she would meticulously plan, reclaiming everything that rightfully belonged to her. Chapter 6 Farewell to the past. Early the next morning, Shen Ningxue donned her attire and stepped out of her room. Clad in somber black, she descended the stairs with a grave demeanor. In her previous life, she never had the chance to bid farewell to her mother. She had merely received the disheartening news that her mother, enraged by her words, had succumbed to illness and collapsed within her chamber, only to be discovered and taken to the hospital by a servant. The shocking revelation had left her in a state of disarray, causing her to lose weight, with many details remaining unexamined in her mind. Resolutely, Shen Ningxue fixed her gaze upon Su Chang, who sat at the dining table. Father, I intend to visit mother today. Very well, I shall accompany you, Su Chang replied, casting a fleeting glance before setting down his breakfast, offering no further objections. Without exchanging another word, the two made their way to the hospital. As they stood before the hospital room, Shen Ningxue's trembling arm hesitated to push open the door. Even now, she wished fervently for everything to be a mere illusion. She longed for her mother, Shen Wanshu, to be alive, even if it meant facing her reprimands. Su Chang, observing Shen Ningxue's pallid complexion, sighed and pushed the door open, entering without hesitation. Outside the room, a multitude of doctors and nurses stood solemnly, their faces etched with expressions of sorrow. In life, her mother, Shen Wanshu, had extended her kindness to many, having notably supported this very hospital, renowned for her benevolence. She had always imparted wisdom to Shen Ningxue about treating others with kindness. Yet, during that time, Shen Ningxue had been oblivious, molded into a frivolous rich heir by Su Chang, harboring a multitude of grievances. Now, she comprehended her mother's teachings, but alas, there was no one left to guide her. Within the room, Su Chang knelt beside Shen Wanshu's bed, weeping as he recounted their shared history. From their initial meeting to their profound love, each heartfelt utterance seemed to suggest that with her departure, he too would follow suit. As Su Chang's poignant declarations echoed, the surrounding nurses and doctors silently shed tears, mourning for the pair in love, while some disparagingly murmured about Shen Ningxue, expressing disdain for her ungratefulness as a daughter. Undeterred by the prying eyes around her, Shen Ningxue focused intently on Su Chang. Were it not for her rebirth and newfound understanding of the truth, she might have been deceived by his display of grief. It was no wonder that for years she had been ensnared by his theatrical performances. In the stillness of the corridor, Su Chang lamented, Wang Wanshu, how could you bear to leave me? You told me not to quarrel with Xue, yet despite your frail health, why did you not wait for my return? What am I to do now? Hearing his words, Shen Ningxue clenched her jaw, lowering her head as she fought to suppress her anger, her nails digging into her palm. Su Chang had finally revealed his true colors, redirecting his blame towards her. Whispers of condemnation filled the air, casting her as the unfilial daughter. Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to disturb her mother's final peace with a quarrel. Before she could steady her emotions, a loud thud resonated, followed by gasps from those around. President Su has fainted from overwhelming sorrow. Nurses and doctors rushed into the room, lifting Su Chang out as they administered aid, urging him, President Su, please do not grieve excessively, take care of your health. In less than a moment, the crowd dispersed, and the lengthy corridor returned to its silence, leaving only 1 or 2 young nurses lingering nearby. Having composed herself, Shen Ningxue pushed the door open and addressed the nurses outside. You may all leave. I wish to spend some time with my mother. The 2 young nurses exchanged glances, muttering under their breath, how cold-hearted. Her father is ill, yet this is her reaction. The Su family is truly unfortunate to have such a daughter. She probably wishes to drive President Su to his grave as well. Who could disagree? Such is the melancholy of those from affluent families. As the 2 departed, their voices faded into the distance, and the dim room once again fell into tranquility. Shen Ningxue slowly approached Shen Wangshu, her trembling hand hesitating to lift the white cloth covering her mother's face. Mother, I have come to see you. With a sudden movement, Shen Ningxue knelt beside her mother's bed, her colorless hands trembling as they clasped Shen Wangshu's cold hand beneath the blanket, pressing it against her own face, weeping, Mom, will you blame me? Blame me for my ignorance, for always opposing you. In my adulthood, I have not spoken to you properly. I have only caused you distress. Yet you have always been so gentle, embracing and caring for me. Do you remember the first time you made chicken soup for me? I was ungrateful, refusing to take another sip, and you tirelessly improved the recipe until I was willing to drink it. And that day we went shopping together. One of our rare harmonious moments, yet I abandoned you without a word over a trivial matter concerning Su Chang. Though you said nothing, I could see the disappointment on your face. As she spoke, Shen Ningxue laughed and cried simultaneously, her words tumbling out in a disordered recollection of moments shared with her mother, until her trembling hands finally lifted the white cloth from her mother's face. Gazing at her mother, lifeless upon the bed, Shen Ningxue could bear it no longer and collapsed over her mother, sobbing uncontrollably, Mom, please wake up, don't leave me. What am I to do without you? They say a daughter is unfilial. They are right, I am a wretch. If only I had not argued with you, had not spoken such cruel words, would this have happened? The mournful cries reverberated through the vacant room. Why was it not me? Mother, do you blame me? If only I could trade places with you. As Shen Ningxue reached the end of her lament, she could no longer sustain herself and could only wail in agony at her mother's bedside. Perhaps moved by her sorrowful emotion, the jade pendant at her chest began to emit a dazzling glow, casting an extraordinary light in the darkness. Are you blessing me? Mother, have you always been here? Shen Ningxue grasped the pendant, lowering her head in tears. As she spoke, the luminescence in the darkness grew ever brighter, as if responding to her words. After a long while, the woman wiped her tears and stood resolutely, glancing back at her mother, silently vowing, Mom, I will avenge you and reclaim all that belongs to you. Gently closing the door, she took one last look before stepping out with unwavering determination. She would be brave. Casting a sidelong glance at the flickering shadow on the ground, Shen Ningxue sharply turned her head to scrutinize the desolate corridor. Finding no explanation, she narrowed her eyes and turned to depart. Once the woman had left, a tall man emerged from the shadows of the dim wall. His eyes reddened and his face edged with anguish. Chapter 7. Su Chang lifts a stone to crush his own foot. Father, please take good care of yourself. I will manage my mother's funeral appropriately, Shen Ningxue gently addressed Su Chang as she approached his bedside. Hearing her words, Su Chang struggled to sit up. Swag Xiu, I am fine. Leave this matter to me. I wish to see your mother off in the most honorable manner, ensuring her peace in departure. Father, I understand the love you shared with mother, but you must also take care of your health. You are now the closest person to me, and I cannot bear the pain of losing you as well. Suddenly, Shen Ningxue broke into tears, collapsing at the bedside and casting a glance at the nurses and doctors present. You must heed the doctor's advice. Indeed, Mr. Su, you must prioritize your health. With Mrs. Su gone, you cannot afford to fall ill, echoed the medical staff, each voice a reminder of the weight of responsibility resting on Su Chang's shoulders. The family relies on you for everything. You cannot allow yourself to become unwell. Yes, the child has grown. Miss Su can manage on her own. Your health is of utmost importance, they reiterated. As the doctors and nurses exchanged their sentiments, Su Chang felt his face redden as he gazed at Shen Ningxue. You must ensure everything is handled properly. I wish to arrange the grandest funeral for your mother. In that moment, he realized he had indeed lifted a stone to crush his own foot, finding himself in a predicament where he could only follow Shen Ningxue as lead. Having underestimated her resolve, the next moment, Shen Ningxue straightened her posture, her expression solemn as she spoke with conviction. Father, what you say is inappropriate. This funeral is not a banquet. I desire simplicity, allowing my mother to depart in comfort. Instantly, whispers filled the air, leaving Su Chang's face pale. Unable to utter a coherent response. Father, you should rest assured, only by nurturing your health can you gather the strength to stand at the funeral without fainting. Wouldn't you agree? Shen Ningxue emphasized the last word, casting a knowing smile at Su Chang. Taken aback for a moment, Su Chang eventually regained his composure. Grasping Shen Ningxue's hand. You are indeed thoughtful, my dear Xue. It is my fault for forgetting how your mother cherished tranquility. I shall leave these matters to you. It is time for you to hone your skills. I trust you will not disappoint me as you have in the past, will you? Father, I acknowledge my previous shortcomings. I will strive to uphold the family's honor and manage Su Corporation diligently, just as mother did, ensuring you do not bear undue burdens. Shen Ningxue smiled softly, realizing the old man was trying to trap her. Now, please rest well. I shall not disturb you further. As she departed, the surrounding voices congratulated Su Chang, remarking on how his daughter had finally matured and learned to ease his worries. Su Chang could only offer a perfunctory smile, feigning exhaustion as he ushered everyone out. Pensively, he stared at the doorway before retrieving his phone and making a call. Find out what Shen Ningxue has been up to lately. Have someone follow her, and report back to me with any information immediately. In the car, Shen Ningxue shed her facade of pretense, her face weary. As she scrolled through her contacts, she realized with dismay how poor her connections were, discovering that she had no one she could truly converse with. Not merely a few fair-weather friends flattering her, nor those who revel in her misfortunes and mock her at every opportunity. Furrowing her brows, Shen Ningxue found herself at a loss for words. It dawned on her that Su Yan was indeed her sole genuine confidant. In her previous life, it was under Su Yan's influence that she inadvertently drove away all those who genuinely cared for her, leaving her with no choice but to confide her secret solely to Su Yan, which in turn fueled the rampant rumors surrounding her. She poured her heart out, yet others conspired to bring about her downfall. The absurdity was palpable. Scrolling through her contacts, she landed on Pei Yan, the only one she could reach out to now. After a prolonged pause, she ultimately set her phone aside. She had to learn to stand on her own, didn't she? Miss, we've arrived. The driver's voice roused Shen Ningxue from her weariness. Gazing out at the scenery, she felt a tinge of helplessness. She could scarcely recall where she had instructed the driver to take her, yet here she was at Pei Yan's residence. The extent of her dependence on him astonished her. Shen Ningxue weakly shook her head and turned to the driver, stating, "Let us go home." However, the system interrupted her intentions once more, announcing the main task, to meet Pei Yan. With a time limit of 10 minutes, failure would result in a day of fever. The woman was momentarily taken aback. How amusing this system was, always assigning tasks so fortuitously. Never mind, you may head back, I'll take a cab home later. After relaying this to the driver, Shen Ningxue opened the door and stepped out. She realized this was perhaps the first time since her childhood that she had come to Pei Yan's home. With only 10 minutes allotted by the system, what if Pei Yan were not home? She decided to embrace the situation. Just as she approached the doorbell, a deep, melodious voice resonated with a hint of laughter. What brings you here? Pei Yan, you're not at home. Shen Ningxue turned to see him clad in a black trench coat, his tall figure shrouded in a misty aura, standing at a distance. What? Are you here to reminisce? The man approached through the fog, causing her cheeks to flush. Are you unwell? Your face is quite flushed. Pei Yan's expression shifted to one of concern. He reached out as though to touch her face and gauge her temperature, but hesitated, retracting his hand mid-motion, instead maintaining a casual demeanor as he inquired. What prompted this sudden visit? Shen Ningxue stared at Pei Yan, acutely aware of his withdrawn hand. Something within her stirred, her eyes grew moist. Since her rebirth, she felt that her encounters with Pei Yan had brought forth more smiles and an abundance of tears. She took his retracted hand and placed it against her cheek. Her voice soft, almost imperceptibly so. Feel for yourself, am I ill? Pei Yan paused, then a smile graced his handsome face as he pinched Shen Ningxue's cheek. Have you gained weight? Your face seems much rounder. What are you saying, Pei Yan? You're still the same as before. I could just as easily strangle you. Shen Ningxue retorted, springing up in irritation and playfully swatting at him. How could he lead with such comments about a girl gaining weight? That infuriating Pei Yan was still the same as in their childhood, always managing to provoke her. Two individuals engaged in playful banter by the roadside. Reminiscent of their innocent childhood days, a scene that had not unfolded in quite some time. Exhausted from their frolic, Shen Ningxue cast a playful yet reproachful glance at Pei Yan, pondering how long it had been since they had shared such light-hearted moments. In adulthood, her childhood companions had often met her with disdain. Yet only this man before her could tolerate and embrace her true self. With a huff, Shen Ningxue turned to head toward her home, declaring her intent to visit him for a while, dismissing him in jest. Before she could take more than a few steps, Pei Yan suddenly surged forward, enveloping her in his arms, pulling her tightly against his chest. Startled by his unexpected gesture, Shen Ningxue felt her heart race, the proximity allowing her to distinctly sense the faint scent of mint emanating from him, a refreshing aroma that brought her a sense of comfort, momentarily causing her to forget her desire to resist. After a brief moment, as she began to feel a lack of breath, she shifted slightly. Sensing the urgency of the situation, she had never felt her heart race so rapidly before. "Stay still, just let me hold you for a while," he murmured, tightening his embrace, his gaze drifting to the surroundings while discreetly shielding her entirely within his protective grasp. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Shen Ningxue ceased her struggles, gently resting her hands on his waist, softly inquiring, "What's wrong?" He let out a light chuckle, nuzzling his head against her shoulder, akin to a playful, affectionate wolf. "It has been so long since I held you like this." Chapter 8. The morning market. When has Pei Yan ever embraced her? She had no recollection of it. Was this not their first time in each other's arms? Shen Ningxue hesitated, gazing at Pei Yan, who seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts and offered no chance for her to speak. "Come, let me take you out for a bite to eat. Aren't you hungry? What time is it now? Isn't it a bit too early for lunch?" Shen Ningxue found herself at a loss for words, recalling that it was merely 10 in the morning. "Since this morning, you haven't eaten anything. Are you not hungry?" Pei Yan gently took her hand and led her outside. A soft rumble echoed, seemingly in response to his words. Embarrassed, Shen Ningxue felt her cheeks flush. After a brief struggle, she heard the low chuckle from the man beside her, which made her face turn an even deeper shade of red. "What are you laughing at?" Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Pei Yan refrained from further comment, instead holding her hand firmly as they strolled along the path. Stealing a glance at him, Shen Ningxue felt a smile unconsciously tug at her lips. Since waking up to visit her mother, she had forgotten to eat breakfast, lost in the sorrow of her mother's passing, oblivious to her own hunger. Yet, this man beside her could instantly perceive her needs. Reflecting on this, she tightened her grip on his hand, pondering how much he had silently done for her. It struck her with a pang of regret. How could she have hurt such a good man in her past life? Perhaps her mother had known this all along, which is why she wished for her to marry Pei Yan. Pei Yan gazed down at the petite woman beside him, relishing the feeling of being relied upon once more. He casually glanced back, prompting Shen Ningxue's curiosity to follow suit, yet they found nothing amiss. "What are you looking at?" she inquired. "Nothing," Pei Yan replied, momentarily lost in thought. "Come, let me drive you around. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Everything will. I know, everything will be fine with you around." Shen Ningxue interjected, rolling her eyes playfully. She mimicked his tone, her hands animatedly gesturing. "Pei Yan, have you ever counted how many times you've said that? I've heard it so much, I could recite it myself." Yes, my little princess is always right," Pei Yan chuckled indulgently, referring to her endearingly. "Hey, could you please refrain from speaking to me as if I were a child? I'm not a kid anymore. You sound just like my mother." Shen Ningxue feigned anger, inadvertently mentioning her mother, catching herself off guard. Expecting Pei Yan to change the subject, she was surprised when he held her hand even tighter, fixing his gaze on her. "Yes, I will care for you just like Auntie does." Shen Ningxue awkwardly turned her head, her tone stiff as she attempted to shift the conversation. "Have you thought about what we should eat later? Today, I intend to eat you out of house and home." "All right. Let us see how much our little treasure can eat," he replied. On the tranquil path, their laughter echoed, filling the air with joy. Upon reaching their destination, Shen Ningxue's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she cast a disbelieving glance at Pei Yan beside her. She had never anticipated that he would bring her to a morning market. She had imagined he would opt for an upscale restaurant, or at the very least, a dining establishment of some repute. The vibrant bustle of the market seemed utterly incongruous with the refined demeanor of the man before her. Pei Yan, is this truly how you intend to entertain me? She mused, incredulous at the thought that he would frequent such a place. Could you refrain from calling me that? Pei Yan replied with a hint of exasperation. Did you not adore places like this when you were a child? You have scarcely visited since growing up. As he spoke, he gently pulled Shen Ningxue deeper into the market, narrating, You have yet to witness the transformation of the morning market. It has changed significantly. The regulations are strict now, and the street food is both safe and hygienic. Look around for something that piques your interest. The pancake stall you once cherished is no longer in business. But the new vendors' offerings are quite delectable as well. As they strolled past each stall, Pei Yan recounted the former charm of each establishment. Before long, their hands were brimming with an array of snacks. Come, let us find a place to sit. There is a particularly delightful stall serving lamb offal soup down the alley. I shall take you there. With that, he guided Shen Ningxue forward, shielding her from the throng of people. Trailing slowly behind him, Shen Ningxue gazed up at the man who sheltered her from the wind and rain, tears glistening on her cheeks. She hastily wiped them away, quietly following in his wake. Ever since she had matured, Su Chang had forbidden her from venturing into such chaotic environments, deeming them suitable only for the common folk. He feared her mingling with dubious characters would tarnish the Su family's reputation. Once, she relished the delights of the morning market, where the affordable and delicious fare encapsulated the essence of life, something that the opulence of fine dining could never replicate. However, after her father's prohibitions, she had not returned. She had once secretly brought Su Yan with her to share this hidden gem, but Su Yan had expressed disdain for the surroundings and promptly reported her to Su Chang, resulting in a severe reprimand and a period of solitary reflection at home. To this day, she vividly recalled Su Yan's repulsed expression, as if witnessing someone struggling in a filthy gutter. Her mother had once resisted her father's authority, hoping to take her for a meal here. Yet, by that time, she had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Su Chang and Su Yan, leading her to develop a disdain for the morning market and to quietly conform to the expectations of a proper young lady. Fueled by resentment toward her mother for attempting to drag her into what she perceived as disgrace, as the reminiscence faded, Pei Yan led Shen Ningxue into the lamb offal soup shop. The musty atmosphere elicited a slight frown from her. Years of conditioning had instilled an instinctive aversion to such street-side eateries. The establishment was modest in size yet clean, though the furniture bore the marks of age and decay, a testament to years gone by. After placing their order, the two settled at a small table. Pei Yan meticulously wiped the surface, pouring hot water over the cups and bowls. Shen Ningxue observed the man quietly, not missing a single detail. Catching sight of Pei Yan's long legs, she couldn't help but chuckle. How did you suddenly become so familiar with these places? I've always wanted to try the flavors you adore, he replied earnestly, his gaze filled with tenderness. Under the warmth of his affectionate stare, Shen Ningxue felt a flush rise to her cheeks and cleared her throat awkwardly. Suddenly recalling something, she added, Did you not used to avoid? Here comes the noodles. Give it a try, I think you'll like it, Pei Yan interrupted, accepting the bowl handed to him and setting up the utensils for her with a caring demeanor. The woman was taken aback, recalling that Pei Yan had previously struggled with his stomach and avoided street food. Was her memory deceiving her? The rich aroma of the lamb soup tantalized her taste buds, drawing her away from her previous thoughts. She gently blew on the broth, but before she could take a sip, the ringing of her phone shattered the moment. Pei Yan glanced at Shen Ningxue, noticing her suddenly grave expression. What is it? I'll be right back. Chapter 9. What happened with the Su matriarch? What is wrong? Has something occurred? Pei Yan set down his bowl, eager to accompany the woman outside. There's no need to see me off. Please finish your meal. I must return home due to a family matter. Next time, allow me to treat you, Shen Ningxue replied hurriedly, gathering her belongings and leaving before he could respond. Watching her retreating figure, Pei Yan felt a twinge of unease but chose not to pursue her. Instead, he pulled out his phone to send a text and resumed his meal with a stoic expression. At the entrance, the woman anxiously hailed a cab, rushing home. The content of the call was trivial. Aunt Zhang had simply inquired about dinner, but inadvertently revealed that her grandmother and uncle were on their way back, prompting her to check what would be suitable for the evening meal. Shen Ningxue gazed somberly out the window. In her previous life, Half of her mother's funeral had been marred by Su Chang's machinations, and her so-called grandmother had been the other contributing factor. Su Chang, a man who had clawed his way up from a small town, would still be floundering in obscurity had he not stumbled upon her mother. Her mother was the true embodiment of a noble lady. When her grandfather disapproved of her relationship with Su Chang, he refused to even meet her, casting her out instead. Her mother, resolute and defiant, eloped with Su Chang, infuriating her grandfather to the extent that he severed all ties with her. Although Shen Ningxue was unaware of her grandfather's identity, her mother's demeanor suggested her lineage was far from humble. However, the Su matriarch, Su Xiu, epitomized a severe preference for male heirs. Upon marrying into the Su family, she hastily adopted her husband's surname and harbored an inflated sense of self-worth. She often boasted of her son's achievements, claiming he had risen from nothing to attain his current status. During her mother's wedding, Su Xiu looked down upon her, believing no one was worthy of her son, and she disdained women who, instead of prioritizing childbirth, sought to make their presence known in society. Failing to recognize that her son's success was due in part to his wife's sacrifices. In her previous life, Shen Ningxue had not attended the funeral. Yet tales of the illustrious love story between the Su patriarch and his beloved wife had spread throughout the city. At the funeral, he had audaciously clashed with her mother, and their exchanges had left many women heartbroken, leading to a fleeting notion that one should aspire to marry Su Chang. Scoffing inwardly, Shen Ningxue felt increasingly irate, deeming these people mere followers devoid of independent thought. How could they bicker at a funeral and not perceive the impropriety? Moreover, a middle-aged man shamelessly marketing such tragedies was utterly repugnant. In a fit of frustration, she pounded her fist against the chair's backrest, crossing her arms and leaning back to collect her thoughts. After a moment, Shen Ningxue suddenly straightened, realizing that the system had yet to notify her of task completion. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, "Task completed, reward, 20 beauty points." She quickly glanced at the driver, noting his composed demeanor, and her heart settled. Had the voice materialized unexpectedly, it might have incited chaos, and she feared being captured by the Research Institute for Dissection and Study. Daring not to dwell on the ghastly imagery, perhaps sensing the thoughts of Shen Ningxue, the mechanical voice resounded once more, "Aside from you, no one else can hear my voice. You may converse with me through your thoughts." Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt an added layer of silence within that mechanical tone. "Why did you not remind me earlier? Must you wait until I discover it myself to inquire?" To refrain from interrupting the master during romantic pursuits is the decorum of this system. Shen Ningxue, perplexed and laden with questions, found herself quite thankful for this system, which possessed such a semblance of humanity. Then why do you always enhance appearance? Cannot you augment something else, like wisdom, perhaps? All rewards are reserved for this system. Please do not attempt to manipulate it. You speak truly. Shen Ningxue found herself increasingly vexed. This system, indeed, was astute enough to extinguish any semblance of conversation. As she gazed at the fleeting reflections of the surrounding scenery, she regained her composure, ceasing her idle chatter with the system. This journey home promised no tranquility. As the vehicle gradually came to a halt, before Shen Ningxue could even step into the villa, the piercing voice of Grandmother Su could be heard from afar. She was either criticizing the servants for their incompetence or lamenting their errors. Even before crossing the threshold, Shen Xiu could be heard bellowing, "How do you conduct your duties? We, the Su family, pay you. Is this how you show your commitment? When I am absent, you take advantage of my son's kind heart, do you? If you do not perform your tasks properly, I shall have you all dismissed by tomorrow." Shen Ningxue stifled a laugh, steadying herself at the entrance. Truly, what a foolish imbecile she was. It was no wonder that Su Chang had always held disdain for this mercenary mother in his previous life, compelled only by the fear of being labeled unfilial to keep her nearby. Alas, now that she had returned from death, she could not allow them to succeed. To covet her mother's estate, a mere fantasy. Upon entering, before even laying eyes on anyone, a cacophony pierced the air. "Ah, our little ancestor has returned. Where have you been gallivanting for so long? Ignoring your father in the hospital, just like your deceased mother." Chapter 10. The altercation. Upon hearing those words, Shen Ningxue was instantly consumed by rage, forcefully throwing her back to the ground. "Dare to speak another word against my mother, I challenge you." The elderly woman, standing defiantly, trembled with fear, her waxen face betraying disbelief. Her parched lips quivered, and she clutched her heart with gnarled hands, exclaiming, "What audacity! How can this old woman withstand such shock?" Shen Ningxue remained silent, casting a cold glance that gradually diminished Su Xiu's voice. Perhaps intimidated by Shen Ningxue's volatile demeanor. The old lady refrained from further comments, yet her mouth could not be restrained, mumbling incessantly, "It's outrageous. An outsider daring to reside in the Su household. Just like your mother, equally detestable. My son should swiftly escort them out, rid us of this harbinger of misfortune." As she spoke, a few profanities slipped from her lips. Hearing this, Shen Ningxue was engulfed in fury. This was precisely why she had harbored such disdain for her so-called grandmother in both her past and present lives. The old woman was a commoner at heart, spewing obscenities without restraint, thoughtless yet unyielding in her words. Previously, she had chosen to overlook the elders' disrespect due to their familial ties. In her past life, she had never ventured out, nor had she encountered such vile insults directed at her mother. Now, reflecting on it, she suspected that the old woman may have spread rumors behind her back. However, she had been reborn, and she would not allow anyone to tarnish her mother's honor. With fury coursing through her veins, Shen Ningxue approached, seizing a nearby maid's broom and striking it forcefully against the table, shattering it in two. Even she was momentarily taken aback, yet there was no time for contemplation as she unleashed her wrath. "If you seek death, then continue speaking." With a startled gasp, the old lady fell to the ground, wailing, "Oh dear, what a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. What sins have I committed? My son has never treated me this way. And now my granddaughter wishes to strike me. How can this old woman live on?" Her lamentations for her life elicited laughter from Shen Ningxue. She had realized that this family thrived on theatrics, and the old woman's favorite tactic was to throw tantrums. With a smile, she cast a sidelong glance at the fallen figure. "Grandmother, that trick will not work on me. Should you dare to insult my mother again, I would be more than willing to teach you how to silence yourself." You, the old lady stammered, pointing at Shen Ningxue. Unable to articulate a single coherent word. In the past, no matter how she disparaged her mother, this girl had never retorted. Now, however, she audaciously threatened her, leaving the old woman speechless and afraid to continue. Naturally a bully who preyed on the weak, the elderly lady instinctively felt fear in the face of Shen Ningxue's formidable stance, trembling on the ground. Observing the unfolding drama, Uncle Su Jun, having witnessed enough, stepped forward to assist Su Xiu, then promptly admonished his niece. "Shen Ningxue, how dare you speak so? Have you suddenly grown bold, thinking to strike an elder? Have all those years of upbringing gone to waste? Isn't it your mother who was driven to her grave by you? And now, you pretend to be filial? Do you even have a say in this matter? If it were not for the sake of my grandmother, I would have struck her down without hesitation today." Shen Ningxue tapped the table with a broom, casting a sharp glare at Su Jun, who disgusted her like an uncle. In her past life, he often leered at her with lecherous eyes, using the pretext of an elder educating a younger, his hands wandering without any sense of boundaries. She had once mentioned this to her father, only to be reprimanded by Su Chang for disrespecting her elders. This inept uncle thrived solely on the support of the Su family. However, if one were to say they were thriving, it was likely due to her mother's connections that the entire Su family prospered, especially considering that this scoundrel dared to perpetrate such actions against her. "You little wretch, so you've grown some backbone, have you? Fine, I won't meddle, but I will call your brother and see what he has to say. Just a few days have passed, and you've turned the world upside down. Did your mother's death give you the right to infuriate us, the living elders?" Su Jun's face flushed with anger. Never before had a younger generation dared to humiliate him in such a manner. As he reached for his phone to call Su Chang, a loud thud echoed through the air as Shen Ningxue swung the broom down hard onto Su Jun's shoulder. Was she too patient? Did they truly believe she would remain passive while they repeatedly insulted her mother? "Su Jun, do you genuinely think I would retaliate?" In an instant, the whole fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Su Jun stared at Shen Ningxue in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his niece would dare to strike him. The elderly Su matriarch, already in shock, never expected her seemingly fragile granddaughter to actually take action. Her heart trembled. Fortunately, she had chosen to remain silent earlier, or her frail body would not have withstood such a blow. Recovering from his astonishment, Su Jun rushed forward, intent on retaliating. It was one thing to be scolded by a mere child, but to be physically struck. As an adult man, how could he fear this little girl? "You insolent wretch, you truly do not know your place, do you? Today, I shall teach you a lesson in respect." "Respect is mutual," Shen Ningxue replied coldly. Before tossing the broom aside, "Dare to lay a finger on me, and see what happens." Gazing upon her frigid expression, Su Jun momentarily hesitated, caught off guard, contemplating whether to proceed with his assault. Jiangzi, are you afraid of this little wretch? You must discipline her properly. I, an old woman with frail limbs, cannot endure such treatment from her. Su Xiu stoked the flames from the sidelines, wailing, "Oh, my back, my legs, my neck. Is there no law? A granddaughter striking her own grandmother, where is the justice in this? Can we not live?" With his mother as backing, Su Jun rolled up his sleeves, storming towards her, roaring, "You little wretch, do you think I could possibly fear you? Do you truly not understand your own limitations? How dare you strike me?" As he approached, he commanded the nearby servants, "What are you standing around for? Hurry and help the old lady up." Observing Su Jun's muscular frame, Shen Ningxue clenched her fist, gradually retreating. She realized she had acted recklessly, scanning her surroundings, pondering how to minimize the impending harm. She harbored no doubt that Su Jun would strike her, for in this household, there was no one to stand by her side. As Shen Ningxue contemplated her predicament and considered fleeing, she heard a maid exclaim, "Oh dear, madam, are you all right? Should we take you to the hospital?" It turned out that the elderly lady, having been assisted to her feet, lost her balance once more and fell to the ground. "Oh, my aching limbs! Hurry and call my son back. I fear I shall perish here today." Su Jun paid little heed to the trivialities unfolding around him. His sole focus was to reprimand the wild girl. "Mr. Su, you ought to come and assist the elderly lady. We cannot afford any mishaps." The maid Lu Mei urged anxiously. Su Jun frowned. His intention was to deal with the wild girl severely. The elderly lady, in a state of panic under the maid's intimidation, cried out, "Oh, Jiangzi, come quickly. What am I to do? Madame Su is one who values her life. And now that her youngest son has made a name for himself, she hopes to enjoy a few more years of comfort under the watchful eyes of those surrounding him." Su Jun felt cornered. He cast a menacing glare at Shen Ningxue, muttering, "You wait, you wretched girl, this is far from over." With that, he hurriedly made his way to assist the elderly lady. A throng of individuals, both large and small, surged out to escort the elderly lady to the hospital. The once clamorous villa fell silent, and Shen Ningxue released the tension that had been hanging over her, for now, she wished to avoid an unwarranted beating. Casually glancing at the maid who had spoken earlier, she pondered for a moment before turning to ascend the stairs. Chapter 10, Beaten Upstairs. Shen Ningxue sat calmly in her room, gazing quietly out the window at the desolate villa, which was now inhabited by only a few servants. Given the old woman's cowardly demeanor, it seemed unlikely she would return anytime soon. After meditating for a while, she summoned the system, inquiring if there were any tasks available. She felt weak, and had it not been for the interruption caused by that maid today, she might have faced a dire fate, even death. She could no longer remain passive. She needed to fully utilize the system to enhance her skills and confront these savages, as physical strength was imperative. "Master, I will alert you when tasks are available," the system's cold mechanical voice echoed in the air. "Your intelligence is rather lacking," Shen Ningxue retorted. "You issue so few tasks daily and reward me with such trifling rewards. Had it not been for today's little incident, I would have been doomed to a beating. Please do not question this system, nor overly rely on it. Other functions await your exploration," the system replied, and thereafter, it ceased to respond to Shen Ningxue's inquiries. Frustrated, she lay back on the bed. While she could triumph in verbal disputes, strength was an insurmountable obstacle. Not to mention, her family was composed of brutish, rural folk, filled with brawn yet lacking in refinement, and they held a particular disdain for her. Clutching the bedsheet tightly, she pondered whether she should seek out Pei Yan. Time passed, and eventually, the cacophony from downstairs jolted Shen Ningxue from her thoughts. Looking out the window, she noted that night had already fallen. During this period, she had contemplated numerous strategies, yet the conclusion remained that she was far too weak. She lacked the capacity to contend with the Su family at this moment. Resolving to take it step by step, Shen Ningxue rose and descended the stairs. At the very least, she had to confront the immediate challenge before her. She hastened to the entrance, observing the raucous family as they entered. Before she could utter a word, a resounding slap silenced the commotion once more. Before she could speak, Su Chang rushed forward and struck her, exclaiming, "You ungrateful daughter! Have you gained some courage? How dare you show disrespect to your grandmother and uncle? They traveled countless miles to attend your mother's funeral, and this is how you treat your elders." In his fury, Su Chang picked up a nearby chair and hurled it to the ground, his thunderous voice reverberating throughout the villa. "You wretched creature! You think you can act with impunity? Since your mother's passing, you have committed nothing but foolish acts. Do you intend to disturb this household eternally? Do you honor your mother's spirit in the afterlife? Shen Ningxue covered her reddening cheek, her nails digging deeply into her palm, her disheveled hair obscuring her troubled gaze. Throughout her life, no one had ever treated her this way. In the brief time since her rebirth, she had already been struck by Su Chang twice, revealing their true nature. She now yearned to lay everything bare, to shatter the facade of this hypocritical family. Alas, I should take my leave. I am acutely aware that our granddaughter looks down upon me, deeming my humble origins a source of shame. Observing this, Grandma Su lamented. Her voice tinged with sarcasm. You are all family, whilst I remain an outsider. Just as I arrived in the city, I was thrust into the hospital. If I were to linger here for a few more days, I fear I might not survive. I might as well return to my countryside, where at least I can keep my life. With that, Grandma Su wiped her tears and made to leave, exclaiming, This life has become unbearable. Mother, I shall accompany you. Since my brother finds us unworthy, we might as well retreat to the countryside. There is no place for us here, Su Jun added, stepping forward to grasp Grandma Su's hand. The two wept and wailed in the hall. Mother, brother, today's events are my fault. I have failed to guide my daughter properly. Su Chang approached, suppressing his anger, trying to soothe them. We are all family, you may stay here. This will always be your home. Chang, I know your kind heart, your mother has always taken pride in you, but I dare not intrude upon your father-daughter relationship. Grandma Su feigned wiping her tears, acting the part of a benevolent elder, patting Su Chang's hand. I, this soon-to-be-buried old woman, will not disturb your enjoyment as father and daughter. I shall live with your brother. Mother, do not speak such foolishness. I will have this unfilial daughter apologize to you. With that, Su Chang moved to seize Shen Ningxue. The previously silent Shen Ningxue slowly lifted her gaze to meet Su Chang's, her crimson eyes radiating intense hatred. The sight made Su Chang's brow twitch, that damned expression again. He was a man who valued his pride and would never allow himself to be humiliated before family. Suppressing his unease, he approached, determined to grasp Shen Ningxue despite her resistance. What? Are you going to hit me again, father? Shen Ningxue raised her eyes, deliberately emphasizing the word father, enunciating each syllable. Do you believe you are blameless? Is your only lesson over the years to strike your elders? It seemed that invoking the notion of discipline gave Su Chang the courage he needed, as he looked up and declared with righteous indignation. His sorrowful expression resembled that of a father in despair over his daughter's defiance. Come here and apologize to me. Su Chang glared at Shen Ningxue. Suddenly, Shen Ningxue erupted into an eerie laugh, her voice raspy as she spoke. And what if I refuse? If that is your stance, do not blame me for employing family discipline, Su Chang retorted, picking up a broken chair leg nearby, raising it to strike Shen Ningxue. Just as Su Chang was about to land the blow, the woman, who had maintained a dark demeanor, suddenly sprang into action, swiftly kicking the weapon, snapping it in two. Su Chang was jolted back, staring in disbelief at his numb hand, stunned into silence. How could this be? How could a frail girl, barely of age, possess such formidable strength? Madame Su and Su Jun were left astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. When did this girl become so formidable? Su Jun couldn't help but ponder. Fortunately, he had refrained from confronting her directly at that moment, or else that kick might have left him with a broken bone. Are you attempting to rebel? Su Chang stammered, his hand trembling as he struggled to articulate a coherent thought. What on earth had transpired with this girl? Shen Ningxue cast a chilling glance at the assembly, realizing that within this household, no one regarded her as a person. With tears streaming down her face, she lamented, Father, is this truly how you perceive me? After all these years of living together, you believe I am nothing but a beast. You entered without inquiring about the circumstances. And without a moment's hesitation, you struck me. You heeded their one-sided accounts. Why did you not consider my perspective? In your eyes, am I merely a person who erupts in anger without reason? Would I lash out at my elders for no cause? Shen Ningxue's heart-wrenching cries echoed, in your view, I am not even a worthless being. Are you truly oblivious to the nature of grandmother and uncle? They arrived and immediately insulted my mother. Are you genuinely unaware of this? You profess to love my mother, yet you fainted in sorrow at the hospital, while allowing them to freely demean the deceased. Has grandmother's long-standing disdain for my mother escaped your notice? Can you not fathom the events that compelled me to act so impulsively? As she reached the climax of her anguish, Shen Ningxue struggled to contain her tears, questioning, is there still a place for me in this family? Has anyone ever considered my feelings? If I have become who I am today, it is entirely due to you, Su Chang. You have coddled me since childhood, sowing discord between my mother and me. What is your true intention? Having momentarily steadied her emotions, Shen Ningxue fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Chang, articulating each word with unwavering conviction. Or is it that you have long conspired and meticulously orchestrated this, intending to exhaust my mother's usefulness before casting her aside to welcome back your mistress? Chapter 12. The illusion of peace. Su Chang's pupils contracted, startled by Shen Ningxue's words, causing him to take a step back. He then forced himself to regain his composure. Is this the scenario you wish to witness, Shen Ningxue? Do you believe that everyone in this family has wronged you? Is your desire to see this family utterly destroyed what drives you? Very well. I can no longer concern myself with you. If you do not wish to remain in this household, go wherever your heart desires. Su Chang feigned a sense of helplessness, weakly waving his hand while clutching his heart, bending over as if he might faint at any moment. Seeing her most precious son on the brink of collapse, old lady Su rushed to him, calling out, "Quick, someone call for help. If anything happens to my son, you will all pay dearly." "Mother, please stop," Su Chang said wearily, pushing aside the approaching servants, and softly addressed Shen Ningxue. "I understand that you have endured much during this time, but you must not speak ill of my feelings for your mother. You may blame me, but you have no right to question my deep affection for her, do you?" Shen Ningxue scrutinized Su Chang from head to toe. Su Chang narrowed his eyes, his clenched fists relaxing after a moment, looking at her with righteous indignation. "If it were not for my inability to locate that document, you would be a mere memory by now." In the tense standoff, Su Xiu and Su Jun exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation and refraining from speaking. Suddenly, Shen Ningxue threw herself into Su Chang's embrace, breaking down in tears as she lamented, "Father, do you no longer love me? Since mother's passing, you have not shown me a kind face. Do you know how frightened I am? I never intended to upset you. Your transformation has left me feeling so insecure." As she spoke, Shen Ningxue shook her head in a childlike manner within Su Chang's arms. "Father, you are so cruel. Do you also believe that it was Snow who harmed mother? Do you realize how disconcerting your overnight change has been? The nurses at the hospital have been whispering that you wish to find a new wife and abandon me." Su Chang observed Shen Ningxue's expression closely, as if contemplating the truth behind her words. After a long pause, he replied, "Stop with your nonsensical chatter. Who has been whispering in your ear? You will always be my good daughter. How could I ever wish to be without you?" He gently patted her back, wiping away her tears. "Is that true? Father, you must not deceive me. Upon my return, grandmother insisted that you find a new wife and chase me out of the house," Shen Ningxue said with a bitter smile, tugging at Su Chang's clothing. How could you take that to heart?" I was merely speaking in anger." Su Xiu's gaze darted around, surprised that the matter had now involved her. Being perceptive, she recognized the tense atmosphere and chose not to provoke further conflict. Su Chang cast an exasperated glance at Su Xiu and Su Jun. "Do not take your grandmother's words to heart. She is simply that kind of person, well-meaning, but unable to restrain her tongue. You must not let her words trouble you too much." Turning to Su Xiu, he said, "Mother, please refrain from making indiscreet remarks here. Xue is my beloved daughter, and as her grandmother, you ought to uphold a dignified demeanor." After saying this, he glanced at Su Jun. "Brother, it is unbecoming to hold grudges against a young lady. Wan Shu was my wife, and she has passed away. I wish to hear no more disparaging comments regarding her." "Oh dear, this old woman speaks nonsense. Look at my mouth, it deserves a good reprimand." Su Xiu feigned agreement, lightly patting her lips. "Ningxue, you mustn't hold this against me. Old age brings confusion." She then sighed dramatically. "Indeed, Ningxue, uncle is at fault this time as well. Do not hold it against me. However, it is inappropriate for you to raise your hand against your elders. Only our kinship allows me to overlook this. Elsewhere, you would have been reprimanded long ago." Su Jun approached and gently patted Shen Ningxue's hand. "Let us put this matter behind us, shall we?" Shen Ningxue withdrew her hand, suppressing her disgust, and forced a smile. "Of course, today's incident was my impulsiveness. I hope grandma and uncle will not take offense. My actions were driven by a mother's love." The group exchanged insincere laughter, effectively burying the incident, maintaining a facade of peace at the dining table. "All right, everyone is tired today. Let us finish our meal and rest early. We will need everyone's support for Wang Shu's funeral." Su Chang, seated at the head of the table, announced before departing to his room, indifferent to the reactions around him. "Master, Do take care not to overexert yourself. We all rely on you, and Zhang, the housekeeper. Called after Su Chang's retreating figure, her concern evident. Shen Ningxue glanced with a smirk at the woman who spoke, her gentle smile somehow radiating warmth. Zhang Guang offered an awkward smile before turning to continue her chores in the kitchen. After a long day of toil, Su Xiu could no longer endure and hastily retreated to her room, leaving behind only the remaining servants and Su Jun in the hall. Su Jun cast a lecherous gaze at Shen Ningxue, grinning lewdly. Niece, you are becoming increasingly formidable, truly resembling your mother in her prime. You have made your uncle wary of speaking with you. He sat beside Shen Ningxue, adopting a repugnant demeanor. It has been years since we last met. Let us not treat each other as adversaries. Shen Ningxue remained silent, her frigid gaze sweeping over Su Jun, causing his outstretched hand to hover awkwardly in the air. He chuckled awkwardly. Ah, how time changes. A girl grows up too quickly. He then sauntered away, hands behind his back, jesting as he approached the cleaning servants. With the absence of distractions, Shen Ningxue furrowed her brow in fatigue, casting a sidelong glance at Aunt Zhang, her expression darkening. The one she should trust most in this household was Aunt Zhang, who had once supported her mother. Yet, to her dismay, it seemed Su Chang had managed to win her over, suggesting he had a keen awareness of her movements, indicating an inextricable link between them. Glancing around, I exchanged a fleeting gaze with Lu Mei, the maid who was mopping the floor opposite me, and subtly raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, there are still capable individuals in this household. Chapter 3 Miss, your milk. Xiao Mei gently pushed open the door and placed the milk on the table. How old are you this year? How long have you been at the Su household? Shen Ningxue asked lazily, leaning against the edge of the bed. Xiao Mei lowered her head and replied respectfully, Miss, I am 18 this year, and I have been here for nearly 2 years. Oh! I was unaware that the Su family had taken to employing child labor. Shen Ningxue feigned irritation, surveying the young woman before her, clad in her maid's uniform. Xiao Mei did not appear at all vulgar. Her pure and innocent appearance was quite charming. Shen Ningxue propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought. To her, this was the true embodiment of innocence, far more genuine than that of her false friend. Xiao Mei's face was brimming with youthful vitality. Her baby fat lending her an even more juvenile air. One might easily mistake her for a middle school student. Shen Ningxue was well aware of Xiao Mei's age. In her previous life, she had encountered numerous maids, yet only this girl had left a lasting impression upon her. The only thing she truly remembered was the day of the funeral. During that time, she was consumed by grief, confined to her home. Only hearing rumors of Su Jun's misconduct towards the maids, which ultimately led to one of them jumping from the upper floors and injuring her leg. At that moment, Shen Ningxue was wholly absorbed in her sorrow over her mother's passing. Such trivial matters were of no concern to her. Naturally, this incident was swiftly suppressed by Su Chang, for no one cared about the fate of a mere maid. Later, she recalled some gossip, claiming that the girl had become entangled with Su Jun for financial gain. But she was unaware of the ultimate outcome. Xiao Mei, feeling the weight of Shen Ningxue's gaze, stammered, Miss, I asked Aunt Zhang to take me in. Please don't dismiss me. I truly need this job. Why are you so anxious? I was merely inquiring, Shen Ningxue said, amused, her fingers lightly drumming on the bedspread. Speak freely. What is it you desire? I find it hard to believe you seek nothing in return. Xiao Mei was taken aback by Shen Ningxue's words, her legs trembling as she nearly sank to her knees. Shen Ningxue, bemused, quickly stepped forward to support her. Am I really so terrifying? You make me feel like a tyrannical princess from ancient times, demanding you kneel and beg for mercy. And no, miss, Xiao Mei stuttered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Speak clearly. I genuinely wish to propose a transaction. Shen Ningxue softened her tone, endeavoring to appear less intimidating. She was astonished that anyone could be so frightened of her, had her demeanor changed so much since her rebirth. After a few deep breaths, Xiao Mei steadied herself, saying, Miss, I do not seek much, only that you allow me to live peacefully in this household. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at Shen Ningxue. Her voice quivering, I am indeed in dire need of money, but I only wish to strive through my own efforts. Mr. Su is the elder brother of the master, and I cannot defy him. I truly need this job. Then, unexpectedly, Xiao Mei knelt before Shen Ningxue once more. This time, regardless of how Shen Ningxue tried to pull her up, she remained resolute. The master would never advocate for me. The only person I can rely on in this household is you, miss. I beseech you to grant me a peaceful existence. I am willing to toil endlessly. You child, As Xiaomei was still inclined to bow, Shen Ningxue promptly pulled her up, gently patting her. I cannot accept such a gesture from you. But should you wish to follow me, you must consider it carefully. You have witnessed my standing within this household. The path ahead will not be an easy one. I understand fully, Xiaomei replied earnestly. Although the young lady's reputation may not be the best, I know you are a good person. Though you do not voice it. I am aware of your kindness towards us servants. When Madam was here. Realizing her misstep, Xiaomei quickly slapped her own cheek. No, no. Please do not take it to heart, I am not good with words. Observing Xiaomei's flustered demeanor, Shen Ningxue could only sigh, recognizing her youthful innocence. With a smile, she gazed into Xiaomei's eyes. All right, I am not angry with you. However, you truly lack finesse in speech. While I am aware of my own poor reputation, there is no need to lay it bare before me. Feeling the playful tone in Shen Ningxue's words, Xiaomei relaxed a little. After some light banter that eased the atmosphere, Shen Ningxue cleared her throat and spoke with gravity. Lu Mei. If you are wholeheartedly committed to following me, I assure you, I will not treat you poorly. At present, I cannot promise you much. But I do possess the ability to ensure your safety within this household. Her gaze turned steely. You have seen the current situation. There is no one I can trust in this house. If you choose to accompany me, from now on, you shall be my sole aid. Xiaomei's expression shifted to one of urgency. Rest assured, miss, I will undoubtedly stand by your side. Enough. There is no need for further words. I will not judge you by what you say, but rather by what you do. With that, Shen Ningxue rose from the bed. Looking down at Xiaomei from her elevated position. Let me be clear, should you treat me sincerely, I will not neglect you. However, if you harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame me for the consequences. Having conveyed her point, Shen Ningxue fell silent, knowing her objective had been achieved. Xiaomei swiftly got to her feet. Declaring resolutely, I will not betray your trust, miss. A chime interrupted Shen Ningxue's scrutiny. Main quest, meet Pei Yan, with a time limit of 2 hours. Failure results in a day of hoarseness. Shen Ningxue sighed in exasperation toward the heavens. The task came at an opportune moment. Regaining her composure, she addressed Xiaomei. Now, there is something you must do. Chapter 14, Scheme Speak, Xiaomei said earnestly. Quickly change into my pajamas and stay in my room to fabricate evidence of my presence at home. As Shen Ningxue spoke, she hurriedly pushed Xiaomei into the bathroom to change. The commotion today made it inconvenient for her to leave openly. If Su Chang were to discover her absence, he might conjure all sorts of suspicions. It was best to avoid alarming the snake for now. In this household, she needed someone she could trust. However, to say that she trusted Xiaomei would be a fallacy. In her eyes, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. If Xiaomei remained docile and compliant, Shen Ningxue would naturally provide for her desires. Yet, should she stray from this path, she would not hesitate to be merciless. Since her rebirth, the only person she could rely on was herself. Unbidden, the image of that man flickered in her mind, momentarily distracting her. The sound of Xiaomei opening the door interrupted Shen Ningxue's train of thought. Approaching her, she circled around, assessing her appearance. It's acceptable. But your hair is too long, it might expose us. Xiaomei seemed to have recognized this issue as well, gently touching her hair. Miss, I can trim it gradually. If you're in a hurry, you may use a wig to extend it. Shen Ningxue nodded with surprise. This girl, though seemingly innocent, possessed a keen mind. Understanding that any major alterations would surely attract attention. All right, you stay here. Report anything to me as it arises. We will discuss everything upon my return. After meticulously checking for any flaws and offering final instructions, Shen Ningxue quietly turned and departed. As Shen Ningxue hurried towards Pei Yan's residence, she suddenly realized she had not inquired about his whereabouts. What if he were not home? Would her effort be in vain? With that thought racing through her mind, she swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed. At that moment, Pei Yan, in a dimly lit basement, carelessly wiped his fingers. His dark eyes cast down upon a bloodied man before him. He took out his phone, his deep, husky voice emanating an unexpected gentleness. What is wrong? Missing me? Pei Yan, where are you? I'm looking for you, or you could come to me. I'm right outside your door, Shen Ningxue exclaimed anxiously. Upon arriving at Pei Yan's home, she was met with an enveloping darkness in the yard, unmistakably indicating that no one was present. With over an hour remaining, was she destined to fail this task? Oh, She certainly did not wish for her voice to be hoarse for an entire day. What's the matter? Don't fret. I'll be there shortly. Hearing the urgency in the woman's voice on the phone, Pei Yan felt a tightness in his heart. He longed to be relied upon by the one he loved, yet he could not bear to hear her voice laced with desperation. He would not tolerate any harm befalling her. His gaze fell upon the man sprawled on the ground, and his demeanor shifted back to its cold, ruthless state. Casting a glance around, he spoke with indifference as he walked. Tomorrow, I want answers. Understood. His subordinates exchanged glances, responding in unison with resolute voices. Curiosity about the person on the phone intensified. When had they ever witnessed their master exhibit such tenderness? Even in the presence of the patriarch of the Pei family. He had never shown this side, and judging by the voice, it seemed to belong to a woman. A few individuals, momentarily perplexed, turned their gazes toward the tall man standing at the doorway, adorned with a mask and a faint smile. After a brief pause, he spoke with indifference. Do not pry into the matters of the young master. I shall grant you an hour for him to speak. With that, he turned and departed. Not far away, from within a dimly lit room, the sounds of anguished screams echoed. Meanwhile, Shen Ningxue idly squatted on the ground, plucking weeds. Glancing at the time, she noted that less than 10 minutes remained. It seemed her task was destined for failure. System, did you not claim to be highly intelligent? This is rather disappointing. You've given me such a brief window. It's as if you don't wish for me to complete my task. Frustrated, she muttered a few more grievances about the system in her mind, only to be interrupted by a mechanical voice. Please do not scold me, dear master. I would be quite saddened. And once more, do not question this system, it is professional. Shen Ningxue rolled her eyes in exasperation and checked the time again. Great. Just 1 minute left. It appears this task is doomed. Resigned, she stood up, stretched, and cursed the unreliable system under her breath. Suddenly, a tall figure burst forth from the side and embraced the irate woman. Why did you take so long to find me? Has something happened at home? Shen Ningxue instinctively struggled, but upon recognizing the man, she relaxed and gently reassured the flustered figure before her. Pei Yan, I'm fine. I just suddenly wanted to see you. Really? If there's anything wrong, you must tell me. Do not keep it from me, understood? The tall man gradually calmed, holding her tightly as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. Pei Yan, could you please let me go? Shen Ningxue coughed lightly, feeling as though she was suffocating in his embrace. Realizing this, he quickly released her and gently brushed her hair. Are you alright? With a huff, Shen Ningxue shot him a look of annoyance and retorted, Of course there's something wrong. You're nearly choking me. Alright. It's my fault for hurting our princess, he said, playfully pulling her hand towards himself. What are you doing? How annoying. She shyly withdrew her hand, feigning anger. Pei Yan, no longer jesting, asked earnestly, Okay, no more jokes. Are you truly unscathed? Shen Ningxue scoffed. What? Must I only seek you out when something is amiss? Am I not allowed to visit you otherwise? Fine, I shall take my leave. With that, she lifted her leg as if to depart. Didn't we just see each other this morning? Do you miss me that much? Pei Yan chuckled, then added solemnly, Well, you can come whenever you wish. Just a phone call, and no matter the distance, I will come. The moonlight cascaded upon him, casting him in a golden hue reminiscent of an azura, causing Shen Ningxue's heart to flutter. Chapter 15. Starry sky. For a moment, silence enveloped the two, as Pei Yan drew closer. Shen Ningxue did not shy away, instead, she anxiously closed her eyes. At that instant, her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. She recognized that she was yearning for Pei Yan to kiss her. After a brief pause, the surroundings fell into stillness. Shen Ningxue cautiously opened her eyes, only to find the man seriously patting the top of her head, remarking, You have something in your hair, allow me to remove it for you. What? The petite woman's eyes widened in surprise as she sprang to her feet. Pei Yan, you hopelessly blunt man. No wonder you're still single. Pei Yan chuckled softly, his face radiating affection, making Shen Ningxue long to be enveloped in his tenderness. She then patted her own head in annoyance, scolding herself for daydreaming at such a moment. It's not dandruff, I just washed my hair. She quickly reacted and offered an explanation, not wishing to leave an impression of uncleanliness in Pei Yan's mind. Why she cared so much about her image was a question Shen Ningxue chose not to ponder. I never said otherwise. Our Ningxue is certainly clean everywhere. The man replied with a smile, drawing the petite woman into his embrace. They swayed gently, accompanied by the moonlight, resembling a graceful dance beneath the night sky. After a while, Shen Ningxue seemed to catch a whiff of something and leaned closer to Pei Yan, sniffing intently. Pei Yan, why do you smell of blood? The man paused, taking a discreet step back. I was in a hurry this morning and accidentally brushed against a pork stall. I haven't had the chance to change. Is it serious? Should I go inside and change my clothes? Shen Ningxue pondered, sensing something was amiss. The smell had lingered since this morning. It has dissipated yet. Did your family say anything about you being out so late? Pei Yan smoothly interrupted her inquiry, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Shen Ningxue refrained from pressing further and continued, what they think is none of my concern. Observing the man's brief pause and furrowed brow, as if he wished to say something, she decided to change the subject. All right, let us not dwell on that. Come on, let us head inside. It's a bit chilly tonight. Upon entering, she flicked on the lights and scanned the surroundings, exclaiming in awe. This home was indeed her dream abode. The fresh and elegant ambience exuded a subtle fragrance that was simply enchanting. The air was filled with an antique charm, and the entire house radiated a comforting warm hue, enhanced by the dim lighting, creating an exquisite romantic atmosphere. I'll pour you a cup of hot milk. It's quite late, and you should warm yourself, Pei Yan said, observing the surprise on Shen Ningxue's face, a faint smile gracing his lips. Everything felt surreal to him, akin to the blissful experience of a newlywed couple. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he turned towards the kitchen. Pei Yan, I never imagined your taste was this refined. The design is simply magnificent. How come I never remembered your home being decorated like this? Have all the servants gone to bed? It feels as though no one resides in your home. Shen Ningxue is joyfully bouncing on the sofa, and every corner of this house seems to be tailored to her preferences, as if custom-made just for her. Pei Yan places a glass of milk on the table, responding to her inquiries one by one. If you like it, feel free to come often, or I could design one for you as well. My family is at the old residence. I prefer solitude at home. Shen Ningxue gazes at him with admiration, exclaiming, did you design this yourself? It's simply marvelous. But how unfortunate that you live alone. As she speaks, her voice diminishes. Realizing her mistake, she has heard whispers about the Pei family. Everyone knows of the favoritism shown by Pei's father towards his elder son, with most of the family affairs managed by Pei Yan as older brother. In her past life, this very reality fueled her disdain for her mother's decision to betroth her to a man deemed worthless. Observing the man's familiar demeanor, a pang of sorrow stirs within her. Shen Ningxue swiftly shifts the conversation to lighter topics, and they continue chatting leisurely. She feels an overwhelming connection with Pei Yan, as he effortlessly completes her thoughts. The more they converse, the more she despises her former self. They seem like a match made in heaven, sharing identical tastes. How had she been so blind in the past? Suddenly, Pei Yan interjects, interrupting her exuberant chatter. He gently brushes his fingers against her cheek, his expression turning serious. What happened to your face? The moonlight had concealed it earlier, but now, under the illumination, the imprint of a hand is starkly visible. Shen Ningxue tilts her head slightly. It's nothing. I just bumped into something. As she says this, she awkwardly changes the subject. Did your father hit you? This time, Pei Yan does not allow her to divert the topic, speaking coldly. Shen Ningxue wishes to argue further but is silenced by the frigid expression on his face. Though Pei Yan often appears nonchalant, his anger instills a sense of fear in her. Bowing her head in acceptance, the atmosphere seems to thicken. All that can be heard is Pei Yan's sigh as he pulls the fragile woman into an embrace, whispering, I'm here for you. She clings tightly to his waist, replying, Pei Yan, I must grow up. You needn't worry about me. I can handle it. Looking down at the petite woman in his arms, his expression darkens, and he refrains from speaking further. After a long pause, Pei Yan finally says, if you're not tired, I'd like to take you somewhere. He then helps her up from the sofa and strides toward the top floor of the villa. Stopping at his bedroom door, Shen Ningxue hesitates, stating, what are you doing? This seems a bit premature. We should at least take our time. Pei Yan, realizing her thoughts, lightly pats her head, exasperated. What are you thinking? I merely wish for you to see the night sky. With that, he pulls her inside. Within the room, Shen Ningxue gazed around, appreciating the immaculate and tidy environment imbued with Pei Yan's distinctive fragrance. The entire space was adorned in dark hues, starkly contrasting with the vibrant hall outside, embodying the essence of a truly successful individual. Pei Yan, could you please turn on the lights? I can hardly see, she requested. With the door closed, she could only rely on the faint glow from the hall, which made her hesitant to step forward. However, she was soon astonished by the sudden illumination that unfolded before her eyes. The wallpaper above seemed to part gracefully, revealing a transparent skylight through which the radiant moonlight cascaded, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Chapter 16. The Kiss. How beautiful! Shen Ningxue exclaimed, gazing up at the sky. Everything here felt utterly dreamlike. The tranquil starlight streamed through the window, enveloping the room in a shimmering spectacle. Do you like it? Pei Yan's uniquely sensual voice broke the silence, deep and husky, standing out notably in the quiet of the night, quickening the woman's heartbeat. Upon hearing his voice, Shen Ningxue turned her head and beheld the tall man lazily leaning against the doorframe, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he tenderly regarded the woman before him, brimming with joy. In that moment, she seemed to comprehend the words written in books. The man on the road is like jade. This gentleman is unmatched in the world. The exquisite figure before her captivated her gaze, making it difficult to look away. Under the night sky, neither of them spoke to disrupt the atmosphere, simply exchanging calm glances. The air was thick with a subtle hint of intimacy. Suddenly, the man's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped forward, taking her hand. Let us go to the bed. I'll show you something even more beautiful. Blushing and lowering her head, Shen Ningxue followed Pei Yan, chastising herself for her wandering thoughts. Ah! She silently screamed in her heart, her pulse racing uncontrollably. It was utterly unfair. She felt completely defenseless against such a man. Come here, Pei Yan beckoned, patting the space beside him, a playful smile gracing his features. What are you thinking about all day with that little head of yours? Not at all. Don't say that, she retorted, a sense of flustered indignation washing over her as she jumped onto the bed to prove her innocence. Lying on the bed, Pei Yan pressed a button at the bedside before gesturing toward the sky. Look! Shen Ningxue immediately lifted her gaze, utterly entranced by the scene before her, exclaiming. How is this possible? It's so beautiful. I feel as though I could reach out and touch the sky. With that, she tentatively pointed her delicate finger upward. Before her eyes, the stars appeared to descend from the heavens, mingling with the dark of night, as golden light cascaded through the air. It felt as if she were soaring in a 3D world, able to touch the celestial glow surrounding her. This glass is made of special materials that can transform things. I designed it myself, Pei Yan replied calmly. Shen Ningxue turned to look at the man beside her, realizing she had never truly known him. Neither in this life nor the last. The starlight scattered upon him, casting a divine glow over his unassuming visage, illuminating the night with a gentle radiance. This starry sky feels so familiar, she murmured, gazing softly at the night sky, a sense of deja vu washing over her. The man turned to her, silently fixing his gaze upon her. Will you ever forget me? Feeling the intensity of his stare, Shen Ningxue met his gaze, and under the witness of the starlit sky, they exchanged a wordless look. In the darkness, sparks seemed to flicker, illuminating the quiet night, framing the intimacy of this pair. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and ultimately, Shen Ningxue succumbed to her feelings, unable to meet the man's gaze. It was as if she was transported back to the moment of her demise in her past life, confronted by an inexplicable emotion and a gaze that sent her heart racing, albeit now with diminished pain and anger. Pei Yan, however, refused to allow her to evade the truth, gently yet firmly holding her head in place as he gazed deeply into her eyes. As his handsome face loomed closer, Shen Ningxue felt a flutter of anxiety and murmured, Pei Yan, good night. Accompanied by Pei Yan's voice, a kiss descended upon the crown of her head. The woman found herself momentarily dazed, her cheeks flushed, her earlobes glowing crimson as if they might bleed. The man beside her rose from the bed and declared, Get some good rest, I shall see you home tomorrow. Watching him depart, Shen Ningxue felt an overwhelming sense of peace. Very well, she thought, her task accomplished. Her reward a 30-point enhancement to her appearance. Just then, the system's voice chimed in promptly after his exit. You are truly remarkable, Shen Ningxue mused, feeling at a loss for words before turning over and succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, after leaving, the man made his way to the study and placed a phone call. The following morning, as the first light of dawn began to break, Shen Ningxue stretched lazily from her cocoon of blankets and checked her phone. Fortunately, it was still not yet 5 o'clock. There was ample time to return, and Dong would only rise at 6 to prepare breakfast, as Su Chang preferred his meals freshly made. Not to mention, her grandmother and uncle both enjoyed sleeping in and loathed the noise of servants in the morning. Lingering in the warmth of her bed for a while longer, she found it difficult to rise. This was the most peaceful night she had experienced since her rebirth. With dreams absent, the environment around her fostered a sense of tranquility. Perhaps she had not even realized that only in the presence of Pei Yan could she shed the masks she wore and wholly depend on him. Burying her head beneath the covers for a moment longer, Shen Ningxue abruptly sat up. This was Pei Yan's room, permeated with his unique minty fragrance. And the blankets carried his distinct scent. Not daring to dwell on such thoughts, she quickly rolled out of bed, feeling somewhat like a voyeur, desperately inhaling Pei Yan's essence. "Rise and come have breakfast," Pei Yan called, glancing at the open door before turning back to the kitchen to set out the prepared dishes. As she surveyed the lavish spread before her, Shen Ningxue felt at a loss for words. "Pei Yan, do you take me for a pig? Who could possibly eat all this? It's far too extravagant. Give it a try, the variety is plentiful, but the portions are not overwhelming. Everything is your favorite." Pei Yan replied with a smile. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Ningxue scanned the table. Upon closer inspection, she realized that every single dish was indeed one she adored. Without a single misstep, gazing at the man still bustling about in the kitchen, her heart ached with an intensity she could scarcely bear. Just how much had he secretly done for her? Even if asked to name all her favorite foods, she knew she could not list them all. With a slight redness around his eyes, the man silently endured her foul temper. As memories of past misdeeds flooded his mind, he could no longer suppress the urge to approach the kitchen. He embraced the man washing the dishes from behind, tears soaking Pei Yan's back. "Pei Yan, please don't treat me so well. I truly do not deserve it. I simply cannot repay you." The petite woman clung to the man's narrow waist, her voice trembling with incoherence. "Shui, I have told you, all of this is willingly bestowed upon you. I do not seek repayment," Pei Yan replied. Coming back to his senses and gently patting the small hand resting on his waist, his voice hoarse. It seemed that Shui's current transformation was merely a means of atonement. Contemplating this, his expression inevitably darkened. After all, what ability did he possess now to win her love? Moreover, what right did he have to stand by her side? Shen Ningxue continued to sob uncontrollably, shaking her head as she wiped her tears on Pei Yan's back, as if responding to his words. "All right, it's getting late. Once we finish eating, I will take you home," the man interjected, breaking her lament. Shen Ningxue, regaining her composure, sat down at the table to eat. The moment the food touched her lips, it was as if she had known the taste all along. It was the flavor she was most familiar with. With tears still lingering, she took a few bites before checking her phone. Her expression darkened instantly, and she turned to Pei Yan with a serious tone, saying, "I must return now." Chapter 17. The unusual Pei Yan. Pei Yan observed Shen Ningxue's stern expression and refrained from further inquiries. "I will drive you there," he offered. The distance from the Pei residence to the Su residence was not considerable. A mere 5-minute drive sufficed. As Shen Ningxue gazed out at the passing scenery, she found herself lost in thought. Memories of a recent text message from Xiaomei replayed in her mind. That morning, Aunt Zhang had risen unusually early, even venturing into her room with a peculiar intent. Fortunately, Xiaomei had responded astutely, feigning annoyance as if she had just awakened, chiding Aunt Zhang in a hushed tone. Perhaps Aunt Jane's guilty conscience had allowed them to evade scrutiny for the moment. Initially, Shen Ningxue had planned to enter through the front door, where Xiaomei could assist her. But now it seemed she would have to resort to the backyard and crawl through the dog hole. Arriving at their destination, Shen Ningxue was startled to see the back door of the courtyard. She had not informed Pei Yan that she could only enter from the rear. Yet he had somehow deduced this so swiftly. Pei Yan glanced down at the astonished woman and, maintaining his composure, said, "Let us go, I'll help you climb over." Realizing what Pei Yan intended, Shen Ningxue protested, "But I can't possibly crawl through the dog hole. The wall is too high for me to scale." As they approached the wall, her voice dwindled. She pondered the state of the dog hole, which seemed to have been blocked without her knowledge. Gazing up at the towering wall, she furrowed her brow. It was insurmountable for someone of her stature. Momentarily perplexed, she contemplated calling Xiaomei for a ladder. But that would undoubtedly create too much noise. Perhaps it would be wiser to attempt the front entrance and hope for a stroke of luck. Before she could devise a plan, Pei Yan effortlessly sprinted towards the wall, using the momentum to leap gracefully onto it. Shen Ningxue's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. What other surprises did this man hold? Finally, she murmured, "Even if you pull me, I still can't get up there." Just as the words left her lips, Pei Yan swiftly tossed down a rope. "Grab hold, I'll pull you up. I noticed someone approaching." Shen Ningxue felt a sudden jolt of fear. The distance from the backyard to the house was at least 100 meters, even with keen eyesight. It was improbable that anyone could discern the movements of the servants. What had Pei Yan experienced to acquire such awareness? Stop hesitating and come up quickly. You wouldn't want to be seen entering your own home, would you? Pei Yan urged, cutting through her confusion. With no time to ponder further, Shen Ningxue grasped the rope and began to climb. She was acutely aware of her physical limitations, despite Pei Yan's assistance. Scaling such a high wall was no simple matter. As a sheltered young lady, she possessed little strength, and her greatest concern was whether the rope would hold her weight. What if it snapped and she fell? Testing the rope, Shen Ningxue felt a surge of confidence, as if she had suddenly acquired extraordinary strength. With Pei Yan's assistance, she effortlessly ascended, and she even mused that perhaps if she attempted a running start, she might be able to reach the top on her own. Could this be attributed to the system? Calm down, I will catch you, a deep voice from below resonated. Shen Ningxue stood on the wall, looking down at the man who had already landed, extending her hand to gauge the height from the ground. A twinge of fear gripped her heart. Yet she was determined to test her earlier thought. Pei Yan, step aside, allow me to try it myself. The man hesitated for a moment, advising her not to force it, before moving aside to stand guard against any unforeseen circumstances. With her eyes shut, she leaped down and immediately realized her error. Indeed, it was Pei Yan's support that had enabled her earlier success. Gritting her teeth, she braced for impact, fearing her foot would be rendered useless. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she felt a powerful heartbeat that did not belong to her resonating around her. Upon opening her eyes, she found Pei Yan securely cradling her in his arms. What are you doing? A suicidal leap from the building. The man before her expressed mild irritation. Had I not reacted swiftly, a fall would have left you bedridden for at least a week. Shen Ningxue pouted, about to explain, when she noticed Pei Yan's expression shift. He swiftly carried her away to hide behind a pile of clutter. Moments later, voices approached. Why are we up so early? Aunt Dong has us cleaning before dawn. Who knows what might happen today? Just look at the recent turmoil in the household. It seems we cannot find peace. Indeed, when did we, the servants, have a say? The back courtyard used to be checked only every few days. What has gotten into them today? I was tormented by old Lady Su until midnight. Alas, who isn't? We used to rise at 6. I wonder what has gotten into Aunt Dong to summon us all for this early cleaning. It is always us servants who bear the brunt of misfortune. As the voices drew nearer, Shen Ningxue clutched Pei Yan's sleeve tightly. Fearing Aunt Dong had noticed her departure yesterday, this woman showed no regard for her mother, wholly siding with Su Chang. Just as Shen Ningxue prepared to act preemptively, she heard, "What are you doing over there? A pile of clutter. It will take ages to clean. Just tidy up the back courtyard and return to report your progress." The servants continued their chatter, their voices fading into the distance. Pei Yan squeezed Shen Ningxue's hand gently. "I will take you inside." "All right." She held an unwavering trust in him. "Take me to the servants' quarters in the back courtyard. Someone will be waiting for me there." Pei Yan nodded, casting a cold glance at the heap of goods before leading Shen Ningxue indoors. Chapter 18. Struggling forward, Pei Yan stealthily guided Shen Ningxue away from the prying eyes of the servants, his adeptness startling her. Reminiscent of a clandestine operative in a spy film, intent on acquiring some confidential information. Her mind began to wander, pondering whether he was subjected to such treatment at home. Although she was aware of the man's unpopularity, the image of that desolate house, coupled with his skilled maneuvering, led her to believe that he was indeed in a dire situation at home, causing her heart to ache with empathy. Without granting her much time for contemplation, Pei Yan swiftly led Shen Ningxue to Xiaomei's room, relieved to find that most of the others had already risen, scattered by Aunt Zhang in the front courtyard. Xiaomei glanced at the man before her, momentarily taken aback, before efficiently retrieving the servant's attire. Shen Ningxue quickly stepped forward to take the clothing, turning back to Pei Yan to say, "You should head back. I can manage this. Just be careful." Pei Yan nodded, offering several reminders before departing with a decisive turn. Having swiftly changed into her attire, Xiaomei led Shen Ningxue towards the room. Just as they approached the door, a hoarse female voice interrupted, "Stop. What are you two doing heading to the young lady's room? The hall is in need of help, and you are here slacking off." The speaker was a slightly plump older woman named Lin Mei, who, having been there for several years, showed no mercy towards the newcomers, especially targeting someone as attractive as Xiaomei. Xiaomei calmly responded, "Sisterly, Aunt Zhang asked us to tidy up the corridor. We'll finish this and head downstairs." Before she could finish, the woman opposite her stopped, Oh really? It takes 2 people to clean the stairs? You clever little ones. I'll be sure to inform Aunt Zhang and have you all dismissed for your lack of diligence. Indeed, Xiao Mei replied respectfully, bending slightly. Li Mei's expression softened a bit. She relished the subservient demeanor of the new servants. Turning back to Shen Ningxue, who was still holding her head down, Xiao Mei instructed, I leave the stairs to you. Remember to clean them thoroughly. Li Mei scrutinized Shen Ningxue, puzzled. When did you arrive? I don't recall. Before she could finish her thought, Xiao Mei quickly interjected, sisterly, Aunt Zhang just mentioned that you should wake the master. We young girls could never charm him as you do. We wouldn't even dare linger at his door, let alone enter his room. Upon hearing this, Li Mei slapped her forehead, exclaiming, oh dear. It's all your fault for being such troublesome girls. I completely overlooked such an important task. Truly, only I am fit for this job. Shen Ningxue turned expressionlessly and returned to her room, changing into her nightgown and lying on the bed. This household was even more repulsive than she had imagined. She had initially thought Aunt Zhang was merely a weather vane, aligning herself with Su Chang in the wake of her mother's passing, which was understandable. Yet, she had not anticipated the extent of her conniving ways. Had it not been for Pei Yan and Xiao Mei today, had she been caught in a compromising position, one could only wonder how Su Chang would have retaliated. At present, she possesses no means to resist, all she can do is endure. Although Su Chang may harbor suspicions about her, he lacks any evidence and thus would not act rashly. Miss, it is time to rise. With a knock, Xiao Mei's voice echoed from outside the door. Shen Ningxue rubbed her eyes and glanced at her phone. To her astonishment, it was already noon. Why did it feel as though she had grown increasingly lethargic since her rebirth? It had scarcely been a short while, and yet she had succumbed to slumber once more. Come in and assist me with my grooming, Shen Ningxue asked. Once Xiao Mei securely closed the door, the woman on the bed, her expression indifferent, inquired again. Did Zhang Gulang discover anything yesterday? Xiao Mei nodded and recounted the events of the previous night in detail. It turned out that when she had stepped out, she had inadvertently been seen by Aunt Zhang, who was merely getting up to use the restroom. However, in the dim light of night, Zhang Gulang attributed the sighting to her failing eyesight, dismissing it. By morning, as she groggily awakened, the matter weighed heavily on her mind, prompting her to rise early and investigate in the missus' room, only to be cleverly thwarted by Xiao Mei, who ensured that Aunt Zhang remained oblivious to any discrepancies. In the morning, Xiao Mei cautiously returned to her own quarters, quietly standing guard outside Shen Ningxue's door, carefully observing her surroundings. Fortunately, Zhang Gulang did not make any further moves. Shen Ningxue stroked her chin, contemplating for a moment, before turning to Xiao Mei. Well done. Now, proceed methodically and do not draw too close to me. We shall communicate via text for any matters that arise. You know what to do with the information you have received, correct? Understood, miss, Xiao Mei replied before turning to leave. As Shen Ningxue donned her clothing and stepped out of her room, she realized she had underestimated Aunt Zhang. It was likely that she and Su Chang were already colluding, privy to far more secrets. Otherwise, how could she have facilitated Su Chang to such an extent? Before she could reach the living room, an irksome, shrill voice pierced the air. Incredible, the little ancestor has finally risen. Why not sleep a bit longer? You could skip brunch and combine it with dinner. Although she wished to ignore it, upon seeing the gathering in the living room, Shen Ningxue's lips curled downward. The dining table was occupied not only by the 3 members of the Su family, but also by Su Yan and Wang Yu, who had unexpectedly appeared. She had assumed that after their last encounter, she would not have to face Wang Yu for some time, prompting a sardonic laugh. Aunt Wang, what brings you here again? It is truly not a good habit to frequent others' homes daily. In the next instant, the sound of Su Chang slamming the table echoed. Shen Ningxue, are you not finished with yesterday's antics? Have you begun to act brazenly again? Your Aunt Wang is my guest. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningxue's expression shifted dramatically as she feigned innocence, casting a pitiful glance at Su Chang. Father, I would, of course, welcome Yan Yan's presence. She is my closest friend, but what does it mean for Aunt Wang to be here continuously? I believe both Yan Yan and Aunt Wang might feel quite awkward. After all, Aunt Wang has her own life as well. You cannot expect her to come here incessantly. Perhaps she finds it difficult to refuse. While speaking, she cast a meaningful glance at Wang Yu and said, Aunt Wang, please do not feel embarrassed to decline. My father is quite the character. He is always exceptionally kind to my friends and, by extension, wishes to extend that kindness to their parents as well. If you are interested in finding someone else, I can certainly have my father introduce you. Chapter 19. The calm before the storm. Shue, I am concerned that you have been feeling down these past few days. I thought perhaps your mother could offer you some comfort. If you dislike this idea, I shall refrain from inviting her in the future. Su Yan gently expressed her thoughts, as if she genuinely cared for her well-being. Before Su Chang could voice his anger, Shen Ningxue preemptively burst into tears. Yan, what are you saying? How could I possibly be that kind of person? I would be delighted to have Auntie here. My intentions are solely for her sake. After saying this, she hesitated, glancing around before mastering the courage to continue. To be frank, I am also concerned about Aunt Wang's reputation. You and my father are both single now, and my mother has only just left. Your frequent visits to our home have incited quite the gossip among the servants. She then cast a knowing glance at Su Chang. Instantly, Su Chang's expression darkened. He slammed his utensils down in anger, shouting, "Who has been spreading such rumors? If you don't want to work, then leave. How dare you implicate me in your slander?" He scanned the surrounding servants with a warning glare, and an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. Grandma Su and Su Jun chimed in, vehemently declaring that anyone who dared to speak ill of the master would be shown the door. "Father, please do not be upset." Shen Ningxue calmly approached Su Chang and placed a soothing hand on his chest. "I know the rumors are unfounded, but we must not underestimate the power of public opinion. If you dismiss someone, who knows what tales they might spin behind your back? Wouldn't that only reinforce the notion of guilt?" With a slight smile, Shen Ningxue rose and walked towards Wang Yu, taking her hand and shaking it gently. "Aunt Wang, I certainly wish to see you. If you ever miss me, I shall visit your home. After all, some matters are best avoided, wouldn't you agree?" Under Shen Ningxue's subtly mocking gaze, the shadows in Wang Yu's eyes briefly flickered before she resumed her usual gentle demeanor. The conversation left the others feeling quite awkward, and Su Chang was the first to break the silence. "Indeed, what Shue says is true. Public opinion can be daunting. However, your visit today is for your mother as memorial. Let us discuss this further once everything is settled." After a brief pause, he added, "Now, let us eat. The food will become cold." "That is unnecessary. The arrangements for the funeral do not require the concern of outsiders," Shen Ningxue retorted, her lips curling in disdain. Unwilling to comply with their wishes, Grandma Su, unable to contain her frustration any longer, glared at Shen Ningxue. "You insolent girl! Is this how you speak to guests? Wang Yu was invited by me. Even an old woman like me deserves companionship. Surely, you will not meddle in this as well." Wang Yu interjected at an opportune moment. "Ningxue, I understand your filial piety. You are a good child. However, I also wish to pay my respects to Sister Shen." Before she could finish, tears, faint yet flowing, began to fall from her eyes as she gazed at Su Xiu. "If Madame Su does not mind, you are welcome to visit my home more often. Ningxue only has my best interests at heart, so I shall refrain from coming here again to avoid further gossip." "Aunt Wang, you jest. When did my mother acquire a sister?" Shen Ningxue scoffed, her smile devoid of warmth as she retorted. "Oh dear, Chang, it is not my intention to meddle. But do look at your precious daughter. Her behavior is regressing with each lesson." With that, Su Xiu feigned a dramatic sigh, adding, "It is one thing to show disrespect to family, but to act thus in front of guests. If others speak of our Su family as daughter as uncouth, it would bring shame upon us." Repeated defiance had finally pushed Su Chang to his limit, although he had previously allowed this insolent girl to escape consequences. Today he would not relent, he would not disgrace the Su name. Rising in a fury, he approached Shen Ningxue, his fierce demeanor instantly thickening the tension in the air. Su Jun and Su Xiu had long wished to reprimand this obstinate girl, watching the unfolding drama with smug satisfaction. Su Yan and Wang Yu, having been disrespected by Shen Ningxue, no longer felt the need to feign politeness, adopting haughty expressions as they observed the scene. "Father, are you going to strike me again?" Shen Ningxue, unafraid, kicked aside her chair and seized the initiative, challenging, "Why don't you inquire why I speak this way?" Su Chang was taken aback, scoffing, "Pray tell. What reason do you have? Do you truly believe my patience is boundless, that no one can discipline you? Do you love my mother?" Shen Ningxue's unexpected question momentarily stunned Su Chang, who narrowed his eyes as he stood still. "Is my affection for your mother something you can question?" Shen Ningxue raised her bloodthirsty gaze, as if she had heard the grandest of jokes, laughing heartily. "Oh, is that so? Since you profess to love my mother, how is it that you are oblivious to her disdain for Aunt Wang? My mother, in life, most wished for me to avoid any association with Su Yan. Did you not know this? She then mimicked Wang Yu, feigning tears as she lamented, Mother has only just departed, and you hasten to invite Aunt Wang. What is your true intention? I am aware my mother disapproved of my friends, hence I refrained from contacting Su Yan during this time, wishing to ease my mother's departure. But what have you done? As her emotions intensified, she trembled, pointing around as she shouted, Are you unaware of how much my mother despised your relatives? The moment she left, you welcomed them into our home. Do you truly believe she cannot see? Of those present today, was there a single friend of my mother's? You claim they are here to assist. But is there one among them who is sincere? Is this your notion of love? In her final words, Shen Ningxue stepped before Su Chang, locking her gaze with his, articulating each word, Do you wish to taint her path in the afterlife? Su Chang, pressed by Shen Ningxue's intensity, broke into a cold sweat, taking a step back. Su Yan and Wang Yu exchanged glances, both sobering at the gravity of the situation. Su, old lady, her heart racing, longed to intervene. Yet the scene before her silenced her, leaving her to mutter curses under her breath. Su Jun lowered his head slightly, unlike Su Xiu, who was rather foolish. This girl had become increasingly difficult to manage, and he had to remind his younger brother to be cautious, for he relied on him for his future welfare. Su Chang, listening to the whispers of the servants around him, suddenly went mad and swept away all the food on the table. Clutching his chest, he spoke with deep anguish. Shen Ningxue, are you intent on bringing this family to ruin? I am well aware of your mother's intentions, but your grandmother and uncle are my kin as well. Su Yan is your dear sister. I have done everything in my power to arrange a good life for her and her mother. What more do you desire from me? Is it only when I am dead that you will be satisfied? As he spoke, he pressed his hand against his heart, tilting his head back to catch his breath. As if on the verge of fainting, the gasps around him grew louder, and the elderly matriarch cried out in despair, Someone is going to die. This ungrateful wretch is going to kill his father. Chapter 20. The farce comes to an end. The hall erupted with a cacophony of noise as the servants scurried about, desperately attempting to soothe Su Chang. After a considerable time, the chaos gradually subsided, and Shen Ningxue stood with her arms crossed, detached and indifferent, as if the turmoil was of no concern to her, calmly observing the farce unfold. Moments later, Zhang Gulong rose to voice her grievances. Ningxue, Aunt Thong has watched you grow up. I understand that your mother's departure has profoundly affected you, but one must always look forward. Do you believe your mother would wish to witness this discord within the family? Upon hearing these words, a sardonic smile flickered across Shen Ningxue's face as she retorted. Aunt Thong, is this truly how you perceive me? However, I must remind you that your current standing owes much to my mother's assistance. So, this is how you repay her kindness. Under Shen Ningxue's unwavering gaze, Zhang Gulong lowered her head, her heart trembling with anxiety, rendered speechless. At that moment, the hall echoed only with the lamentations of old Madame Su and Su Jun. After a while, Su Chang sighed in a subdued tone, Very well, you have grown up. I can no longer manage this. With that, he wearily gestured and, with the aid of the servants, slowly retreated to his room, lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen their household. Following this, old Madame Su echoed a couple of mournful phrases before turning to leave with Su Jun. The hall fell silent once more. Ningxue, Aunt will take her leave now. Let Yan Yan stay here with you for a while, Wang Yu sighed, her words trailing off as if she wished to express more but ultimately refrained. Su Yan hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Shen Ningxue's hand with concern. Swag Xiu, you haven't seemed yourself lately. Your demeanor is causing me great worry. Observing Su Yan's feigned concern, Shen Ningxue felt a wave of amusement. Her family was so theatrical, she thought, then resolved to play along. Soon, tears glistened in her eyes as she implored, Then tell me, what am I to do? My mother's passing has left me profoundly wounded, yet my father appears to have transformed overnight. How can I not be fearful? He is now my only remaining family. In the next moment, unable to bear the weight of her emotions, Shen Ningxue collapsed into Su Yan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. How can I not feel anxious with my father's current demeanor? Those people behind me are whispering vile gossip. How am I to cope with this? I do not desire this situation. I am left with no choice. Dear, do not cry. You have endured much during this time. We have overlooked your feelings. From now on, I will always be here for you, your unwavering support. Su Yan gently patted Shen Ningxue, offering her a radiant smile. In that moment, they resembled inseparable sisters, sharing heartfelt conversations. After bidding farewell to Su Yan, Shen Ningxue wearily returned to her room. Not a single day in this home had allowed her peace. Yet, perhaps a blessing in disguise, due to the events of the day. No one would disturb her while she prepared for the funeral. The service was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and everything was in place. This time, she would ensure her mother's departure was serene. On that day, the atmosphere within the Xu residence was heavy with sorrow. The entire family, clad in somber black attire, bore expressions steeped in grief. Seated in the car, Shen Ningxue cast a detached glance at the fleeting scenery outside. She realized that she must confront the irrevocable reality of her mother's departure. Standing at the entrance of the mourning hall, the mournful sound of the swan pierced her heart with each note. As she observed the steady stream of people arriving, a flicker of solace emerged within her. At least those who came to bid farewell to her mother were sincere in their intentions. Just as she contemplated stepping inside, the commotion outside interrupted her thoughts. Frowning, Shen Ningxue would not allow any disputes to mar the sanctity of her mother's mourning hall. Approaching the source of the disturbance, she discovered security personnel preventing a group of youths, who appeared to be students, from entering. A heated argument ensued among them. These individuals were familiar to her. They had been impoverished students whom her mother had once supported and had even visited the residence. Shen Ningxue had heard whispers of their current endeavors, all of which were noteworthy. What is going on? Shen Ningxue inquired coolly as she drew nearer. One young girl immediately responded, Miss Shen. The security one let us in. As you know, we came today to pay our respects to our teacher. With that, she bowed her head, silently wiping away tears. Seemingly unable to accept the loss of Shen Wangshu, the emotions of the girl appeared to resonate with the others, who ceased their quarrel, heads bowed in silent lament. Shen Ningxue shot a cold glance at the security, silently questioning him. The guard, wiping the sweat from his brow, hesitantly replied, Miss Shen, I assure you it is not my intention to bar entry, but the mourning hall has limited capacity, and there are simply too many people today. Why can't we be allowed inside when there is still space? Protested a young man, his voice tinged with frustration. It's unfair to discriminate based on status. Today, we merely wish to honor our teacher. Must there be such distinctions? Let us grieve for our teacher outside. Our sincerity will reach her regardless, the earlier girl sighed. Attempting to soothe the group, they resolved to stand solemnly at the entrance, whispering prayers for Shen Wangshu with reverence. Shen Ningxue stopped, her expression darkening as she exclaimed, I had no idea that my mother's funeral required an assessment of one's social standing for entry. Turning to the students, she offered an apology. I am truly sorry, it is my oversight for not having arranged this properly. Please, do enter. Those who genuinely wish to pay their respects to my mother are most welcome. Miss Shen, you flatter us. Simply being here to honor our teacher is enough. Thank you. The girl responded, and the others echoed their gratitude as they moved to enter. The security guard, witnessing this unfolding situation, stood awkwardly to the side. Miss Shen, this seems against protocol. If Mr. Xu were to hold me accountable, I would be in a difficult position. I had no idea such a rule existed. Shen Ningxue cast a sidelong glance at the security guard, indifferently uttering, If there is anything, come to me. The rest must adhere to the order of arrival. Once we reach capacity, please remain outside. I have no desire to hear whispers that the Shen family is marked by such parochialism. Observing the guard's reaction, she discerned that her words had struck a chord, and with that, she silently proceeded within. Thus, she remained oblivious to the fact that Su Yan was watching her from behind, her expression chillingly cold. The security guard, momentarily taken aback by her words, soon regained his composure and complied with Shen Ningxue's instructions. The Shen family? It seemed the rumors circulating in the outside world were not unfounded. It appeared that the Xu family was on the brink of a significant upheaval. Chapter 21 Transformation in the Solemn Hall. Shen Ningxue stood gravely before the portrait, gazing at the photograph of her mother that hung prominently in the center, surrounded by her mother's most cherished lilies. The gentle and kind expression captured in her mother's likeness stirred a profound tremor in her heart, even though she found it impossible to accept the heartbreaking reality of her mother's departure. Outside, the mournful sounds of lamentation mingled with the honking of car horns and the mournful notes of the swan. The melancholic strains resonated through the hushed hall, weaving an atmosphere thick with sorrow. A multitude of people hurriedly gathered outside, all arriving to pay their respects to Shen Wangshu, each offering flowers, their faces etched with profound grief. Most of these attendees were invited by Shen Ningxue, individuals who had shared a close bond with her mother during her lifetime, along with others who had benefited from her kindness, all drawn by the news to bid her farewell. Suddenly, a hand gently patted Shen Ningxue's back. She turned in surprise, only to have her smile falter in an instant. It was Su Yan. She had expected someone else. Shen Ningxue forced a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate, while Su Yan feigned a facade of sorrow, offering a few words of comfort before retreating to stand quietly aside. Within the hall, the only sound was the weeping of those present, lamenting the untimely passing of this remarkable woman. In her lifetime, Shen Wangshu had been deeply committed to charity, frequently sponsoring numerous projects aimed at uplifting the underprivileged. Even in the early days of entrepreneurship with Su Chang, she remained steadfast to her ideals, believing that any assistance, however small, mattered. She would rather save thousands in error than abandon a single soul, driven solely by the desire to spread compassion. It was her unwavering belief that contributed to the success of the Su family enterprise. Without her, they might have been ousted by the established elite long ago. The former board members had cooperated with the Su family primarily out of respect for her, holding Su Chang and his associates in utter disdain. Those same board members had once urged her to adopt the Shen name for the business, yet she, valuing Su Chang's fragile pride, simply smiled and remained silent. Over the years, she had grown indifferent to fame and fortune. Born into a prestigious family, she had never coveted titles. Little did she know, however, that she would encounter treachery. In just a decade, Su Chang gradually erased her achievements, claiming the success of the Su family as solely his own. With the corporate reforms, many of the old board members had retreated into obscurity, enjoying their twilight years, left only to lament Su Chang's actions. Shen Ningxue continued to stare at her mother's portrait, lost in reverie, grappling with the loss of the one person who had loved her unconditionally. As the wails intensified with the growing crowd, an overwhelming tide of sorrow enveloped the gathering, leaving them momentarily unable to emerge from their grief. Shen Ningxue communicated the date of her mother's burial to those whom her mother had supported in life, feeling a profound emotion as she encountered the unfamiliar faces. Unable to recall their names, these individuals mourned sincerely for her mother, united in prayer. In a previous life, Su Chang had barred these souls from entering, forbidding them from mourning alongside the family, even preventing them from approaching the house. The individuals invited to the gathering were all those with vested interests in Su Chang. Among them, how many genuinely mourned for his mother? It was evident that they were merely there to forge connections for their own benefit, and despite being labeled a funeral, no one would truly believe it. It was nothing more than a banquet hosted by a group of self-serving individuals. Observing such a scene in this lifetime, Shen Ningxue pondered, her mother must surely be able to depart in peace, surrounded by those whom she had once supported and who genuinely cared for her. Madam Shen, may you journey well, she thought. Suddenly, an elderly voice, filled with sorrow, captured Shen Ningxue's attention. The aged figure, with a face etched in grief, was accompanied by several younger individuals, each exhibiting signs of torment. Shen Ningxue felt a surge of surprise. The speaker was none other than the matriarch of the esteemed Li family. Although the Li family had not enjoyed the same prosperity in recent years, their legacy was still unassailable. Taken aback by the unexpected presence, Shen Ningxue felt a flutter of excitement. If memory served her right, the prominent figures of the past had never graced this occasion, suggesting that this lifetime was indeed shifting toward a more favorable path. Within the morning hall, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of sorrow, her insincere relatives displayed their hypocritical facades, a sight that truly repulsed her. Shen Ningxue averted her gaze, bowing her head in silent prayer for her mother. She refrained from emotional outbursts or tears, understanding that her mother would not wish to witness such a scene. Suddenly, a coarse male voice pierced the air, accompanied by a commotion as security personnel intervened, igniting a wave of fury. Qiang, what is happening here? Why are your guards preventing me from entering? What kind of operation is this? The men surrounding him echoed his outrage, demanding an explanation. What is wrong with your insufferable security? I invited these guests, and you dare to obstruct them. Su Chang, incensed by the situation, rushed over, furiously pointing at the security personnel. Do you still wish to keep your job? To disrupt my wife's funeral with such antics means you have no place here anymore. That's not it, Mr. Su, it's Miss Shen. The security guard stammered, desperately glancing toward Shen Ningxue. Realizing the source of the trouble, Su Chang suppressed his anger, dismissing the guard before hastily assuring the incoming guests with obsequiousness. Moments later, Su Chang narrowed his eyes, vowing that he would not let this insolent girl escape unscathed upon their return. He was eager to witness how this audacious young woman would dare to contend with him. Chapter 22. Counterattack. Before Shen Ningxue could fully comprehend the situation, the man who had just been seething with anger suddenly succumbed to a wave of sorrow, collapsing in front of the memorial portrait with anguished wails. Sister-in-law, how could you leave so abruptly? We had just spoken of climbing the mountains together. How could you depart like this? What thoughts do you leave for your unfortunate brother? He then turned frantically to grasp Su Chang's arm, exclaiming, from now on, it will be just you alone. How shall you navigate the remainder of your life? With your sister-in-law gone, all you have left is this disappointing daughter. What shall become of you now? His voice was so thunderous that it drew the attention of everyone present. The man speaking was named Wang Xian, a rugged figure with a balding head, shifty eyes, and a corpulent belly. As he spoke, saliva flew, embodying the archetype of a loathsome middle-aged man. He was a wholesale supplier of building materials, and his wealth often shielded him from the consequences of his unscrupulous actions, allegedly backed by connections within the police department that allowed him to evade justice. The individuals surrounding Wang Xian wore expressions of profound grief, their words dripping with accusations against Shen Ningxue. Enraged by the scene unfolding before her, Shen Ningxue felt her eyes redden, her demeanor darkening. She had anticipated many things, but she had not foreseen this. She wondered how much the old man had bribed these people to orchestrate such a performance. Just as she was contemplating how to respond, Su Chang interjected, please, do not speak so. Now, I have only my precious daughter Shueshua left. From now on, it shall only be the two of us, relying on one another. How could Wang Shu leave us like this? I am at a loss for living without her. At that moment, he tilted his head back, gasping for breath. Nearby, Su Laotai and Su Jun rushed to his side, gently caressing him as they lamented, you must take care of yourself. You are the pillar of our family, and we cannot afford to lose you as well. As they harmonized their words of comfort, Su Chang began to weep uncontrollably. Wang Shu, if only I had returned home sooner, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. You had yet to enjoy a few years of peace with me. How could you leave so soon? If I had only worked harder to mend the relationship between you and our daughter, would this have not transpired? Before he could finish, he collapsed again before Shen Wangshu's portrait, crying out for her to take him away. Shen Ningxue stood by, observing this farcical display with a calm demeanor. She understood that Su Chang would not miss this opportunity to malign her, to tarnish her reputation with slander. Yet, she was appalled by his despicable actions, orchestrating such a charade with a group of sycophants who had gathered to echo his sentiments. She surveyed the crowd, noting the many individuals Su Chang had recruited, all feigning sorrow while casting glances around, eager to ingratiate themselves with others, especially Wang Xian, whose booming voice incited a deep-seated wrath within Shen Ningxue. The so-called friend of her father was nothing more than a scoundrel, a man who kept a mistress outside, leering at the young maids in their household with lustful eyes whenever he visited. Were it not for Shen Ningxue's cold demeanor, those lascivious gazes might have fallen upon her. Clenching her fists, Shen Ningxue was determined not to engage in quarrels at her mother's wake, unwilling to disturb her mother's peace on such a solemn day. Yet, some individuals had a knack for behaving disgracefully at the worst possible moments. Observing the ostentatious display of the family before her, she thought that if they would cease their antics, she could turn the page on this chapter and deal with them in due course. Unfortunately, events seldom unfolded as one wished. If they were to relent, they could hardly be called members of the Su family. Before long, the shrill voice of old lady Su pierced the air. Oh dear, how unfortunate for my son. How could such a thing happen? Wang Shu, why do you argue with a young girl? You're only causing yourself distress. How will Chang manage alone? Before she could finish, Su Chang retorted with righteous indignation, Mother, do not speak recklessly. Shueshua is my daughter, your granddaughter. She bears the pain of losing her mother as heavily as we do. We can only say that this is fate. Wang Shu, it is ultimately my failure to care for you properly. Nearby, Wang Xian and others chimed in, Chang, having been brothers for so many years, I am well aware of your sister's condition. She has never been in good health, and now she has been insulted by your unfilial daughter. If you do not discipline her, she may well meet her end. They recounted how, upon waking, she had unleashed her anger upon the heavens and earth, cursing the family. I can see. Enough, enough. It is all my fault. I have wronged Wang Shu. Su Chang weakly waved his hand, leaning over Shen Wangshu's portrait, unable to rise, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Shen Ningxue could not help but let out a cold laugh. Her eyes flashing with brilliance, Su Chang was feigning benevolence while secretly blaming her for everything. Surveying the surroundings, she noted the rising tide of condemnation, with even some uninformed individuals hurling insults, creating a scene of utter chaos. If she did not retaliate at such a moment, would she not cement her reputation as the unfilial child, allowing them to slander her as they had in her past life? Such a dream was futile. With heavy steps, Shen Ningxue advanced and softly spoke, "Father, do not let your anger harm your health. I know I have been unfilial, that I have wronged mother and caused you distress. Now, you are my only remaining kin." As she spoke, wiping away tears and reddening her eyes to appear pitiful, she continued, "I understand that grandmother does not like me. Nor does she respect my mother. Upon arriving at our home, she insulted both my mother and me, placing you in a difficult position. I am aware of my temper, which can be quite unyielding." Gradually, Shen Ningxue's emotions swelled, her voice growing louder. "I know others look down upon me, deeming me a useless waste. Yet, you all claim I am the true perpetrator of my mother's demise. But what have I truly done? I yearn to understand how my mother met her end. Are you aware of whether she has heart disease? Why did you only inform me of my mother's passing after I quarreled with her and left? I didn't even get to see her one last time. No one notified me that she was hospitalized for emergency care, nor do I know the cause of her demise. Not a single one of you allowed me to see her or explained what truly transpired." Shen Ningxue's voice was hoarse from her anguished cries, her disheveled hair adding to her distressed appearance. "Who can tell me how my mother left this world?" As she spoke, Shen Ningxue rushed towards Su Chang, her bloodshot eyes fixed on him with an accusatory glare. "Yes, I acknowledge that I have done many things to provoke your anger since regaining consciousness. However, when I first awakened, rather than offering me solace, you hastily placed the blame for my mother's death upon me. What am I supposed to do? Why did everything change so drastically overnight?" Observing Su Chang rendered speechless by her confrontation, Shen Ningxue felt no joy. Instead, she laughed in a manner reminiscent of a release from pent-up frustration, slowly making her way through the crowd, her gaze sweeping over each individual present. "You all speak. Tell me what I should do that is right." Those who had initially watched in silence now bowed their heads, caught off guard by her words. Noticing this, Shen Ningxue smirked. "No one has an answer. Allow me to enlighten you." With trembling fingers, she pointed at Su Chang, her voice raspy as she questioned those around her. "This man is my father. At the moment I needed him most, he chose to shift all responsibility onto me. You label me a disobedient daughter, but if your own mother were subjected to such indignities, would you remain indifferent?" Chapter 23. A resounding victory. The surrounding individuals seemed swayed by Shen Ningxue's words, their supportive voices appearing to drown out the mocking tones. At this moment, Su Chang regained his composure, his emotions surging as he sought to retort, yet Shen Ningxue swiftly positioned herself before him, locking eyes with him. "Father, you may claim that you do not blame me, but I am acutely aware that you do. This funeral was meant to be organized by me. Yet you chose to invite your so-called friends. Are they genuinely here out of sincerity? Ask Wang Xin beside you. Does he truly wish to pay his respects to my mother? Are you unaware of how much she despised him? He has even laid hands on me. And you have turned a blind eye to his transgressions simply because he is your business partner and a close friend. You can disregard his disrespect towards me for the sake of your own reputation, yet you only blame me. When I emerged from the hospital and saw a single woman in our home, what do you think I felt? You unfilial daughter, be quiet. Today is your mother's." Su Chang sensed the impending words from Shen Ningxue and raised his voice instantly. If those words were uttered, his image would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. "Father, are you aware that today is my mother's funeral? Did you consider her feelings when you summoned these people to perform this charade?" Shen Ningxue declared with unwavering strength, her gaze piercing into Su Chang as if attempting to see through him. "You claim that Su Yan is my dear friend and that you invited her to keep me company, which I do not oppose. But why did you also bring her mother here? How could I not think deeply about that? Upon arriving home, I witnessed the three of you laughing and conversing. Tell me, how could I not have my suspicions? What am I supposed to do? You profess to love my mother, yet open your eyes and observe your surroundings. Is there even one individual you invited who is genuinely here to commemorate her? Do you believe this is merely a social gathering?" Shen Ningxue's words struck at the very heart of Su Chang's vulnerabilities, rendering his family speechless. Su Xiu, sensing the shift, turned red with indignation, exclaiming, "You wretched girl! What nonsense are you spouting? Do not attempt to twist the truth. Is that so? I am twisting the truth. Then, grandmother, would you dare to repeat what you once said? Shen Ningxue's gaze sharpened, instilling a primal fear in Su Xiu that silenced her. She had never anticipated this girl would transform in such a manner. Meanwhile, Wang Xian could no longer contain himself. His temper flared as he advanced towards Shen Ningxue, intending to strike her. You insolent girl, do you believe no one can discipline you? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will never learn to respect your elders. Father, is this what you call love? Love is not merely spoken, it is demonstrated through actions. Anyone can engage in empty rhetoric. Tell me, have you genuinely prepared to honor my mother's funeral? Are these the esteemed guests you have invited? Shen Ningxue boldly stepped forward, her words pressing against Su Chang. Are these individuals truly here to mourn? Stop. Wang Xian, today is my beloved's funeral, and I wish for her to depart in peace. Su Chang's face turned ashen as he addressed Wang Xian, then bowed to the assembled guests, apologizing for the embarrassment caused. Wang Xian wished to retaliate with words, but was restrained by those nearby. Casting a furious glare at Shen Ningxue, he vowed to settle the score with that wretched girl. Just as Su Chang sought to restore decorum to the funeral, Shen Ningxue suddenly struck, commanding the security, "Please escort Wang Xian out. My mother's funeral should not include such a person." You insolent girl. I knew your mother long before you were even born. Wang Xian fumed, advancing menacingly with his arm raised. As a businessman accustomed to obsequious flattery, being publicly humiliated by this girl in front of so many was intolerable. Shen Ningxue stood her ground, coldly regarding the approaching lecture, fully prepared to endure any consequences of the confrontation, anticipating pain that never came. She glanced at the man who had intervened, a bespectacled student from earlier, slender and approximately 1.7 meters tall, exuding an air of quiet intelligence, unmistakably a top scholar. The studious young man spoke with firm conviction. Today, we have gathered to honor our teacher. We are all individuals who have been aided by her in life. Without Teacher Shen, we would not be who we are today. If Mr. Su is truly apologetic, why invite such individuals to Mrs. Shen's funeral? Do you not fear disrupting her peace with such insolence? Perhaps it was the earnestness of his scholarly demeanor that momentarily left Su Chang speechless. Meanwhile, those genuinely mourning Shen Wanshu had long harbored discontent. With this catalyst, the crowd turned their ire towards Wang Xian, many stepping forward to expel him. I would like to add, spoke another, we are here solely due to Miss Shen's invitation. We cannot compare ourselves to you executives. Our purpose is merely to pay our respects to our teacher. I believe everyone here has received her guidance and sincerely wishes to bid her farewell. The initial girl joined in. Indeed, we owe our presence here to Miss Shen. She was the one who allowed us entry. Without her, we might not have been able to come today. Exactly. My friend is still outside, denied entry due to overcrowding. Why should this group recklessly intrude? Their intentions are clearly suspect. How many among them genuinely came to honor Mrs. Shen? A belligerent middle-aged woman spoke up, her tall frame a testament to her struggles. Her husband had abandoned her while seeking treatment for their son, and had it not been for Mrs. Shen's kindness, neither she nor her son would likely be alive today. My wife has not ventured out for quite some time, and I am utterly unaware of how the Su family has fallen to such a state. It is indeed laughable. The empire that Wang Shu built has crumbled at the hands of this inept group, which is truly lamentable. A helpless sigh escapes the lips of the matriarch of the Li family, who harbors a genuine admiration for Shen Wanshu and holds her so-called relatives in disdain. As voices rose in heated argument, the hall descended into chaos, with executives and genuine mourners mingling in disarray, leaving the security personnel at a loss as to how to manage the situation. Su Chang's eyes widened in shock as he surveyed the tumult around him. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Among the crowd were members of the media, and he dared not think of how tomorrow's headlines would read. His gaze shifted to the pallid faces of the executives. He realized that he was on the brink of disaster, as these were all individuals he had invited. To be humiliated in such a manner would undoubtedly place the blame squarely upon his shoulders. The thought of this made him clutch his head and retreat, feeling as though he might faint from the overwhelming pressure. The scene had spiraled beyond his control, and he could already envision how his reputation would be tarnished. His eyes darkened as they fixed on Shen Ningxue. Had he known, he would have ensured she accompanied her mother instead. Shen Ningxue, too, felt a headache approaching as she gazed at the unfolding scene. Her intention had merely been to evoke sympathy, to redirect the blame back onto Su Chang, never anticipating that it would escalate to the point of requiring everyone to leave. She was reluctant to create so many enemies at this juncture. Just as Shen Ningxue found herself at a loss, a commanding, steady male voice resonated from the entrance. Silence. Chapter 24. The dust settles, the sound reverberated. Audible to all present. A muscular man clad in a suit stood expressionless at the doorway, instantly silencing the clamor that had engulfed the room. Following him, a formidable contingent of bodyguards entered with military precision, dispersing the surrounding crowd. The company's executive attempted to speak, but was silenced by a piercing glance from the leading man in the suit. This group did not resemble ordinary bodyguards. They appeared as battle-hardened wolves, their eyes betraying a ferocity that rendered those nearby mute with trepidation. None had ever witnessed such a scene. They were merely ordinary individuals accustomed to peaceful times, and the palpable aura of bloodlust instilled a primal fear within them. The suited man approached Shen Ningxue with a respectful demeanor, addressing her, "Miss Shen, please instruct us on how to proceed." Taken aback, Shen Ningxue surveyed the scene before her. She could sense the presence of individuals who had clawed their way up from the depths of bloodshed. Gazing at the array of suited men, one singular figure occupied her thoughts. Under the inquiring gaze of the man in the suit, she glanced at her thoughts, bowed to the assembly, and spoke. "I sincerely apologize to everyone gathered here today. It is the Shen family that has fallen short, and for that, I am truly sorry. Today marks my mother's funeral, and I believe those who have come are sincerely wishing to pay their respects. On behalf of my mother, I express gratitude for your presence." As she spoke, she bowed once more, welcoming those who genuinely wished to commemorate her mother. "Therefore, I kindly ask that those with ulterior motives depart." Her words prompted a murmur among the attendees, who contemplated their choices. Su Chang's trembling voice broke the silence. "Have you truly chosen to instigate such matters at your mother's funeral, Shen Ningxue?" "Father, do you wish for mother to depart in peace?" Shen Ningxue replied steadily, refraining from further comment. The group of suited men remained steadfast, and those who had previously stirred trouble hastily retreated. Shen Ningxue noticed one Xian silently mouthing the words, "I will make you pay." Before she could react, the bodyguard who had been protecting her effortlessly tossed Wang Xian out of the venue as if he were a mere chick. In less than a quarter of an hour, tranquility returned to the memorial hall. The executives summoned by Su Chang were astute individuals. Casting glances around, they exchanged knowing looks. It seemed the family name should shift from Su to Shen. With the recent revelation of Shen Ningxue's self-reference, they understood the underlying dynamics, especially in light of the imposing presence of the bodyguards. It was evident that the forces backing Shen Ningxue were far from ordinary. The memorial proceeded methodically in the presence of the black-clad guards, the somber atmosphere rising once more. Seemingly unable to bear the weight of the moment, Su Chang collapsed, his vision darkening. Shen Ningxue remained unperturbed, standing resolutely in the center, silently offering prayers for her mother. The Su matriarch attempted to voice her discontent, but upon witnessing the cold, unyielding faces of the bodyguards, her words dwindled to a mere whisper. A figure clad in black effortlessly carried Su Chang away, prompting Su Xiu and Su Jun to follow suit, sensing that the situation had taken a turn. Meanwhile, Su Yan, who had been silently observing, turned and departed without uttering a word. As night fell, the crowd within the mourning hall gradually dispersed, leaving only Shen Ningxue and the enigmatic figure in black standing in the grand hall. Time slipped away swiftly, and the ticking of the clock roused Shen Ningxue from her reverie. She glanced back at the black-clad figure and was about to approach, but her body stiffened from the prolonged standing. The leader of the black-clad figure swiftly steadied her before quickly withdrawing his support. "Why hasn't he come?" she began, only to realize her voice had grown hoarse. The figure in black remained silent, and Shen Ningxue refrained from pressing further. Weary, she waved her hand, bidding them to leave. "I wish to be alone for a while." Nodding, the figure vanished in an instant. In the hushed space, only Shen Ningxue remained. Once, she had feared ghosts and spirits. Being alone in such an environment was unfathomable to her. Yet now, she found herself unencumbered. Approaching her mother's portrait, she cradled it in her arms. Trembling hands caressing her mother's gentle visage, a beautiful smile gracing her face. Tears, long held back, fell drop by drop like pearls. In the desolate silence, her voice broke as she wept, "Mom, I miss you so much." The only reply was profound stillness. Gently touching the jade pendant around her neck, she murmured, "Mom, I know you are always here, protecting me." In the dim light, the petite woman wept softly, only daring to reveal her vulnerability in solitude. Outside, The earlier figure in black had not departed but spoke to a tall man beside him. Young master, do you not wish to go in and see? The man leaned against the wall, smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke as he replied, since she does not wish to rely on me, let her grow on her own. Pei Yan gazed intently at the woman inside, crying in a breathless manner. Since she wished to confront her struggles alone, he would allow her to mature. He had witnessed the entire scene unfold. The once petulant girl, now forced to endure the harshness of reality, maintained a facade of strength. Countless times he had yearned to rush in and shield her beneath his wings, yet he ultimately restrained himself. She, after all, must face her challenges alone. Though he longed to keep her by his side, carefree and happy, he recognized that he. Pei Yan clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. He wished to spare the weeping woman inside from sorrow, to protect her, to care for her for a lifetime. Reflecting on his own limitations, he shook his head in self-deprecation. What could he offer her in this frail form? He could shield her for a moment but not for eternity. She would inevitably soar into the vast skies, and he could not selfishly confine her to his side forever. Presently, he was not strong enough. Lacking the ability to safeguard her properly, all he could do was strive to assist her growth to the best of his ability. Before long, the sounds within began to fade, and the woman, seemingly overwhelmed by the weight of the day, succumbed to exhaustion, resting her head upon the ground. The man in black, witnessing this scene, was about to inquire softly but was silenced by a gentle shush from Pei Yan, who then silently withdrew to the side. The man approached, lifting the woman with utmost care, as if she were a precious treasure that he wished to protect from any harm, and placed her tenderly into the vehicle to facilitate her slumber. It seemed that Shen Ningxue sensed the warmth, nuzzling against Pei Yan, and drifted into a deeper sleep. Pei Yan gently patted Shen Ningxue, his expression grave as he gazed at the fragile woman resting upon his lap, his fingers softly caressing her delicate face. His little princess ought to grow up without a care in the world, free from the burdens of such trivial matters. He turned his gaze towards the window, his countenance darkening. He would allow her to flourish, but should anyone dare to harm her, he would not hesitate to exact his vengeance. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden chime startled Shen Ningxue from her dreams. Chapter 25 Reflection. How did she fall asleep? Shen Ningxue checked her phone and was astonished to find it was nearly 5 a.m. In this weather, one could easily succumb to the cold while sleeping in such a place. As she rubbed her arms in an attempt to warm herself, she felt an unexpected warmth enveloping her, as if the heat from moments before lingered. Glancing around, could it be that someone had covered her with a blanket? Forgetting her musings, Shen Ningxue recalled the earlier sound. Surely her task had been completed. System, why have you not yet issued the reward? This time, the interval was lengthy, and the reward ought to be substantial. After a moment, the mechanical voice echoed once more, announcing that the random test was complete. Upon evaluation, the completion grade was B, with a reward of 100 points, and the points mole is now open. Am I at the second level? Is the reward at this level so generous? Shen Ningxue felt a surge of joy. Today, she had indeed not performed well. She had disrupted her mother's funeral. Yet, in dealing with the hypocritical Su Chang, she could claim a resounding victory. Do you believe you performed admirably? This marked the first occasion the system had actively engaged with Shen Ningxue. I did not do well enough. I still failed to provide my mother with a complete funeral. Shen Ningxue replied softly, recognizing her shortcomings. Given such a reward, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The grading system ranged from S to A to B. How do you assess your own performance? Listening to the system's tone, Shen Ningxue sensed a hint of anger. She had barely completed the test, and had that group of black-clad individuals not appeared today, she might have failed entirely. Before Shen Ningxue could gather her thoughts, the system's irritation flared again. If no one had assisted you today, have you contemplated what the scene would have been like? Did you diligently devise a plan? Did you consider these unforeseen circumstances? You merely assumed you could humiliate your father without contemplating how to conduct a proper funeral. The mechanical voice brimmed with disappointment, as if unable to contain its frustration. You could have easily prevented those individuals from entering before the ceremony. Your father's tearful lamentations at the funeral, could you not have emulated that? Must you resort to such extreme confrontations to achieve your aims? Shen Ningxue fell silent, lost in contemplation. The system's words had plunged her into deep thought, as she closed her eyes and replayed the day's events in her mind. She realized she had not matured. Everything had been taken for granted. Since her rebirth, she had remained unchanged, still the same person she had always been. Her singular focus on revenge had led her to neglect the formulation of a comprehensive plan, merely taking each step as it came. In her strategy, she fixated solely on exposing her father's insidious nature, ensuring the mistress would be scorned by society, yet she had never considered the path that lay ahead. For instance, once her father and the mistress were unmasked and their reputations ruined, what then? What would she do? At most, she would be subjected to public disdain. Such a reputation was ultimately worthless. Time would dilute all. Only someone as image-conscious as Su Chang would be concerned with preserving his reputation over time. But then what? What would she gain? One might even say that it has inadvertently enabled this contemptible group. The Su family is now entirely under the control of Su Chang. Even if she were to expose his true nature, who would truly care? She must concede that until this day, she has relied solely on Pei Yan. Even in the familial disputes and the confrontation with her despicable father, what purpose did it serve? She has yet to effect any change. She remains the same worthless individual, devoid of accomplishments, knowledge, or skills. It is imperative to remember that many times, assumptions do not equate to reality. While it is possible to feign compliance, you resorted to a radical approach, driven by an excessive eagerness for immediate success. Currently, you lack the standing to act in such a manner. If Su Chang were unconcerned with appearances, he could easily cast you aside. The system sighed and addressed Shen Ningxue. Remaining silent, she lay on the ground, deeply contemplating all that had transpired since her rebirth. In just a few short days, she had merely gained a clear vision of the truth. Ultimately, she still found herself as the same ineffective heiress, seemingly incapable of contending with her circumstances. With her hand covering her eyes, tears flowed silently, as if nothing had changed. After a considerable time, she wiped her tears and straightened up. You are right. I have been overly presumptuous. I will strive to improve myself. I shall become someone my mother can be proud of. Motivating herself internally, Shen Ningxue understood that she could only forge ahead. She felt grateful for the system's words that had awakened her. Otherwise, she would still be lost in self-deception. The system ceased its commentary, knowing that Shen Ningxue was receptive to its insights. After a while, the system silently opened the points store, leaving Shen Ningxue, who was still in contemplation, utterly astonished. The myriad of items before her captivated her gaze: mind-reading abilities, invisibility, all-encompassing pills. These fantastical items, seemingly plucked from the realm of science fiction, could actually be exchanged for points. This revelation profoundly transformed Shen Ningxue's worldview, and she rubbed her eyes, struggling to believe that everything before her was real. Do not entertain thoughts of shortcuts. Such things are time-sensitive and come at a significant cost. Do not indulge in such fantasies. The primary focus should be on enhancing your own abilities, the system remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yes, I understand. I will reflect carefully. Shen Ningxue extricated herself from her astonishment and contemplated her future. At present, her foremost priority was to elevate her various skills while devising a long-term strategy to oust Su Chang from the company. Chapter 26. The performance. Shen Ningxue sat in silence for a moment before rising and brushing off her clothes as she made her way outside. The sky had fully brightened, and she knew it was time to return home, where a multitude of matters awaited her. Su Chang would undoubtedly not let this go easily. Her gaze darkened, fists clenched. She stepped forward with resolute determination. She would not retreat. While on her way, she received a text from Xiaomei, which conveyed that she should temporarily refrain from returning home. Su Chang was in a furious rage, having shattered numerous items in the house. Even Su Laotai and Su Jun were too frightened to move, and everyone was now treading carefully. Only Su Chang sat alone in the hall. Turning off her phone, Shen Ningxue understood that Su Chang would not relent. After the humiliation she had inflicted upon him at the funeral, where she had even gone so far as to expel all his debts, she feared that her return would not conclude well. But would Shen Ningxue choose to evade this confrontation? The answer was a resounding no. She must confront these challenges. Only through repeated attempts could she accumulate experience and continue to grow. Standing at her doorstep, Shen Ningxue lowered her head and kissed the jade pendant around her neck, believing that her mother would surely bless her. These challenges were hers to face alone, if she could not manage even this. What right did she have to contend with Su Chang for the company and reclaim what was rightfully hers? As she opened the door, before she could steady herself, her instincts kicked in, and she swiftly dodged to the side. A glass cup was hurled at her, shattering upon impact with the floor, scattering shards everywhere. Trembling with fright at the sight of the broken cup, she realized that had she not reacted quickly, it could have landed on her head, potentially costing her life. The woman's expression darkened. Su Chang had indeed resorted to desperate measures in his attempt to harm her. You animal, you dare return. You think I wouldn't dare to end you after the way you embarrassed me at the funeral? Su Chang's harsh words echoed as he stood at the doorway. His face ashen, clearly having awaited her arrival. Father, what have I done? I merely stated the facts. How have I provoked your anger to the extent that you wish to kill me? Shen Ningxue's face twisted into a sinister grin. With a forceful kick, she slammed the door, creating a resounding crash. She strode in swiftly, her tone sharp as she demanded, Su Chang, are you finally revealing your true self? Have you long plotted to expel us, mother and daughter, to usher in your mistress? Without allowing Su Chang a moment to respond, she seized a vase from the table and hurled it at him. If Su Chang was no longer interested in maintaining appearances, then she would not allow herself to be bullied, she would retaliate in kind. On the other side, Su Chang was less fortunate. His aging body could not match Shen Ningxue's agility, and he clumsily attempted to evade the flying vase. Losing his balance, he fell heavily to the ground. Shen Ningxue! Su Chang exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that had he not acted swiftly, he would likely be on his way to the hospital now. Oh dear, father, how clumsy of you! The woman scoffed, her face a mask of cold disdain. The surrounding servants stood timidly aside, afraid to approach, while both old Lady Su and Su Jun hastily retreated into the room, feigning deafness and silence, unwilling to utter a single word further. They had witnessed the capabilities of this audacious girl and had no desire to become targets at such a moment. As the two exchanged glances, a gentle yet contrived voice echoed from the doorway, inquiring, what is happening here? Shen Ningxue turned at the sound, casting a glance at the astonished woman standing by the door. Wang Yu, that insincere woman, had arrived at the most opportune moment. Noticing the shards of glass on the floor, she rushed forward to check on Shen Ningxue, anxiously asking, Ningxue, are you hurt? We can discuss this inside. As she spoke, she took the girl's hand and attempted to lead her away. Let her go. Isn't she capable enough? If she dares to confront me, she should never return to this house. Su Chang erupted, leaping up in a fit of rage. Wang Yu quickly glanced over, twisting her body to calm him. Su Chang, what are you saying? Is this how you speak to a child? She turned to pour a glass of water, handing it to the still fuming man. Please, calm down. There is no deep-seated grudge between father and daughter. Let us sit down and talk this over. I have nothing to discuss with her. I don't even consider her my daughter. Su Chang spat, his fury evident. Yet he reluctantly complied with Wang Yu's request and settled onto the sofa to catch his breath. Shen Ningxue had remained silent until now. She lowered her head and let out a cold laugh, realizing the true intent behind this act. She had thought Su Chang might take a bold step and confront her, but it appeared he intended for Wang Yu to play the role of the peacemaker. Ningxue, don't just stand there. Come and sit. Wang Yu beckoned, and then called for the servants to clean up the debris, behaving just like the mistress of the house. Shen Ningxue, expressionless, moved to the opposite side of the sofa, genuinely curious about how they intended to perform this charade. Seeing the two remain detached and silent, Wang Yu, with a hint of exasperation, spoke up. How old are you both? Still throwing childish tantrums? She directed Su Chang, as the father and elder, you should take the initiative to sit closer. There is no need for a father and daughter to act like enemies. She guided Su Chang to move over and then settled beside Shen Ningxue, embracing her gently. Ningxue, don't be upset with your father. Let us all calm down and speak clearly, shall we? Auntie, I truly appreciate your efforts. We seem to burden you with our family matters, Shen Ningxue replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Ningxue, I understand there may have been misunderstandings between your mother and me in the past, but you are my Yanna's best friend. I have watched you grow up and know your character well. She paused, adopting a pitiful demeanor that mirrored Su Yan perfectly. Now that your mother is gone, I will take good care of you. I truly sympathize with you and do not wish for you to suffer. Shen Ningxue was momentarily taken aback, then collapsed into Wang Yu's embrace, weeping. Auntie, I don't want to stay here. This isn't my home. My father isn't like this. He just tried to kill me. If I had dodged quickly, you would be visiting me in the hospital right now. Wang Yu immediately spoke softly to comfort her, for the two of them resembled a pair of biological mother and daughter. In a place where Wang Yu could not see, Shen Ningxue's expression turned abruptly cold. Since they wished to play their roles, why should she not play along, following their thoughts to see who would ultimately emerge victorious? Su Chang, do not overstep your bounds. I have heard about the funeral from Yanna. I will take charge of this matter, and you all need not pursue it further, Wang Yu stated with righteous authority, cradling Shen Ningxue closely as a hawk would protect its eaglet. After a prolonged moment, Su Chang waved his hand and let out a weary sigh. Very well, very well. Xue, today your father has acted impulsively. I apologize to you. If you are still upset, feel free to strike me a few times. In the atmosphere, Su Chang exchanged a glance with Wang Yu, who immediately understood and gently patted the sobbing Shen Ningxue in her embrace. Xue, do not hold it against your father. He has been quite muddled during this time. Can you please talk it over with him? Chapter 27, The Conspiracy. Yes, Xue, please do not blame your father any longer. He has been under immense pressure lately, struggling to manage his emotions, which unfortunately have been misdirected toward you. Can you find it in your heart to forgive him? He promises to do better in the future. Su Chang approached and gently patted Shen Ningxue on the shoulder, presenting a scene reminiscent of a family of three. No. Shen Ningxue shook her head in Wang Yu's embrace, unwilling to budge, her voice heavy with discontent. Su Chang, your actions were entirely inappropriate. No matter how angry you are, you must never strike a child. The shards of glass on the ground terrify me. If one were to fall upon Xue's head, have you considered the consequences? Wang Yu spoke sternly to Su Chang, pulling Shen Ningxue closer as if embodying a protective mother, stirred with emotion. Indeed, it is my fault. Wang Yu, please stay with Xue for a while. I have grown old and find myself incapable of managing so many matters, Su Chang murmured, his tone laced with humility. Resembling a remorseful father, evoking sympathy. With a weary sigh, he offered a few parting words before retreating to his room. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu lifted Shen Ningxue from her embrace. Xue, from now on, Auntie will be here for you. Yanner is your best friend. We will always stand by you. If anything happens at home, do not hesitate to tell me. I will ensure you are never mistreated. Really? Shen Ningxue raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice hoarse. Auntie, will you truly stay by my side? Ever since my mother left, I have felt utterly alone. Everything changed overnight, especially my father. He has become frighteningly unrecognizable. Do not speak such foolishness, dear child. Auntie cares for you deeply. Please do not utter those words again. Wang Yu's expression was filled with sorrow that tugged at the heartstrings, and had it not been for her prior knowledge, one might have been entirely swayed by her masterful performance. I will be your support from now on. If your father continues this way, come to me. I will ensure you are never harmed. You and Yanner hold the utmost importance in my heart. Gazing into Wang Yu's sincere eyes, Shen Ningxue felt an inkling of belief blossom within her. With a faint smile, she replied, all right then, Auntie, you must keep your promise. I take your words to heart. Should you ever let me down, I shall not be lenient. You silly child, do you truly think Auntie would harm you? Wang Yu feigned disappointment for a moment before saying, is that how you perceive me? I am simply terrified, Shen Ningxue murmured, lowering her gaze. Wang Yu pretended to offer more comforting words. I will go speak to your father for a moment. You should return to your room and rest. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call for Auntie. I am always here for you. With that, she instructed Aunt Zhang to prepare additional dishes for the young lady's preference at noon and ascended the stairs. As Shen Ningxue watched Wang Yu's departing figure, her eyes were devoid of warmth. If they wished to perform, she would not mind joining their play. Miss, what would you like for lunch? Aunt Zhang emerged from the kitchen, her voice diminishing under Shen Ningxue's icy gaze. I shall not be dining at home. I am going out for a while. Shen Ningxue smiled at Zhang Gulang, yet her smile failed to reach her eyes. This unnerved Zhang Gulang, who felt as though Shen Ningxue were a sinister serpent. Watching her intently, poised to strike at the slightest hint of weakness, ready to ensnare her and suffocate her to death. Not daring to dwell on such thoughts, the woman lowered her head in trepidation and turned to return to the kitchen. As she glanced at the shards of glass scattered on the floor, a chill coursed through Shen Ningxue's heart. Had she not dodged in time, she dared not imagine the dire consequences. Wang Yu's timely arrival suggested she had likely been lurking nearby, perhaps even orchestrating a plan to have her sent to the hospital, only to stage this elaborate charade thereafter. Raising her gaze once more, her eyes darkened with malice. They would pay dearly for their transgressions. Meanwhile, in the study upstairs, Wang Yu entered and secured the door. Turning to face Su Chang, her eyes ablaze with resentment. This wretched girl had become quite formidable. She could hardly discern the truth from the pretense. Yet, keeping her around was undoubtedly perilous. Why do I even need you? If I could handle her, I wouldn't have sent you to play this role today. Su Chang rolled his eyes in response. By the way, how's your search for information on her progressing? Currently, no suspicious signs have been detected. Wang Yu moved closer to Su Chang, her expression inscrutable. Could it be that woman left something behind that alerted her? Su Chang stroked his chin thoughtfully. You needn't worry about that. I will arrange for an investigation. But you claim to have found nothing. Her recent whereabouts and acquaintances, are you certain there's no issue? He remained skeptical, considering the sudden appearance of the figure in black at the funeral. Shen Ningxue could not possibly be as simple as she seemed. Someone must be aiding her from the shadows. No, I trust that person completely. He has handled everything for me before. Wang Yu, too, felt a twinge of uncertainty. How had that girl become so cautious overnight? My people have provided her itinerary, and there are no apparent flaws either shopping or dining, with no signs of meeting anyone. That's not right. Your people must be at fault. Su Chang, unlike Wang Yu, was far from naive. Having risen to his current position, he had surely contemplated many angles. Continue to monitor her upcoming movements. I refuse to believe this fool can stir up any trouble. Wang Yu nodded in agreement but could not restrain herself from speaking up. Why go through all this trouble? Why not just? Before she could finish, Su Chang's furious interruption silenced her. Shut up. Do you think this place is utterly secure? Do you need me to teach you what can and cannot be said? After saying this, he strode to the window, contemplating Shen Ningxue's departing figure, and after a moment, said, All right, you may leave for now. Tell Yan to keep her composure. We have come too far for her impulsiveness to jeopardize the entire scheme. I understand. Take care of yourself, regarding that matter. Enough. I am aware. Once I find her, I will see how long that wretched girl can remain unscathed. Su Chang stood there, his expression dark and foreboding, hands clasped behind his back. Upon reflecting on the events of yesterday, he felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate that woman. God knows how many calls he made throughout the night and the exorbitant costs he incurred to settle the matter. He never anticipated that his wife would resort to such tactics, attempting to seize control of the company. What a delusion! In the grand scheme of things, she was nothing more than a mere ghost, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Chapter 28. In this moment, I only wish to be with you. Shen Ningxue wandered aimlessly through the streets, observing couples strolling together, a wave of melancholy washing over her. They were all cherished by someone, but what about her? At that moment, an overwhelming sense of despair surged within her, as if she had lost everything. Her beloved mother was gone, who remained to whom she could confide her heart. As she walked, a sharp, clear voice suddenly captured her attention. Haven't I told you not to buy this? Were you even listening to me? You can't even manage this simple task. Just leave. Don't show your face in front of me again. Do you think your actions will move me? I truly despise you. The girl shouted at the boy before her, striking him a few times before turning away without a glance. Shen Ningxue watched as the boy stood there, helpless and rooted in place, his eyes filled with anguish. He seemed torn between the urge to chase after her and the fear that held him back, leaving him to stand in a daze, observing the boy's expression. Shen Ningxue felt a sudden pang of empathy, one so sharp that it bent her over in pain. It reminded her of Pei Yan. Was she once like that girl? No. She had been far worse. Clutching her chest, Shen Ningxue felt a wave of hurt that left her unable to rise. She had always met Pei Yan's affection with cold disdain, often uttering cruel words. Had her words inflicted such deep wounds? Was Pei Yan silently suffering in a place where she could not see? Yes. She had to see him, now. Immediately, she took out her phone. And the system's notification chimed again, but she dismissed any thoughts of tasks. She only yearned to see that man. Pei Yan, where are you? Upon connecting the call, Shen Ningxue anxiously inquired, her urgency to see him more profound than ever. After a moment of silence, Pei Yan still did not speak. Glancing at her phone, she noted the call was active, and she cautiously asked, Pei Yan, are you listening? Are you upset? For reasons unknown. She sensed that Pei Yan's silence stemmed from unhappiness, likely caused by her. A sense of urgency gripped her heart, yet she felt lost on how to remedy the situation. She did not wish to add to his distress, but she realized she knew nothing of his interests or passions. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Shen Ningxue to believe Pei Yan would ignore her, a low, hoarse voice finally broke the silence. Turn around. In that moment, the world around her seemed to fade away, the bustling crowd was forgotten, and only Pei Yan remained in her universe. She spun around abruptly and beheld him, clad in a black trench coat, standing at a distance. The gentle breeze tousled his dark, lustrous hair, and his deep, penetrating gaze locked onto her. Warm sunlight bathed the scene, while the hurried passers-by continued on their way, oblivious to the connection between the two. In that moment, Pei Yan stood tall beneath the sun, his profound eyes unwaveringly fixed on Shen Ningxue. In that fleeting moment, Shen Ningxue felt as though her heartbeat had ceased. Her eyes and heart solely focused on the man before her, the one who stood quietly behind her, guarding her in silence. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she dashed towards him, throwing herself into Pei Yan's broad and sturdy embrace, holding him tightly. Perhaps, unbeknownst to her, she had fallen for this man long ago. Yet in her past life, she had been deceived by the insincerity of others, often unleashing her wrath on those closest to her mother, and now, the man before her. Now that her mother was gone, he was the only one she could rely upon. She vowed to cherish him wholeheartedly and to grow, safeguarding their bond. Pei Yan remained silent, merely observing the woman in his arms, his hand gently caressing her silky hair, his gaze clouded with emotion. Since the funeral, he had not strayed from her side. Watching her return home, witnessing her quarrels, and seeing her departure, nobody knew the fury that surged within him when he saw her nearly harmed. He yearned to rush to her aid, to proclaim to the world that she was the woman he protected, wishing nothing more than her everlasting safety. Yet, he refrained. Understanding her pride, she would never want him to see her in such a vulnerable state. Upon witnessing her unwavering resolve, Pei Yan felt both comforted and pained. He longed for her to grow up without a care in the world, a burden that was rightfully his to bear. Lost in thought, he instinctively tightened his embrace, pressing the petite woman closer to him, wishing they could remain inseparable forever. Pei Yan, it hurts, a playful voice emerged from his arms. Pei Yan immediately pulled her up, his expression filled with concern as he anxiously scanned her for injuries. Where does it hurt? I'll take you to the hospital. Seeing him prepare to lift her, Shen Ningxue hurriedly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. You're holding me too tightly. Apologies. His remorseful tone momentarily stunned her. It was merely a jest. Yet this fool took it to heart. Why was he always so quietly kind to her? Why don't you just appear before me? Do I have to make the first move? Shen Ningxue feigned anger, lightly tapping his solid arm as if caressing it. I thought you wanted to be alone. Came his sultry voice, slightly parted lips revealing his sincerity. Yes, I did want to be alone, she nodded, observing him standing there in a daze, seemingly contemplating whether to leave. Unable to help herself, she muttered, fool. Then, lifting her gaze to meet Pei Yan's, she spoke earnestly, but at this moment, I wish to be with you. Neither of them uttered another word, standing still, locked in a gaze that rendered the surrounding cacophony irrelevant. All they could see was each other. Shen Ningxue was unaware that her words were akin to a confession to Pei Yan. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears, realizing that he was indeed needed by her, that even someone like him could be loved. Chapter 29. A kiss that was not a kiss. Gazing upon Pei Yan's divinely crafted visage, framed by dark locks and radiating infinite tenderness from his deep-set eyes, Shen Ningxue slowly rose on her toes, fully aware of her desire to kiss him. His slightly reddened, delicate lips emanated an alluring temptation, beckoning her to savor their taste. Amidst the distant echoes of laughter, she paid no heed. She was unwilling to let Pei Yan always be the one to give. Since he had taken 99 steps towards her, it was time for her to take the final step. Just as her luminous red lips were about to brush against his, Pei Yan turned his face away, causing her kiss to land softly on the chiseled side of his face, leaving an ambiguous red mark. Shen Ningxue stood momentarily stunned. Did Pei Yan not wish to kiss her? She had not missed the intense and fervent desire glimmering in his eyes, and she understood that their thoughts were aligned, so why did he not allow her to kiss him? A flicker of inscrutable emotion danced in Pei Yan's gaze as he smiled helplessly, answering her unspoken question. Think it through. Do not act in a way that you might regret. Moreover, did he truly deserve her? With the dangers surrounding him and his own flawed existence, could he selfishly bind her to his side? They had both resolved to silently guard her. That was enough. Pei Yan, please don't do this, she implored, sensing the threat of tears welling in her eyes. Emerging from his reverie, Pei Yan swiftly embraced her, his lips pressing against her hair. Come. Let me take you out for a meal. Indeed, he found it impossible to refuse her. Thus, he resolved to strive harder, to stand openly by her side, and to cherish her until old age. Taking her petite hand, Pei Yan briskly walked along the narrow path, the surrounding laughter and merriment failing to disturb them. Some even captured this picturesque moment on their phones. A strikingly handsome couple like them was a rarity, especially with such high beauty standards, inspiring onlookers to yearn for love. Shen Ningxue followed him, holding his hand tightly, her world now encompassed by the man named Pei Yan. She firmly grasped his hand, silently promising herself that he would be the one she would protect in the future. Unbeknownst to her, after they departed, a group of men in black emerged, inspecting the phones of the crowd and deleting photos. As they leisurely strolled through the park, surrounded by numerous young couples, Shen Ningxue's attention was drawn to a scene where a boy lifted his girlfriend for a photograph, leaving her momentarily mesmerized. She was not alone. Many girls around her cast envious glances. In the next moment, before Shen Ningxue could react, Pei Yan had crouched down and hoisted her onto his shoulder, standing tall. "Ah! Pei Yan, put me down," she exclaimed, flustered, her hands unsure of where to rest, eventually finding a secure spot atop his head to steady herself. Pei Yan confidently carried her as they navigated through the park, drawing the envious gazes of many girls. "Where are we going?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. Shen Ningxue sat in the opulent yet understated passenger seat of Pei Yan's BMW, gazing at the retreating scenery with a sense of ennui. "Where do you wish to go?" she inquired. The man tossed the question back to her. "Aren't you the one who dragged me along? Naturally, the choice should be yours. I wonder if you truly understand my heart," she replied with a huff, returning her gaze to the passing landscape, where the thinning crowds and secluded roads offered no hint of anxiety, only a soft warmth within her. After a while, Shen Ningxue turned to observe Pei Yan, who drove with unwavering focus. They often say that a man deep in concentration is the most handsome. Before her was such a man, his elegant hands lightly tapping the steering wheel, reclining lazily in his seat. The sunlight illuminated his striking profile, making her heart race with a blush. Moments later, Pei Yan chuckled softly, his sultry voice resonating in the confined space. "Do you find me appealing?" He did not turn his head, maintaining his relaxed demeanor while concentrating on the road. "Who is looking at you? Spare me your vanity. I am merely admiring the scenery." Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she retorted defiantly. Pei Yan chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond, leaving Shen Ningxue enveloped in an awkward yet tantalizing atmosphere. She reached out to activate the car's audio system, and soothing music began to waft through the enclosed space, inducing a natural relaxation. When Shen Ningxue finally stirred from her reverie, twilight had already begun to descend, and Pei Yan had vanished from the vehicle. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, she opened the door and found him lounging casually in front of the car. Upon hearing her movements, Pei Yan glanced back, his distinctive voice breaking the silence. "Awake now. Come here." "Why didn't you wake me?" she asked, obediently approaching him, realizing she had dozed off for quite some time. Pei Yan pulled her into his embrace, allowing her to rest fully against him as he pointed toward the horizon. "Look." It was then that Shen Ningxue noticed they had reached the summit. Raising her eyes to the sky, she beheld a breathtaking view that could only be appreciated from the mountain's peak. A hazy atmosphere enveloped the entire city, the sun gradually descending, casting a warm glow that tinted the azure sky with hues of red, playfully hiding behind clouds before vanishing completely. Captivated by the stunning vista, Shen Ningxue extended her hand towards the horizon, as if she could grasp the sunlight itself. Just as she contemplated taking a few steps forward, Pei Yan tightened his hold on her, his cool, unyielding face brushing against her flushed cheek. His long, icy hands enveloped her delicate, warm ones, securing them within his grasp. The contrast of his chill sent a shiver through her, prompting her to turn anxiously and offer her warmth to him. "Pei Yan, are you feeling cold? You should get back in the car for a while. You could easily catch a chill like this." Pei Yan paid no heed to Shen Ningxue's inquiry. Instead, he embraced her more tightly, his large hand weaving through her hair, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. "Shui Shui, will you remain by my side forever?" Without a moment's hesitation, the woman replied, "I will, Yan. I will always be with you. The one most dear to me has departed, and from this day forth, you shall be my most significant person." Upon uttering these words, Shen Ningxue reciprocated the embrace with equal fervor, as if this bond would ensure their eternal unity. In this lifetime, she vowed never to betray this man. She would devote herself wholly to him. Nestled in Pei Yan's arms, Shen Ningxue understood that her declarations were not merely acts of gratitude, but stemmed from her love for him. At this moment, she finally grasped the depths of her own heart. She comprehended why her cheeks flushed and her heart raced at the sight of Pei Yan, why she felt an urgency to see him, and why she was mindful of her demeanor in his presence. These feelings were not dictated by any external system, but emanated from her own heart. Perhaps, deep within her memories, she had long been captivated by this man. Chapter 30. The cabin. A soft sound broke the intimate silence, causing Shen Ningxue's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. more vivid than a ripe persimmon. She despised herself for feeling so embarrassed in Pei Yan's presence yet again. You must be hungry. Let me fetch you something to eat, Pei Yan's exasperated voice echoed from above. Seemingly irritated with himself for forgetting that the woman had yet to dine. Shen Ningxue paused momentarily, shaking her head in resignation as she looked up at Pei Yan. This man was always so preoccupied with her well-being, never considering his own. Soon after, like a magician revealing his treasures, he retrieved a basket filled with food from the trunk, followed by a picnic blanket. He then inquired, "Would you prefer to sit on the ground or go to the cabin in front?" "A cabin? I've never seen one here before," Shen Ningxue replied, puzzled. For she thought this was merely a mountain peak. She had visited before and had never noticed any such structure. "Yes, I built a little cabin myself. Would you like to see it?" Pei Yan responded, still rummaging through the trunk without lifting his gaze. Shen Ningxue stood rooted in place, observing the man who was busily searching. She was unaware of the trials he had faced. What circumstances could have led him to construct a cabin here alone? Such a complete man stirred her heart with a pang of sorrow. She understood that the effort behind this was far more profound than she could ever imagine. After a moment of silence, Pei Yan, not receiving a reply, looked up at her. Shen Ningxue snapped back to reality and stepped forward, naturally taking the items from his hands. "Yes, I want to see the place where you lived," she said, intertwining her small hand with his larger one. "Lead the way." "How can I go without you guiding me?" "It is my honor to serve your highness, the princess," Pei Yan said with a slight smirk, a gentle smile flickering in his eyes as he feigned the demeanor of a knight, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Shen Ningxue followed his lead, raising her head with an air of nobility, confidently striding forward. Pei Yan watched her with a silent smile, his eyes filled with affection. This was his princess, and his treasure deserved to embody such grace and elegance. Their fingers intertwined, they strode to the edge of the woods. Shen Ningxue surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "When did this place transform so beautifully? I remember it being quite messy before. Now it has changed so much that I wish to live here forever. If you like it, I shall build you a castle right here," Pei Yan said casually, as if commenting on the weather. "What are you saying?" Shen Ningxue turned to him, annoyance lacing her tone. But as she gazed into his sparkling eyes, she hesitated. She had a premonition that if she jokingly agreed, Pei Yan might very well take her seriously and construct a castle for her. "My princess deserves only the finest," Pei Yan said earnestly, looking deeply into Shen Ningxue's eyes. As long as his treasure wished for something, he would pluck the stars from the heavens for her. Shen Ningxue chuckled softly, her gaze still fixed on Pei Yan's eyes. "I do not desire such things. All I want is you." The two sat in silence, not knowing how much time had passed, until Shen Ningxue finally reacted, playfully tugging at Pei Yan's hand. "Let us hurry, I'm starving." Moments later, she spotted a wooden cabin in the distance, excitement bubbling within her as she pulled Pei Yan's hand, exclaiming joyfully, "Is that it? How beautiful!" Before the man could utter a word, the woman, brimming with enthusiasm, released his hand and dashed ahead, her gaze flitting eagerly from one side to the other, unable to contain her excitement. The quaint wooden cabin before her was warm and inviting, emanating a gentle glow that stood out brilliantly against the dim surroundings. Perhaps due to its wooden structure, it bore the marks of time after enduring the elements, which only added to its unique charm. As the sky darkened completely, illuminated by the moonlight and the surrounding blooms and trees, it created a warm and majestic ambience, evoking a sense of home for her. In that moment, Shen Ningxue completely forgot her hunger, consumed instead by the desire to observe every detail. She hurried into the cabin, surveying the modest yet complete environment. The wooden furniture, the soft bedding, and the decorative flowers harmonized beautifully with the soft lighting, exuding a comforting warmth. "Let us eat something," Pei Yan announced, entering with food in hand, beckoning to Shen Ningxue as he laid the dishes on the table. The moment the containers were opened, a rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing her senses. "It smells amazing. I thought you had brought sandwiches or some sort of packed meal, but it's a feast." Shen Ningxue was instantly drawn in by the enticing fragrance. Rising from the soft bed and jogging over to the table, her stomach grumbling in protest, urging her to eat. Seated at the table, Pei Yan attentively served Shen Ningxue, who felt a bit embarrassed by his overzealous care. "Ah Yan, you're being too extravagant. I can manage on my own," she remarked, feeling somewhat like a burden. The man chuckled softly, his eyes curving into a gentle smile that felt like a warm spring breeze, silently watching her, causing Shen Ningxue to shyly lower her gaze. Noticing her bashfulness, Pei Yan timely broke the silence, Go ahead and eat, it'll get cold soon. As she gazed at the sumptuous dinner before her, made up of her favorite dishes, she hesitated before softly asking, Pei Yan, what do you like to eat? I'd love to cook for you next time. Is that so? Well, I have quite a few favorites. Can you manage all of them? He teased, maintaining a serious facade. Recognizing his playful tone, Shen Ningxue, for the first time, did not respond with laughter. She genuinely wanted to understand Pei Yan, to cook for him. The mere thought of doing something for this man made her willing to embrace endeavors she had never attempted before. Yan, I'm serious. It can't always be you giving. I should do something for you too. She raised her gaze, fixated on him, hoping he could sense her earnestness. Pei Yan remained silent, quietly observing the woman before him. After a moment of silence, as if conceding defeat, he sighed and gently patted the woman's hair, saying, all right. Let us dine first and discuss this later. What on earth Shen Ningxue still wished to press on with her inquiries. But the man directly picked up a piece of food and fed it to her, tenderly asking, is it delicious? The woman, somewhat irked, chewed the flavorful morsel while observing the man's disinclination to engage further. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, a sense of discontent brewed within her. Why was he denying her the chance to understand him better? Did Pei Yan still harbor doubts about her sincerity? Chapter 31. Once you cross me. There is no turning back. Observing Shen Ningxue's solemn demeanor, Pei Yan felt a profound sense of compassion. He truly did not wish for her to indulge in such self-effacing behaviors merely to please him. He could not bear to see the woman he cherished so dearly adopting such a humble stance. She was, after all, a princess in her own right, deserving of a life free from worries. He yearned to shoulder her burdens, to protect her like a valiant knight. Everything he did for her was without expectation of recompense. Long ago, his heart had been irrevocably bestowed upon her. He would do anything for her, desiring only her comfort and wishing for her to remain the proud princess she was. Even the sight of her humbling herself before him was disheartening. For he did not wish for his beloved to alter herself in any way to repay him. The fact that they could coexist in such tranquility was a divine gift. Why aren't you eating? Shen Ningxue pouted and spoke again, her heart aching as she noticed the man before her gazing at her indulgently. He always silently guarded her, never wanting her to realize the extent of his affection. What a fool he was. With a hint of exasperation, she picked up a piece of food and firmly placed it in Pei Yan's mouth. Is it delicious? Yes, it's delightful. Pei Yan savored the flavor, knowing that anything she fed him was exquisite. Humph, is this your way of boasting about your own cooking? Shen Ningxue playfully teased. Eat up, once you finish. I'll take you to witness the true night sky. As they lowered their heads and slowly consumed their meal, Shen Ningxue realized that this was perhaps the slowest meal she had ever had. Perhaps it was because of the man before her. Whenever she was with him, she wished for time to linger a little longer. As long as they were together, she found joy in any activity. Shen Ningxue casually picked at her food, yet her eyes were keenly observant of Pei Yan's choices, meticulously noting what he enjoyed. If he was unwilling to share, she would simply observe. Are you finished? Pei Yan inquired as he noticed her pause, gently caressing her abdomen. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Shen Ningxue rubbed her stomach. In her eagerness to watch Pei Yan a little longer, she had inadvertently eaten more than usual. Her stomach was not particularly large, and after such a lengthy meal, she felt a slight discomfort from having overindulged. Noticing her unease, Pei Yan quickly moved to a nearby cabinet, retrieved a box of digestive tablets, and promptly offered one to Shen Ningxue. He then sat beside her, gently massaging her belly. As she felt Pei Yan's tender hands, she felt as though her body was melting into his embrace, unable to rise. After a while, Shen Ningxue finally felt much better, her astonishment causing her to widen her eyes as she gazed at Pei Yan. How do you have digestive tablets here? Honestly, are you Doraemon? Is there anything you cannot produce? As she spoke, she playfully began to explore him, as if to affirm her playful accusation. In the next moment, before Shen Ningxue could retract her hand, Pei Yan swiftly pulled her into his embrace. His deep, sultry voice resonated in her ear as he cautioned. Do not play with fire. The warm breath he exhaled enveloped her ear, rendering Shen Ningxue's earlobe a vivid crimson. Sensing the urgency of his breathing, she dared not move, choosing instead to savor the intimacy of his hold. After a brief interval, Pei Yan steadied his breath and took her hand, leading her outside. As he pushed open the door, Shen Ningxue, in disbelief, covered her mouth and blinked repeatedly, seemingly pondering whether she was caught in a fantastical illusion. Countless fireflies had appeared in the darkened sky, sparkling under the tranquil night, while various colorful lights adorned the surrounding trees and the quaint wooden cabin, illuminating the silent evening in harmony with the fireflies. "Tell me, are you a celestial being?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars as she turned to gaze at the man leaning against the doorframe. At that moment, Shen Ningxue's image etched itself in Pei Yan's heart, kindling a warmth that rippled through him. He remained silent, his focus unwavering as he gazed at her. Unwilling to disrupt this enchanting moment, wishing to etch today as scene permanently in his memory, the woman before him danced joyfully, her delicate hands sweeping through the air. While the fireflies danced in synchrony with her movements, her wind-tossed hair playfully brushing against her face, exuding an alluring charm. Pei Yan felt as though the air around them had solidified. His eyes and heart could only accommodate the woman before him. He perceived her as his angel, a being wholly his own. The tranquility in his gaze dissipated, replaced by a fervent desire that ignited within him. The heat of his breath compelled Shen Ningxue to pause. Turning to meet his penetrating gaze, his sharp eyes meticulously scrutinized her every movement, akin to a lion spotting its prey, bursting forth with intense emotion, as if he were on the verge of pouncing to entwine with her. A palpable tension of desire enveloped them, and perhaps influenced by their charged atmosphere, the surrounding fireflies flitted around them, seemingly offering their support. Unable to contain himself any longer, Pei Yan approached her at a measured pace. Shen Ningxue felt her heart race, unnerved by the powerful aura emanating from him, causing her to instinctively retreat a few steps. Before Shen Ningxue could utter another word, Pei Yan swiftly closed the distance, encircling her in his arms, his cool lips brushing against her soft, red ones. In an instant, he withdrew, his dark eyes ablaze with fervent desire. Fixated on her as he hoarsely proclaimed, "I offer you but one chance. If you dislike it, push me away." Before he could finish, Shen Ningxue shut her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, and offered her lips to him. Pei Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and with a swift motion, he seized the initiative. The air between them was thick with each other's breath, sweet and intoxicating, binding them together in a fervent embrace. Their surroundings faded away, leaving only the sound of their hurried breaths. Feeling Pei Yan's passionate kiss, Shen Ningxue responded with all her might, her mind a blank canvas, consumed by the desire to convey her heart to the man before her. The unique freshness of his scent enveloped her, rendering her unwilling to part from this kiss. It lingered until Shen Ningxue felt she might suffocate, at which point Pei Yan, in a moment of benevolence, released her tender lips. Breathless, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "My dear, having enticed me, you must be prepared to bear the cost of this love. This time, even if you wish to depart, I shall not let you go." Chapter 32. The swing. Shen Ningxue lingered in Pei Yan's embrace, momentarily lost in a daze. The fervent kiss they had just shared left her disoriented, and as she listened to the man's commanding words, she felt herself adrift, compelled to follow him step by step. "Don't come any closer," she managed to utter as she saw his heated lips inching toward her once more. Quickly, she raised her hand and gently placed it upon his mouth, overwhelmed by his fervent affection. Pei Yan's smile radiated warmth like a spring breeze. As he lowered his gaze to tenderly observe the woman in his arms, his fingers lightly caressing her silky hair. Perhaps he could indulge in this moment of recklessness just once more. He would emerge from his troubles, standing proudly beside her, proclaiming his devotion to the world. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, startling Shen Ningxue, causing her to instinctively retreat into his embrace. After a brief moment of recovery, she lifted her gaze to the night sky. There, magnificent fireworks burst forth, their vibrant colors intertwining with the twinkling stars, dancing gracefully against the dark canvas of the night. The kaleidoscope of colors dazzled her senses, and amidst the spectacle, Pei Yan's husky voice broke through, "Isn't it beautiful?" Shen Ningxue could only accept the unfolding marvel with a foolish grin, her thoughts a muddled mess, struggling to grasp the day's events. This man had showered her with so many surprises, leaving her breathless and unprepared. Moments later, with tears of joy brimming in her eyes, she gazed up at the tall man before her, unhesitatingly rising onto her toes, her fingers entwining in his hair, offering him her crimson lips. Pei Yan paused for only an instant before enveloping the petite woman in his arms, reclaiming the initiative as their lips met in a passionate kiss. Accompanied by the sounds of fireworks bursting overhead, beneath the resplendent starlit sky, the spark of their love was witnessed. The world around them faded into insignificance, and in the darkness, only the intimate breath of the two remained. "Do not test my patience any further, my dear," he breathed as he released her lips, nuzzling her cheek. "If this continues, I am uncertain how much longer I can endure." Her cheeks flushed crimson, she playfully swatted at him, What are you talking about? Who's your dear? Regaining his composure, Pei Yan created some distance between them, lowering his head to gaze at her. Shall we ascend and take a look above? Look above? Shen Ningxue queried, puzzled by his words. Without answering, he took her hand and led her toward a sturdy, towering tree. This tree stood approximately 20 meters tall. Its straight trunk reaching for the clouds, a majestic figure that had weathered storms yet remained resolutely upright at its core. With a casual tap on his phone, a swing secured by iron chains descended from the tree, gradually lowering before her. Pei Yan, what other surprises do you have in store? Shen Ningxue's voice brimmed with admiration as she placed a hand over her heart. I feel overwhelmed by everything today. Pei Yan smiled tenderly at her. Allow me to take you up to see. After finishing her words, she seated herself and then lifted the woman onto her lap. Before the other could react, he pressed a button, and the swing began to ascend slowly. The height was somewhat terrifying for Shen Ningxue. As the ground receded, she momentarily set aside her embarrassment and instinctively clung tightly to the man, transferring her weight entirely onto him. Do not be afraid, I shall protect you. Pei Yan's steady voice resonated from above, his strong arms securely wrapped around Shen Ningxue, gradually easing her tension and helping her acclimate. As time passed, the swing reached its zenith, and the azure sky drew closer to the two. In that moment, Shen Ningxue forgot her fear. Her small hands involuntarily reaching out toward the sky, yearning to touch the stars. The luminous moon and twinkling stars painted the scene with an ethereal quality, making her feel as though she were adrift in a dreamlike realm. Looking down at the ground, perhaps due to Pei Yan's presence, the woman began to relax, leaning against the tall man while admiring the beautiful scenery below. Pei Yan, when did you come here? Shen Ningxue gazed up at Pei Yan with adoration, her tone brimming with admiration. She felt this man was shrouded in mystery, each facet of him captivating her, tempting her to uncover more secrets. Pei Yan chuckled softly, holding Shen Ningxue tightly as they gazed into the distance. Do you like it? Aren't you afraid that others might ruin this place? It would be such a pity if such a beautiful spot were to be destroyed. By this point, Shen Ningxue had cast aside her fears, perched on the man's lap, her calves beginning to sway unconsciously. Pei Yan rested his chin atop her head, intertwining their fingers from behind, and spoke in a husky voice. No one else can enter. Only you may. You bought this place? Shen Ningxue asked incredulously. She was well aware of the astronomical value of this land. Initially, it had been inflated by developers due to its prime location and picturesque environment. If developed into a resort, it would undoubtedly yield immense profits. However, because of the exorbitant price, which the sellers refused to lower, it had been left in ruins by frustrated outsiders, forgotten by all. She had once lamented its destruction, thinking that if it were properly constructed, it would reveal a different kind of beauty. If Pei Yan truly purchased this land, what a tremendous cost he must have incurred. She couldn't help but express her exasperation, saying, why did you buy this? With that kind of money, you could acquire so many other prime properties. And yet you bought this only to leave it undeveloped. Isn't that a waste of money? Even with wealth, one shouldn't spend so frivolously. Do you not appreciate the scenery here? The man lowered his gaze earnestly into her eyes, a hint of confusion lingering in his expression. After a moment of silence, Shen Ningxue choked back her emotions. So it is because of me, isn't it? She recalled having jokingly mentioned wanting to buy this place to live alone. But that had been ages ago. Childhood whims could hardly be taken seriously. Thus, this foolish man had genuinely purchased it for that reason. I find great fondness for this place as well. Henceforth, it shall be our cherished sanctuary. Pei Yan gently wiped the tears from Shen Ningxue's delicate face, her weeping deeply tugging at his heartstrings. With red-rimmed eyes, Shen Ningxue buried herself in the man's embrace, overwhelmed by her sorrow. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she lifted her gaze, exclaiming in astonishment, but where did you acquire such wealth? Are you not, in fact, destitute? At that moment, her comical blend of laughter and tears left Pei Yan momentarily bewildered by her train of thought. Ignoring the man, Shen Ningxue pondered deeply. She was acutely aware of Pei Yan's lack of recognition. All family enterprises were managed by his elder brother, and their father merely provided him with a nearly bankrupt small company to occupy his time. Although his basic needs were met, he could hardly afford such extravagance. As she contemplated, she began counting on her fingers, murmuring to herself, even with the recent drop in real estate prices, it must still be valued at nearly 100 million. Previously, it soared to several billion. Surely, it cannot be significantly cheaper now. Moreover, you have revitalized this place. You must have acquired it long ago. Goodness, does that mean you have spent over 100 million? As she reached the end of her musings, Shen Ningxue suddenly raised her voice in a shriek. Seeing her anxious demeanor, the man couldn't help but burst into laughter, jestingly replying, "Indeed, I have squandered all my money. What shall we do now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Ningxue responded, "I shall support you." Chapter 33. I will protect you. Pei Yan took Shen Ningxue's words to heart. She genuinely believed that this man must be devoid of wealth, and she could not fathom how he managed to acquire this piece of land. Pei Yan was momentarily taken aback by the woman's earnest declaration, for no one had ever spoken to him so sincerely about wanting to support him. Before he could fully comprehend her words, Shen Ningxue continued, "Although I may not possess substantial wealth at present, I have saved a considerable amount in private funds in the past. I do have some savings, and supporting you will not be an issue. Yan, please wait for me. Once I join the company and truly flourish, reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me, I shall build a palace for you, where you shall reside. And from then on, I will protect you." Shen Ningxue's radiant eyes locked onto Pei Yan's, her voice brimming with anticipation, growing more fervent as she spoke. The very act of expressing these sentiments thrilled her. She yearned to reclaim what was rightfully hers and provide the man she cherished with the finest life possible. Pei Yan remained silent, his head nestled deeply in the woman's hair, acutely aware that he could never let her slip away again. Since the passing of his mother, he had only his grandfather left, who, though loving, was aging and increasingly frail. He had borne the weight of responsibility alone. Having long been deprived of the warmth of affection, surrounded by peril on all sides, with a single misstep leading to irrevocable consequences. Throughout the years, few knew the tribulations he had endured, and even fewer comprehended how many times he had narrowly escaped death. Having been hardened by life as trials, he had grown accustomed to wearing a mask, yet the woman before him gradually melted the ice encasing his heart. He vowed to cherish and protect her for the rest of his life. Under the veil of night, the two embraced tightly, drawing warmth from one another. After a prolonged silence, a delicate voice emerged from the man's embrace. "Pei Yan, I haven't asked you was the man in black at the funeral arranged by you." Shen Ningxue, sitting comfortably in Pei Yan's arms, playfully grasped his large hand, idly toying with it. Deep down, she already knew the answer. Who else but Pei Yan would be so protective of her? "Shua, I have promised to always safeguard you," Pei Yan replied without directly addressing her inquiry, gently caressing her with the hand that enveloped her. "Well, then I shall protect you as well," Shen Ningxue resolutely declared, aware that no matter how much she spoke, Pei Yan would continue to silently defend her from behind. Now that she had committed herself to Pei Yan, she would ensure that he would not bear his burdens alone. She too would strive to grow and mature, shielding him from the storms of life. Perhaps it was the warmth of his embrace that lulled her into drowsiness. As soon as she closed her eyes, a sudden jolt coursed through her, as if struck by an electric shock, prompting her to shake her head in an attempt to awaken. "Yan, what time is it? I must return." Pei Yan glanced at his phone, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "It's only just past 10. Must you leave now?" "Yes, I have school tomorrow." "Let us head down," Shen Ningxue softly replied, giving Pei Yan's slender waist a gentle squeeze. She did not miss the disappointment in the man's eyes and paused briefly before continuing. "If you enjoy being here, let us come every night, shall we? We could travel and explore countless places, creating our own little world together." Pei Yan chuckled as he gazed at the woman in his arms, who was animatedly gesturing, and with a hint of exasperation, he gently pressed her closer. All right. Be careful not to fall." After saying this, he pretended to loosen his grip and shook the iron chain slightly, causing Shen Ningxue to hurriedly retreat into his embrace, too frightened to move. Moments later, hearing a soft laugh from above, she realized they had already reached the ground. Perceiving the man as deliberate teasing, Shen Ningxue shot him an indignant glance, her eyes sparkling with playful anger. "You're too mischievous. I won't speak to you anymore." With that, she promptly jumped out of his arms and stormed away in a huff. Pei Yan quickly stepped forward, pulling her back into his embrace, and softly asked, "Are you truly angry?" "Yes," Shen Ningxue pouted, tilting her head high, eager for him to notice her displeasure. Pei Yan's lips parted slightly. Sweet words flowed from his lips in his alluring voice, making Shen Ningxue blush and her heart race. She playfully slapped him, huffing, "You're so smooth talking." Pei Yan indulged her antics, joyfully frolicking beneath the night sky. "All right, I really should head back," Shen Ningxue said, ceasing their playful banter and speaking earnestly to the man. Pei Yan also stopped his teasing, and they held hands as they descended the mountain together. Seated in the car, a hint of sadness washed over Shen Ningxue. She felt time was slipping away too quickly, and the impending parting loomed too soon. Today might have been the happiest she had felt since her rebirth, free from worries. Simply reveling in joy, knowing this man would take care of everything for her. She didn't want to leave, she wished to remain with Pei Yan forever. Despite having spent an entire day together, time felt fleeting, and before she could fully grasp it, it had passed. Pei Yan, why are you silent? Shen Ningxue turned to him, her voice tinged with anxiety in the quiet space as the atmosphere of farewell weighed heavily on her heart. At that moment, she realized she could hardly bear to be apart from him, wanting to be together at all times. Pei Yan glanced at the petite woman in the passenger seat. Noticing her pouting lips, on the verge of tears, he quickly pulled over, crossed over to embrace Shen Ningxue, his voice laced with affection. My little darling. What's wrong now? I had noticed you've become increasingly prone to tears lately. As he spoke, he playfully brushed his fingers over her nose. Why do you act as if we are parting for eternity? Shen Ningxue let out a soft hum. Have you grown tired of me so soon? Pei Yan enveloped her in his arms, gently stroking her back, his tone filled with boundless tenderness. As long as you need me, no matter the distance, I will always appear before you. Shen Ningxue felt a rush of shyness wash over her, realizing how overly sentimental she had become in that moment. She had never been like this before. Even when deceived by that scoundrel in her past life, she had never been so delicate or prone to tears. It was the man before her who had spoiled her. Suddenly overcome with melancholy, she urged, You drive, let's head home. Wiping away her tears, she then firmly admonished the man, Pei Yan, you will spoil me like this. I am willing to indulge you. Whatever you desire, I shall help you achieve, he replied. Raising an eyebrow, his enchanting dark eyes brimming with tenderness, instantly causing her heart to race. After basking in each other's warmth for a while, they leisurely made their way back home. Upon arrival, Pei Yan turned to look at Shen Ningxue, thoughtfully unfastening her seatbelt. She gazed at the front door, reluctant to step inside, yet aware that she must confront her affairs. All right, I'll go now. Be careful on your way back. With that, she prepared to open the door and exit the car. Before she could push the handle, she felt a force pull her back. In the next moment, Pei Yan's alluring lips descended upon hers, his distinctive scent enveloping her senses, overwhelming her as she passively endured his fervent kiss. In the confined space, only the sounds of their passion could be heard. Time became an abstract concept, and after what felt like an eternity, Shen Ningxue found her lips numb before Pei Yan finally released her, gently exhaling near her ear. He then kissed her forehead, saying, Go on. And remember to tell me if anything happens. Don't bear it alone, alright? Understood. Shen Ningxue adjusted her attire, opened the door, and alighted from the vehicle. Turning back to urge Pei Yan to return, insisting on witnessing his departure before she could turn and head home. Chapter 34. The ruthlessness of Su Chang. As soon as Shen Ningxue opened the door, the dimly lit hall instantly brightened. A frail and somewhat weary voice resonated, Xu Ningxue. Have you finally returned? Su Chang sat expressionlessly on the sofa, seemingly waiting for Shen Ningxue's arrival. Dad, why are you still awake at this hour? Shen Ningxue replied coldly, having just withdrawn from her earlier bashful demeanor towards Pei Yan. After a moment of silence, the man on the sofa sighed, Ningxue. It's my fault. Can you sit down and have a proper conversation with your father? Let us not act like adversaries. A look of anguish crossed Su Chang's face as he cautiously regarded Shen Ningxue, evoking a sense of sorrow in anyone who witnessed the scene. Shen Ningxue cast a glance at Aunt Dong in the kitchen, who anxiously observed their father-daughter exchange, playing the part of a rebellious child returning home to a father who felt utterly helpless. Since such effort had been expended on this charade, she was determined to see it through to the end. After a brief pause, Shen Ningxue moved to sit beside Su Chang and stated calmly, Dad, you should get some rest. It's late, and staying up too long isn't good for your health. Xu Ningxue, are you still upset with me? Su Chang glanced at her helplessly, his tone laden with humility as he gently took her hand and patted it. Can you forgive me? I've been so exhausted lately, and I've struggled to manage things both with your mother and with you. He then sighed deeply. Your father is getting old. There are too many matters I can't attend to, and I regret that this time has caused you distress. After a moment of silence, a hint of tenderness appeared on Shen Ningxue's face as she looked up at Su Chang with anticipation. Dad, I understand. We've both been too impulsive lately. Let us take a step back and calm down. You're the closest person to me now, and we'll return to how we used to be, right? Of course. Shua, if you can think that way, it brings me immense joy, Su Chang beamed, embracing Shen Ningxue. Let us not be so impulsive in the future. You are my most treasured daughter. Observing every detail of Su Chang's expression, Shen Ningxue allowed a broad smile to surface. Dad, I will. And I firmly believe you would never harm me, would you? Su Chang paused, taken aback by the ambiguous expression on Shen Ningxue's face, and scoffed inwardly. He then feigned anger and said, What nonsense are you talking about? You are my only daughter. I cherish you dearly and would never wish you harm. All right, Dad. It's quite late now. We have ample time to reminisce in the future. Shen Ningxue, no longer wanting to engage in this insincere performance with Su Chang, decided to end the conversation. As she stood to leave, she cast a cold, sideways glance at Aunt Zong in the kitchen. Aunt Zong appeared momentarily stunned by Shen Ningxue's icy demeanor. In the next instant, Shen Ningxue flashed a sinister smile at Aunt Zong. This series of actions left Zhang Gulang no opportunity to react before Shen Ningxue turned and ascended the stairs. Zhang Gulang pressed her hand against her racing heart and hurriedly turned to enter the kitchen, aware that the little girl she had known since childhood had undergone a transformation. She compelled herself to remain calm, pondering if she had made a wrong turn. Yet, she had little room for choice. Ingratiating oneself was merely human instinct. As the sound of Shen Ningxue closing the door echoed in the room, Su Chang retracted his insincere smile, his countenance darkening as he sat in contemplation. He had just witnessed everything clearly. The second son of the Pei family had escorted her home. His fingers absently rotated the prayer beads in his hand as he mulled over his next move. That wretched girl was now closely associated with Pei Yan. In truth, he had never opposed Shen Wanshu's decision to marry Shen Ningxue to Pei Yan. It was merely that Su Yan and Wang Yu did not wish for Shen Ningxue to find happiness, thus setting a trap with a worthless man. However, it did not adversely affect him, for in either scenario, he stood to gain. It was common knowledge who truly held power in the Pei family. With the elderly patriarch having long since retired, everyone was aware of the father's favoritism towards his eldest son. The Pei family, even in undervalued enterprises, did not allocate shares to Pei Yan, preferring to extend opportunities to other collateral descendants, underscoring Pei Yan's low status within the family. No matter how much the elder Pei adored his grandson, he could not override the current head of the Pei family's decisions. He had long since become ineffectual and retreated to the ancestral home, seldom emerging. Reflecting on this, Su Chang could not help but chuckle. That foolish girl was indeed too novice, much like her mother. Previously, he had led Shen Wanshu around in circles. And even when she eventually discovered the truth, it was far too late. If Shen Ningxue sought a pillar of support, she ought to select a genuine heir rather than someone like the second son of the Pei family. What did it matter that he bore the title? He was devoid of any substantive influence. If Shen Ningxue maintained her closeness to Pei Yan, it could indeed serve to his advantage. Perhaps he could leverage a favor from the eldest son of the Pei family, orchestrating the downfall of both. The more he contemplated, the more he found himself pleased. If he could indeed secure a favor from the eldest Pei son, he would have firmly established a connection with the Pei family. He had always aspired to forge ties with them, although the Su family stood alongside the other four great families. He could never truly integrate into the established clans as a newcomer. These venerable families had stood the test of time, particularly the Pei family, which boasted a profound legacy. Any head of the family would look down upon him, a rising star. Moreover, the elder Pei had shown great admiration for Shen Wanshu, openly displaying disdain towards him, never once offering a kind glance. However, the old man had now abdicated, and with the eldest Pei son at the helm, it appeared that a new peak was within reach. If he could secure a place on the ship of the eldest Pei son with this thought, a sinister smile crept across Su Chang's face. In that case, let them all perish together. Chapter 35 Generous Rewards. Shen Ningxue closed the door, swiftly kicked off her slippers, and threw herself onto the bed. She realized that interacting with this family was becoming increasingly exhausting, draining both her spirit and energy. In such a brief span of time, she found herself yearning to see Pei Yan again, longing to hear the sound of his voice. In her heart, she silently cried out, tossing and turning restlessly on the bed. Resisting the urge to dial his number, she understood that she should not be so dependent on Pei Yan. It was not healthy. Annoyed, she rolled over again, emitting a series of frustrated murmurs. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence, startling her. Master, do you still remember me? By the way, were you not supposed to issue a task today? How could I have forgotten such an important matter? Shen Ningxue sprang up from the bed, sitting with a hint of irritation as she tugged at her hair, realizing she had completely forgotten about the system. I truly appreciate that you could remember me amidst your busy schedule and recall this matter. The system's steady mechanical voice echoed once more. Yet she sensed an undercurrent of mockery within it. Is it still possible to issue the task now? Have I already missed it? Just tell me directly what the punishment is. Spare me the suspense. With a resigned sigh, Shen Ningxue returned to the bed like a lifeless fish, having accepted her fate. Even if given another chance, she would still make the same choice, for at that moment, her body and soul were solely fixated on that man, leaving no room for anything else. Master, you may want to take a look at the task panel yourself. Shen Ningxue squinted, slowly scanning the panel before her, as if this would prolong her existence. What? Suddenly, she leaped from the bed, exclaiming in shock, startling a passing servant who hurriedly inquired about the commotion. After calming herself, she dismissed the servant, meticulously scrutinizing the system panel, leaving no detail overlooked. She could hardly believe her eyes. She had merely spent a day with Pei Yan. And although their relationship had progressed, why were her aesthetics, physique, and charm all maxed out? Hadn't she been a bit lacking in looks? Master, perhaps you should check the points more again. Following the system's suggestion, Shen Ningxue hesitantly opened them all. The array of options dazzled her. Yet nothing captivated her attention quite like the points she had accumulated. My goodness, what have I done today? She discovered that her points had increased by 100. Am I somehow cheating? System, you must tell me honestly, did you give me a backdoor? Was I actually supposed to be punished? Once she had regained her composure, she inquired. After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck her, and she gasped, oh heavens. You didn't exhaust your own energy to pave a shortcut for me, did you? The system, rendered speechless, contemplated interjecting. However, Shen Ningxue was already oblivious to its voice. Sitting on the bed, she began to lament, you cannot do this to me. You are putting me in jeopardy. Isn't it said that exhausting the system's energy equates to depleting the host as life signs? I am not ready to face an untimely demise at such a young age. I am still so young, with countless experiences yet to explore. I wish to grow old alongside Pei Yan, and besides, the situation remains unresolved. I cannot simply succumb now. Silence. The system, pestered by Shen Ningxue's incessant chatter, had no choice but to elevate its volume. Shen Ningxue paused her exclamations, looking aggrieved, and spoke, oh, you are so fierce. Master, please be a bit more composed. You have successfully completed today's task. Kisses, hugs, and lifts all earn full marks. The system was rendered speechless, realizing that its master had been rather peculiar since her return. Indeed, love can render one foolish. Shen Ningxue promptly sat upright on her bed, adopting a posture reminiscent of a diligent student, and replied with a simple, okay. Do you sense anything within yourself? The system, having decided against further reprimanding her, posed a serious question. Shen Ningxue pondered briefly. I am unsure if my thoughts are accurate. She then expressed her hypothesis. Is it because my relationship with Pei Yan has deepened? Otherwise, such generous rewards would not be bestowed upon me. You initially mentioned binding targets, and all subsequent tasks pertain to Pei Yan, thus enhancing energy must indeed be related to him, correct? As she spoke, her certainty grew, and her tone became increasingly animated. It must be so. System, you truly are a treasure, not only aiding me in love but also enhancing my energy, a veritable stroke of fortune. The system gazed at Shen Ningxue, who had once again become lost in her own thoughts, feeling a twinge of sadness. What an unreliable master it had encountered. As long as you are happy, it replied, before entering a deep slumber, ceasing all communication with Shen Ningxue. She, however, paid little mind to the system's silence. The surprises of the day had overwhelmed her thoughts. Did this not mean that the more she engaged with Pei Yan, the happier she would feel? Coupled with the system's support, this filled her with boundless hope for the future. She believed she could manage Su Chang, and now with the system's assistance, her goals were drawing ever closer. Chapter 36, Transformation. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated Shen Ningxue became, realizing that sleep had evaded her. Resolutely, she sat up, pondering the events of the following day. It had been over a week since she last attended school, and the myriad of worries at home had nearly made her forget that she was merely a sophomore. In her past, she had abhorred studying. Had it not been for her mother's insistence, she might not have even gained admission to university. The mere thought of her current school induced a throbbing headache, as she often yearned to awaken from her past stupor. In her previous life, she had placed an unwarranted trust in Su Yan, sharing every detail of her life with her. It could be said that, due to Su Yan, she had distanced herself from her childhood friends, ultimately ending up with Su Yan as her sole companion. To avoid loneliness, she had clung to Su Yan, following her wherever she went. Even the choice of school was influenced by Su Yan's passion for performance. They attended one of the most prestigious performing arts academies in the nation. Reflecting on this, Shen Ningxue's expression darkened. Initially, she had aspired to join the drama department alongside Su Yan, for she harbored a profound interest in acting. However, Su Yan's disparagement had eroded her confidence, leading her to loathe the very mention of acting. At that time, she had been blinded, succumbing to the incessant brainwashing by Su Yan and Su Cheng, convinced that the entertainment industry was a sordid realm unworthy of her identity. Ironically, while they disparaged the industry, they nonetheless supported Su Yan's foray into it. Only her mother had stood by her, encouraging her to pursue her dreams. Yet she had been too immature to appreciate this, even feeling angered, believing her mother was leading her astray. This realization brought tears to her eyes. What sort of enchantment had clouded her judgment, causing her to harm those who loved her? Shaking off her melancholic thoughts, she rose and approached the mirror. Gazing at her reflection, she beheld her exquisite visage, fair complexion, and alluring figure, struggling to comprehend how she had once felt unattractive. As she swept her bands aside, her delicate oval face was revealed, adorned with a subtle blush, captivating eyes, and rosy lips unadorned. She was enough to enchant countless souls. Her innocence betrayed a hint of allure. A mere gesture could send Franz into a frenzy. Observing her irresistibly charming reflection, Shen Ningxue couldn't help but chuckle. Thanks to the system, her skin had become flawlessly smooth, devoid of any blemish, and her waist was no more slender, with desirable curves accentuated. Standing on the foundation of her natural beauty, she appeared more perfect than ever, devoid of any flaws. Touching her thick bands, she glanced at her wardrobe, filled only with black or garish colors, nothing appealing in sight. Prompting a resigned smile. How had she allowed Su Yan to manipulate her for so long, purchasing attire that was so ill-suited for her and adopting such an unflattering hairstyle, thereby concealing her own virtues? In her previous life, even when adorned in such attire, her brilliance remained undeniable. It is no wonder that Su Yan, whenever they ventured out together, would insist on placing heavy black-rimmed glasses upon her face and dressing her in loose clothing. She discarded the tattered garments from her wardrobe, casting them onto the floor. Upon completing this task, Shen Ningxue despondently realized that only the clothes her mother had purchased truly suited her, as her own judgment had been skewed. Shaking her head, she attempted to expel the lingering feelings of nostalgia from her mind. Her foremost priority was now her studies. Initially, she had enrolled in the business administration program at this performing arts academy solely to accompany Su Yan to the same school. When her mother learned of this decision, she was infuriated, arguing vehemently that with her academic scores, she could have attended a far superior business school. This academy was renowned for its performance courses, while the other disciplines were, in essence, inferior to even second-rate institutions, serving merely as a fade to accommodate wealthy students with lackluster grades, thus profiting from exorbitant tuition fees. Shen Ningxue longed to return to that moment and chastise herself, yet now that circumstances had unfolded as they had, she had no choice but to persevere with her education. She simply lacked the time to relive her senior year. Putting aside her thoughts, Shen Ningxue reclined back onto her bed, aware that overthinking would yield no benefit. She needed to conserve her energy to effectively confront the challenges ahead. Learning could transpire anywhere. Provided one possessed the desire to acquire knowledge, she was certain of her eventual success. The following morning, Shen Ningxue was roused from her slumber by the timely sound of her alarm clock. Rubbing her eyes, she groggily glanced at her phone. 6:50. Typically, someone would come to wake her for school at this hour. Were it not for the alarm, she might have slept until noon, evidently forgetting her status as a student during this period. Swiftly rising from her bed, she approached her wardrobe and selected a white short-sleeved top, layering it with a navy blue jacket, and donning a light purple short leather skirt that showcased her long, fair legs. Using a curling wand, she casually styled her hair, allowing loose strands to cascade down her back. She applied minimal makeup, merely accentuating her lips with a subtle shade of red. Shen Ningxue blew a kiss to her reflection in the mirror. Even she found herself enchanting in disguise, and she couldn't help but wish for Pei Yan to see her at the earliest opportunity. While contemplating this, she retrieved her phone, positioned it to cover her face, and snapped a full-body photograph to send to Pei Yan. Once everything was in order, she grabbed her bag and stepped outside, a smile curving her lips. In this life, they would have to wait and see what she had in store for them. Chapter 37, Disgusting Tactics. Oh, the sun has risen from the west today. My dear ancestor has risen so early. Before Shen Ningxue had fully stepped out of her room, the sharp, pretentious voice of old Madame Su pierced the air, prompting her to click her tongue in annoyance at such a dismal start to the day. Ignoring Su Xiu, Shen Ningxue composedly descended the stairs. Seated at the head of the table, Su Chang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Shen Ningxue's attire. Nonchalantly, he remarked, Xue, why are you awake so early? What time is it? Aren't you tired? You should rest a bit longer. Let Aunt Zhang call you when it's time. Dad, you've been exceedingly busy lately. Surely, you haven't forgotten that I am a student. I haven't been to school for a week. If I don't go back soon, my teacher will expel me. Shen Ningxue feigned shock, covering her mouth. I dare anyone to expel my daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Chang immediately slammed his palm on the table, pretending to be angry. He then beckoned Shen Ningxue over. Come here, Swag Xiu. I've come to realize that as long as you grow up safely, I ask for nothing more. Do you really think I can support you? Shen Ningxue regarded Su Chang's insincere smile with a cold laugh. Perhaps he wished for her to be a fool for a lifetime. Dad, how can you see such things? I want to help you shoulder some responsibilities. Shen Ningxue turned her face in irritation. When you grow old, the company will rely solely on me. I cannot continue in idleness. Otherwise, who will inherit the company? I cannot allow my mother's hard work to go to waste in my hands, can I? Su Chang tightened his fists, realizing this obstinate girl was intent on vexing him daily. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile, saying, It's my fault. I still think of you as a child. He then half stood to pour a glass of juice for Shen Ningxue. Come quickly, Swag Xiu. This is your favorite concoction from Aunt Zhang. I had intended for it to chill a bit longer in the fridge, but I didn't expect you to rise so soon. Then I must thank you, Dad. Shen Ningxue picked up the glass, pausing momentarily, deep in thought, before pushing it aside and hesitantly stating, Dad, drinking something so cold in the morning isn't ideal. I think I would prefer some warm milk instead. Don't you agree? Under Shen Ningxue's sly gaze, Su Chang slapped his forehead, feigning exasperation. Look at me, Swag Xiu. You are absolutely right. The two continued their charade at the dining table, while old Madame Su rolled her eyes in disdain. Today, she had finally arranged to meet with several wealthy matrons for a leisurely outing, rising early to ensure a pleasant day, only to have it spoiled by this wretched girl. Disdainful of Shen Ningxue, an outsider, she bore an intense dislike for her, yet she knew her son's plans were nearing fruition. Before long, she would be rid of this contemptible woman entirely. With this thought, her spirits lifted, and she seized another fried dough stick, indulging with oil smeared across her mouth. Grandma, you scold me for rising early, yet here you are, up at the crack of dawn. In the past, you were hardly ever seen at the dining table before noon. Shen Ningxue cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiu, her tone laced with sarcasm. Before Su Xiu could retort, she continued, however, dear grandmother, you must refrain from consuming such an abundance of fried foods at breakfast. They are quite carcinogenic. You, wretched girl, are you cursing me? Su Xiu exclaimed, her irritation causing food to momentarily lodge in her throat, requiring the assistance of a servant to alleviate her discomfort. Before Su Chang, who had been silently fuming, could express his anger, Shen Ningxue preemptively turned to him. Father, you must agree with me, right? You should have a word with grandmother. She ought not to indulge so excessively. At her age, her digestive system cannot bear it. With that, she feigned casualness and glanced at the breakfast in Su Chang's bowl. Su Chang's face darkened as he forced a smile, following her gaze to his own food, which instantly extinguished his appetite. He had a nagging suspicion that this insufferable girl was cursing him as well. Deciding to abandon his meal, he offered a few parting words before departing for work. Shen Ningxue's meddling had similarly extinguished Su Laotai's appetite. She threw down her bowl and utensils in a huff before storming away. Observing the stormy expressions on their faces, Shen Ningxue felt an insatiable appetite swell within her. Even while maintaining a facade, could she not seize the opportunity to vex them a little further? At the very least, with the unappetizing presence of others removed from the table. Her own meal tasted exquisite, prompting her to indulge a bit more. After patting her stomach, she rose to wipe her mouth, disregarding Aunt Zhang's curious gaze, and grabbed her small bag, slipping into a pair of black heels before stepping out. As she sat in the car, Shen Ningxue gazed out at the receding scenery, her mind brimming with anticipation for the school environment. The mere thought of Su Yan's displeased expression brought her immense joy. A glance at her phone revealed no messages from Pei Yan. Splendid. She resolved to leave him hanging for a while. After all, they had only recently established their relationship. And he dared to ignore her messages. Indeed, one must not indulge man. At that moment, Pei Yan sat in a conference room, coldly listening to his subordinate's report. He glanced at his phone, and a smile blossomed on his face, melting away his previously frosty demeanor, leaving the man and woman before him astonished. The pair, a brother and sister named Wang Wan and Wang Lin, appeared to be in their late 30s, dressed in formal suits, exuding an air of professionalism as they delivered their report with meticulous attention to detail. Pei Yan regarded their slightly perplexed expressions, emotionlessly tucking away his phone. Just as they were about to speak, Pei Yan abruptly rose from his chair. I see resolve in his gesture as he raised a hand. That will suffice for today. I trust you can manage this effectively. I expect to see the desired results no later than a week. The two watched in disbelief as their boss hurried away, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment at his abrupt departure. Today's meeting held significant weight for Pei Yan. It was a project that had consumed the relentless efforts of many. Although the preliminary work was nearly complete, the final push remained, and until the last moment, no one dared to assure success. The crucial decisions rested squarely on his shoulders. Such an occurrence of a man departing without reason had never been witnessed before. Even the gravest of matters could not possibly sway Pei Yan. Both individuals could not help but develop a profound curiosity about the person on the other end of the phone, genuinely eager to uncover who possessed such remarkable influence that could compel the boss to abandon such an important affair. Chapter 38, Campus Sensation. Upon arriving at the school, Shen Ningxue adjusted her makeup and opened the car door. As she gazed at the vibrant students around her, she felt a long-lost sense of youthful exuberance. Spreading her arms wide to fully embrace the moment. It had been ages since she had experienced such vitality. In her previous life, due to malicious gossip, she had grown to despise school, leading her to be ensnared by a scoundrel, neglecting her studies in favor of romance. Had it not been for her family's circumstances, she would have been expelled long ago. Reflecting on her freshman year, she realized she had scarcely attended school, spending her time frolicking with that man, ultimately resulting in a dismal fate. This thought caused her gaze to darken momentarily. After a while, she lifted her eyes, regaining her composure. In this lifetime, she was determined not only to seek revenge but also to genuinely experience life. She imagined her mother would be pleased to see her like this. Bowing her head, she kissed the jade pendant around her neck and stepped inside. The lively chatter surrounding her stirred Shen Ningxue. The vibrant atmosphere ignited a fervor within her, allowing her to reconnect with her vivacious self. Suddenly, a youthful, spirited voice interrupted her contemplation. Hey, beautiful, may I add you on QQ? The young man before her wore a mischievous smile, exuding a roguish charm, standing around 6 feet tall and adorned with a black earring, embodying the current trend of handsome flower boys. She had to admit he was indeed quite striking. However, she quickly reminded herself that in an art school, beauty was hardly uncommon. With an expression devoid of emotion, Shen Ningxue glanced at him and proceeded to walk past. By her standards, he was not unattractive. The surrounding girls blushed at his presence, indicating he was somewhat of a notable figure. Yet, when compared to Pei Yan, he paled significantly. Not only in looks but also in the roguish aura he projected, which was incomparable to Pei Yan. Hey, wait! Why so cold? The boy clearly did not anticipate such a callous rejection. Caught off guard by the teasing glances of his friends, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Amidst the surrounding boys, some crude remarks emerged. Shen Ningxue's eyes darkened. It was evident that where there was a lack of appreciation, there was often disparagement. Just as she considered turning back to teach them a lesson, she heard the boy behind her mumble, Hey, don't say such things about the girl. She's just a bit aloof. I only wanted her QQ. Hearing his childish words elicited a soft chuckle from Shen Ningxue. He seemed to possess decent character, at least compared to those around him. Initially, she had expected more venomous remarks from him, requiring her intervention. It appeared he was merely a pampered young master, novice and sheltered from the harsh realities of life. Though she bore him no ill will, they were not of the same ilk, and she had no desire to linger in his company. Without further acknowledgement, Shen Ningxue quickened her pace and continued onward, feeling the gaze of those around her. The boy whispered excitedly, while the girls cast envious and jealous glances, yet none of this concerned Shen Ningxue. The person she yearned to see the most was Su Yan. She wished fervently for Su Yan to appear immediately and witness this version of Shen Ningxue, who had captured everyone's attention. Would it not send Su Yan into a fit of rage? For so many years, Su Yan had wished to keep her underfoot, and now Shen Ningxue's transformation would surely evoke a whirlwind of emotions. The mere thought brought her joy. However, she was not one to rush, with classes about to commence. She decided to wait until after to meet her dear friend Su Yan. As she made her way to the classroom, the attention of her peers accompanied her every step. Approaching the classroom door, she could hear the clamor within, a throng of students gathered, seemingly surrounding a girl in animated discussion. Shen Ningxue pushed through the crowd, walking in with an air of indifference. In her previous life, she had scarcely attended school and had no recollection of these so-called classmates. Her primary focus now was to study diligently, dismissing all else. The noisy crowd seemed to quiet upon her entrance, and shortly thereafter, gasps of astonishment erupted around her. Who is she? She can't be from our class. When did we ever have such a stunning girl? I have no idea, she's breathtaking. Like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Did she perhaps enter the wrong classroom? She is certainly bringing glory to our management department. Such beauty surpasses even that of the performing arts students. Hey, look! You Su must believe it, she was just boasting about herself, and now a real beauty walks in, revealing her true colors. She deserves it, flaunting herself when she's not even that pretty, hoping every man in the world would adore her. I could burst from laughter. Her discomfort brings me joy. It's about time a goddess arrived to put her in her place. The crowd's chatter continued, and the performing arts students must be furious. Finally someone could hold their head high instead of enduring their disdain. The cacophony surrounding her did not perturb Shen Ningxue. She calmly took a seat towards the back. The boys nearby, upon seeing the goddess settle, exchanged glances, eager to push one of their own to obtain her number. In no time, the throng had encircled Shen Ningxue. The boys jostling each other, their raucous cheers causing the girls to cover their ears in discomfort. Shen Ningxue felt a twinge of annoyance as she furrowed her brow. She couldn't comprehend why Su Yan would delight in such attention. The crowd pressing in on her was becoming a headache. The boys shouted loudly, attempting to catch her attention. While some girls exchanged snide remarks and others sought to befriend her, their incessant chatter enveloping her like a persistent mantra. Beautiful girl, are you new here? I've never seen you before. At that moment, a self-proclaimed handsome boy stepped forward, adjusting his attire and running his fingers through his hair, flashing a slight smile as he gazed intently at the woman who had caused such a stir. Shen Ningxue did not even lift her eyes, keeping her head down to continue with her tasks. The boy, undeterred, grew increasingly confident amidst the raucous atmosphere surrounding them. He boldly took a seat beside Shen Ningxue, propping his head on one hand as he gazed at her. Why so aloof, beautiful? I'm Jose, I mean no harm. I merely wish to befriend you. Is this too much to ask? Keep your distance, Shen Ningxue replied, her tone having descended to an icy chill. A glance at the man beside her left her feeling nauseated, rendering her speechless. The man's small eyes and prominent acne were evident. And though he had a lean physique, he merely resembled a human. Yet, he wore an obnoxious expression that made Shen Ningxue wish to describe him as a furtive, rat-like figure. She truly could not fathom the source of Jose's misplaced confidence in his looks. If she were not new to the school and aiming for discretion, she would have relished the opportunity to confront him directly. Just as her patience was wearing thin, a snide female voice interrupted. What are you pretending for? Do you really think you've elevated yourself to the status of a pure goddess? Do you believe you're a flower? How utterly shameless. Chapter 39. Those who dare to touch the forbidden will perish. Shen Ningxue raised her gaze to glance at the woman speaking. The very same one who had been surrounded by boys earlier, named Yu Susu. The woman, with her striking red hair, extravagant necklace and earrings, and a thick layer of foundation, coupled with her vividly painted crimson lips, exuded an odd yet comical aura. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that she possessed some semblance of beauty, but to label her as truly beautiful would be a gross exaggeration. Despite her meticulous makeup, to Shen Ningxue, she appeared decidedly peculiar. It was precisely this excessive adornment that rendered her skin in poor condition, making her look far older than a fresh adult. One could easily mistake her for a 30-year-old sister. Shen Ningxue had little desire to engage with such trivialities, candidly speaking. Her current mindset was on a different plane from these students. She was a woman already weathered by the passage of time. Facing these barely adult, still ungraduated university students, she truly had no inclination to argue. It would be an utterly futile endeavor, a mere squandering of time and life. Once again lowering her head, she idly twirled a pen. She believed in the adage that things rarely happen more than 3 times. She could overlook a misstep once or twice. But if they persisted in their harassment, they should not expect her to show any courtesy. Yu, witnessing Shen Ningxue's indifference, felt a surge of anger and contemplated rushing over. Coming from a family with ties to the underworld, her lineage allowed her to navigate both the shadows and the light. Who wouldn't tread carefully around the name of the Yu family? Raised as a pampered princess, she had always been the center of attention. Gaining admission to this institution based solely on her merits would have been impossible, yet through her father's machinations, she found herself in the business management department. Upon her arrival, she quickly became a notable figure within the department, which, predominantly populated by males, had very few females, especially since the more attractive ones gravitated toward the performing arts. With her looks and makeup, Yu was immediately revered as a goddess by the male students. She relished this adoration, only to be taken aback by the presence of a woman she had never encountered before, who instantly diverted the attention of those men away from her. Just as Yu was about to speak, the professor arrived punctually in the classroom. Caught in a dilemma, she clenched her fists in frustration, flicked her hands, and returned to her seat, knowing that she had countless ways to teach a lesson when the time was right. As the professor entered, the surrounding students dispersed, each finding their seats. Shen Ningxue shot a cold glance at the boy beside her, silently urging him to leave. The man, seemingly unaccustomed to such treatment, felt a flicker of irritation. In this business department, he was considered a male deity, hailing from an affluent background with striking looks, and he had never been so publicly slighted by a woman. Zhao Zai scoffed quietly, disdainfully muttering to himself, does she truly think of herself as a goddess? The only reason I even acknowledge her was out of respect, yet she dares to act so high and mighty. As Zhao Zai continued to utter expletives, a sudden crash resonated through the air, and he fell to the ground in a manner reminiscent of a dog wallowing in filth, letting out a piercing scream of agony. This commotion drew the gaze of every individual present. Even the elderly professor at the podium cast an irritated glance at the unfolding spectacle. You filthy wretch! Do you truly believe yourself a goddess? How audacious to overstep your bounds! Do you think I would refrain from striking a woman? Zhao Zai's furious exclamations erupted from his lips. At this moment, he lay on the ground, unable to rise due to the pain, feeling more humiliated than ever before. In a fit of rage, he vowed to exact his revenge on the woman who dared to strike him. No one had yet been born who could lay a hand on him without consequence. With the assistance of bystanders, Zhao Zai managed to rise unsteadily and immediately summoned his lackeys to teach Shen Ningxue a lesson. Silence! The professor's robust voice commanded the chaotic scene to settle. Whatever grievances you may harbor, I do not mind if you wish to resolve them after class. However, this is a time for learning. If you choose not to engage, you may leave. My class does not accommodate idle individuals. Zhao Zai cast a glance at the professor, then shot a venomous look at the woman who had embarrassed him, silently vowing, I will make you pay after class. Ha! Shen Ningxue retorted with a mocking smile, thinking that if others were unwilling to treat her with civility, she would not hesitate to impart a lesson on respect to these individuals on behalf of their parents. With the professor's authoritative presence, the classroom gradually returned to order. No matter their anger, they had to focus on their studies to obtain their diplomas. Shen Ningxue found herself contemplating the professor on stage. She had not anticipated the effectiveness of his words. The professor, well past 50, exuded an aura of scholarly wisdom. If memory served her correctly, he was named Man Xian. She had a faint recollection of him, known as the strictest professor at their institution, where students dared not voice their grievances openly, reserving their disparaging remarks for hushed conversations. Throughout her academic journey, no one had ever dared to skip his class. He meticulously took attendance, failing any student who was tardy 3 times. And those who dared to miss a class were effectively barred from learning. Students from the business department mockingly referred to him as the relentless ancestor. Even more formidable than the infamous merciless teacher, with countless students having failed under his rigorous standards. Even those who attended his classes punctually found themselves at risk if they did not pay attention or study diligently. Their chances of passing the final examination were slim. Half of the student body had failed under his watch, his standards being 100-fold stricter than those of the performing arts department. Alright, it's time for roll call. When your name is called, please stand. Once again, my class does not permit proxy answers or substitutes. Anyone caught will fail, along with those who assist them. Man Xian stated, adjusting his reading glasses as he spoke leisurely. I see some unfamiliar faces today. Let us get acquainted. Shen Ningxue, utterly disinterested, shifted restlessly in her seat, having no desire to meet these individuals. Shen Ningxue. Present. The young woman slowly rose from her chair, her tone languid and indifferent. Meng Xian appeared to be quite surprised that a student, whom he had scarcely seen throughout the first semester, had unexpectedly decided to attend class. With a smile and a nod, he acknowledged her presence, saying, "Since you are here, make the most of it. If you fail this course again, your graduation will certainly be at stake." Shen Ningxue remained silent, offering a polite smile and a respectful nod to the elderly professor. Unfazed by the incredulous gazes of those around her, she coldly returned to her seat. No sooner had she settled in than she heard that irksome voice again. "Oh. So this is the little princess from the Su family. She just caused her mother to be furious, and now she dares to come to class. I wonder if her mother can still rest in peace on the ground. If I were her mother, having such a daughter would drive me to despair." Chapter 40. The tragic fate of Yu Susu. Shen Ningxue raised an eyebrow, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across her face. How splendid! She had not anticipated that Su Chang possessed such remarkable abilities. The events at the funeral had unfolded in a rather unexpected manner, yet the narrative remained unchanged. With the filth being cast upon her, she had initially contemplated sparing this woman, but it seemed she was intent on throwing herself into the line of fire. Her mother was her Achilles heel. To dare speak ill of her in person would elicit a response that would make it clear to these individuals just how formidable she truly was. Rising once more, Shen Ningxue respectfully bowed to Professor Man. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your class, but I must address this matter at once. My mother was the closest person to me, and with her passing, I can no longer tolerate such disrespect." With that, she approached the podium, gazing earnestly at Professor Man. "Please understand my deep affection for my mother. I simply cannot wait until after class to resolve this. I will accept any punishment you deem fit afterward." Afterward, she bowed to the students below. "I truly apologize for disturbing your class." As she lifted her gaze, her eyes, devoid of warmth, swept toward Yu Susu, whose previously arrogant demeanor faltered under the chill of Shen Ningxue's stare. Clutching her arms, Yu Susu forced herself to regain her composure. She was not someone to be trifled with. She had never suffered defeat in physical confrontations, and she could hardly fear this woman. She doubted Shen Ningxue would dare act so brazenly in class, considering even she had to tread lightly around the instructor. After all, the institution placed significant emphasis on academic performance, and with so many witnesses present, would Shen Ningxue truly resort to violence? As Yu Susu contemplated her strategy, Shen Ningxue approached her, her expression flat and devoid of emotion. Before Yu Susu could react, Shen Ningxue seized her and hurled her to the ground with considerable force. Pain surged through Yu Susu's body, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "I will kill you, Shen Ningxue. Just wait. I will not let you off the hook. After class, I will have someone take care of you." "Is that so? Then I shall eagerly await that moment," Shen Ningxue replied, unfazed by the woman's cries. She swiftly dragged the fallen woman back to her feet, declaring, "Since you lack decorum, allow me to teach you a lesson in propriety today." With that, she raised her hand and delivered a series of slaps, leaving Yu Susu's face swollen and red, resembling a steam bun in its unfortunate appearance. A smirk played on Shen Ningxue's lips as she proceeded to drag Yu Susu out in full view of the entire class. At that moment, the room fell into an astonished silence, each individual stunned by the spectacle, none daring to intervene. No one had anticipated that this seemingly petite woman could unleash such terrifying strength. Yu Susu's physical prowess was not something to be underestimated. She was accustomed to brawling, quick to resort to violence, yet none had ever managed to take her down so decisively. Even the boys had found her a worthy opponent. At this moment, no one dared to step forward to intervene, all frightened by Shen Ningxue's terrifying demeanor, retreating timidly to the back of the classroom. Suddenly, the woman on the ground let out a piercing scream. "Help! Help! The young lady of the Su family intends to kill." Yu Susu's swollen face bore several marks. It was evident that Shen Ningxue had dragged her without any regard for the stones on the ground that could injure her, forcefully pressing her face down as she slowly pulled her towards the exit. Only then did Yu Susu feel a surge of fear, attempting to break free from Shen Ningxue's grasp. However, the woman's strength rendered her utterly immobile, even with both hands. She could not escape the grip of one of Shen Ningxue's hands. Her body ached all over, unable to move, forced to be dragged like a dog. The stones on the road scraped against her face, and at that moment, Yu Susu realized that if she did not call for help soon, she might truly be disfigured by this woman. Enough! Professor Meng furrowed his brow. As a teacher, he could not allow his students to engage in such behavior in the classroom. He was aware of both Yu Susu and Zhao Zhe. Neither of them were innocuous. Coming from powerful families that often bullied their peers, the principal turned a blind eye, and although he disapproved of such conduct, he felt powerless, capable only of offering minimal assistance. Yet, as an educator, regardless of his feelings towards a student, he could not permit any harm to befall them in his class. It was his responsibility as a teacher. Shen Ningxue, I understand your maternal instincts are strong. You have already punished her. It is time to cease this. Professor Meng stepped down and gazed earnestly at Shen Ningxue, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. I know you are enraged, but there are numerous ways to resolve issues. Resorting to such extreme measures is not worth sacrificing your own well-being over this. As she listened to the professor's words, a flicker of warmth stirred within Shen Ningxue's cold heart. She recognized that the professor meant well, yet those who insult her mother must bear the consequences. Professor Meng, I am fully aware of my actions. Today, no one can stop me. Apologetically, she added, I am sorry to disappoint you. With that, she cast one last glance at the classroom before yanking the barely conscious Yu Susu up and swiftly making her way outside. Zhao Zhe observed the scene with a darkened expression, his heart growing sinister. The woman's strength was indeed formidable. No wonder he had found himself unable to rise after that kick. This young lady of the Su family was quite different from the rumors. He pondered, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a lewd smile. How intriguing! He relished conquering such haughty women. What did the Su family matter? Before long, they would bow down beneath his tailored trousers. He would ensure that this woman learned the consequences of provoking him. Chapter 41. Disfigurement outside the classroom. The woman's voice gradually diminished, yet the anguished cries of Yu Susu were unmistakably audible to the students in the surrounding classrooms, prompting them to lean curiously against the windows to witness the unfolding drama. Even teachers from other classes were taken aback by the commotion and hurried over to inquire about the situation. Most of these students hailed from influential families, and given the gravity of the incident occurring during class, any repercussions from their parents would be daunting for anyone involved. Man Xian sighed helplessly. The circumstances had exceeded his capacity to manage. His initial intent had been to protect Shen Ningxue and suppress the matter. However, the woman had succumbed to her rage, rendering her impervious to reason. The incident had become widely known, and any attempts to downplay it were now futile. With a heavy heart, Man Xian addressed the inquisitive teachers. Perhaps we should contact Principal Gao to ascertain how he intends to handle this situation. The current scene is beyond our control. The more he spoke, the more disheartened he became, sensing that he was on the verge of losing a promising student. From the moment he laid eyes on Shen Ningxue, he recognized her potential. His years of experience in discerning talent assured him of her capabilities. Her distinctive aura, markedly different from her peers' composure, indicated she was a malleable talent worth nurturing. He had hoped to foster a closer relationship with her, envisioning the possibility of mentoring her in the future. Yet, he had not anticipated such an upheaval on her very first day in class. Simultaneously, the surrounding students engaged in fervent discussions, leaving even the teachers powerless to intervene, as they too were captivated by the spectacle. No one had expected the young lady from the Su family to be so formidable, effortlessly overpowering the previously dominant Yu Susu, who had been left defenseless, much to the satisfaction of onlookers. Shen Ningxue is astonishing. She completely dominated Yu Susu. It was exhilarating. I was so startled I could hardly speak, one student exclaimed. Indeed, who would have thought that someone so delicate and charming could unleash such ferocity? Just moments ago, she was right beside me, dragging Yu Susu along, and her fierce demeanor nearly terrified me, another remarked. The Yu family was not one to be trifled with, and after Shen Ningxue's brutal confrontation with their princess, it seemed unlikely that she would continue her studies here. The Su family was no pushover either. Having struck down a rival, they certainly had no reason to fear the Yu family, who merely dabbled in the underworld. Finally, someone had the audacity to confront Yu Susu, and many had longed for the chance to retaliate against her oppressive behavior. This is quite the spectacle. We are in for an exciting year. Shen Ningxue's boldness is both beautiful and ruthless. How thrilling. Awaken from your fantasies. You think you can idolize her while she belongs to all of us? Don't he sully her reputation? Another student interjected. The throne of our goddess rightfully belongs to Shen Ningxue. With her looks and figure, even the performing arts students will have to bow their heads in her presence. Our business department is bound to shine. The students continued to fervently debate, and even some teachers found themselves eavesdropping on the gossip, rendering the situation increasingly unmanageable. On the other side, Shen Ningxue dragged Yu Susu from the classroom to a secluded grove within the school. Carelessly, she cast the half-conscious woman onto the ground, towering over her with disdain. Weren't you quite the talker just now? Why have you fallen silent? You truly think I'm a sickly cat? The woman on the ground coughed violently. Her hair disheveled from their struggle, her makeup ruined by tears, rendering her a pitiful sight. Her clothes were in disarray from the recent scuffle, leaving no part of her unscathed. Yu Susu, with her eyes aflame, glared at Shen Ningxue. I will not let you off, you wretched creature. Just wait. Do you know who my father is? Do you think the Su family can offend the entire Yu family and get away with it? I will ensure your demise. Oh. Really? Shen Ningxue responded with a mocking tone, shrugging her shoulders while a smirk played at the corners of her lips. She crouched down, patting Yu Susu's cheek. What a pity, today your face is destined for ruin. Before Yu Susu could react, Shen Ningxue suddenly sprang into action, seizing the woman's hair and forcefully pressing her face against the rough bark of a nearby tree. In an instant, blood streamed down Yu Susu's face, engulfing it in a chilling crimson hue, rendering her a horrifying spectacle. A searing pain radiated throughout Yu Susu's body, robbing her of the ability to vocalize her suffering. As she slowly slid to the ground, clutching her face and whimpering in agony, Shen Ningxue observed the scene with a cold, unfeeling gaze, devoid of any warmth. After a moment, the sound of high heels echoed as she leaned down, her voice icy as she whispered into the woman's ear, Today, I will grant you but a single lesson. Remember this, should you dare provoke me again, I will make you wish for death itself. With that, Shen Ningxue pivoted on her slender heels, having indeed shown restraint, otherwise, her footfall would have surely sealed the woman's fate. In this life, she would no longer allow others to tarnish her reputation, nor would she tolerate any insults directed at her mother, since they had chosen not to let her remain inconspicuous. She would demonstrate through her actions what words ought to be spoken and what should remain unuttered. Chapter 42. The fool Zhao Zai walks into his own trap. Shen Ningxue chose to ignore the woman writhing in agony on the ground and calmly made her way outside. Perhaps she had acted impulsively this time, yet she felt no regret. Given another opportunity, she would make the same choice. Since they wished to undermine her discretion, she would demonstrate through her actions just how formidable she could be. In her past life, she had naively believed that the innocent would naturally clear their name, choosing to disregard the malicious rumors that painted her as a villain in the eyes of her peers, ultimately leading to the ruin of her reputation. Even when attending soirees, the gazes directed at her resembled those of spectators awaiting a performance by a jester. Reflecting on this, Shen Ningxue couldn't help but chuckle softly. In this life, she vowed to return the pain and mockery they had inflicted upon her, doubly so. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted her thoughts. Main mission, meet Pei Yan. Within a time limit of 1 hour, failure results in sneezing for an entire day. What a peculiar task you've devised, Shen Ningxue thought, rolling her eyes inwardly. Are you mistaken about the timing? Is Pei Yan even nearby? Otherwise, why the short deadline? The prospect of failure seemed quite unfair. In response, silence enveloped her. Yet Shen Ningxue could not suppress the smile that crept to her lips, curving gracefully and revealing her current good spirits. Although the system could be unreliable at times, the tasks assigned were often fortuitously aligned with her desires. She genuinely wished to meet Pei Yan. If anyone were present, men and women alike would surely be captivated by her genuine smile. Abruptly, a harsh male voice pierced the air, shattering her moment of joy. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Shen Ningxue glanced up to see the infuriating Zhao Zai. She couldn't help but purse her lips. She had little patience for those lacking awareness. Oh, do enlighten me on what fate awaits, she replied coolly. Her enchanting gaze, imbued with an effortless allure, quickened the heartbeat of the man before her. Zhao Zai awkwardly cleared his throat, raising a hand to his mouth. I know you're the eldest daughter of the Su family, but do you truly believe your father can rival the Yu family standing in the underworld? Who in this school is truly untouchable? Is that so? Then what sage advice does Mr. Xiao have for me? Shen Ningxue scoffed, arching an eyebrow as she fixed her gaze on him. Though she had intended to disregard him, his insistence on confronting her left little room for mercy. It seemed that completing her mission was no longer feasible. She would first deal with the immediate nuisance before her. I trust Miss Shen is a woman of remarkable intelligence and will not lack decorum, Zhao Zai said, emboldened by her words. Convinced that she was merely a woman after all. Why not sweeten your words a little, and I, Zhao Zai, might just grant you a favor and help resolve this matter. With a light laugh, Shen Ningxue languidly leaned against a tree. Lifting her gaze with nonchalance as she surveyed him, her arms crossed and tapping her fingers idly. The scene before Zhao Zai stirred his heart, igniting a fervor within him that made him yearn to rush forward and bring the woman to the ground. As he gazed at the alluring yet languid figure before him, he felt his blood boil with an intensity he had never experienced before. Although he prided himself on having encountered many beautiful women, none captivated him quite like Shen Ningxue. Even the slightest of her gestures enchanted him, rendering him helplessly entranced. The woman stood there, her hair cascading around her face, which was imbued with youthful vitality. Her icy eyes shimmered with a hint of seduction, and even in her casual stance, she had the power to enthrall any man. At that moment, Shen Ningxue resembled a cunning fox woven from ice and snow, adept at ensnaring the hearts of men. Zhao Zai, utterly captivated by her beauty, was willing to leap into any trap she set, for he believed that to die beneath a peony was to embrace a life of passion, even in death. With a sly grin illuminating his narrow eyes, he clutched something in his pocket and approached Shen Ningxue with an insidious intent. Miss Shen, why maintain such an icy demeanor? What harm is there in having another friend? Why must you keep others at arm's length? Zhao Zai remarked, his voice laced with faint charm. Shen Ningxue met his gaze with a cold stare, subtly surveying her surroundings as her inner amusement blossomed. If he sought his demise, she would be more than willing to oblige, particularly in this secluded grove where she could eliminate him without leaving a trace. Is that so? What flattering words do you wish to hear? She replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with an enigmatic allure. Regrettably, Zhao Zai was too entranced by her charm to recognize the peril he faced, forgetting that the most beguiling women often conceal deadly thorns beneath their beauty. He had never encountered a woman who embodied both purity and allure to such a degree, and his impatience drove him to desire her. The woman's provocative demeanor fueled his confidence, leading him to believe that even the most unattainable blossoms could be drawn to him with a mere beckoning. Yet, if this obstinate woman were to show some sense, perhaps he would grant her a chance. It all depended on her choices. Lost in his own fantasies, he failed to notice the chill in her gaze, which regarded him as one would a corpse. The sight of Zhao Zai as lascivious grin filled Shen Ningxue with revulsion, and she longed to incapacitate him. If these men were so eager to meet their end, she could hardly deny them their wishes. Just as Zhao Zai reached out to touch Shen Ningxue, in the blink of an eye, she was swept into an embrace by a pair of strong arms. A familiar scent enveloping her. Moments later, a scream pierced the air as Zhao Zai was sent sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Ignoring his plight, Shen Ningxue turned in delight. Ah Yan, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Chapter 43. The unfortunate Zhao Zai, she had just felt an overwhelming sense of fear regarding her mission, yet she never anticipated that they would share such an unspoken connection. As Pei Yan appeared before her, the man behind her remained silent, not even glancing at the woman speaking in his embrace, his expression chillingly stoic. Shen Ningxue found herself momentarily hesitant, her lips parting repeatedly, yet she was at a loss for words. She understood that Pei Yan was genuinely enraged, and his anger was palpable. Previously, no matter how upset he had never confronted her with such icy indifference. She recognized that her solitary confrontation with Zhao Zai had caused him concern. With this thought in mind, Shen Ningxue immediately wrapped her arms around him, nervously attempting to explain. Yan, I can handle this you. Her words tumbled out in a disjointed manner, her expression fraught with urgency. At that moment, all she desired was to soothe the man before her, to alleviate his worry. Pei Yan held her firmly in his embrace, his cold voice emanating from above. Do not speak. I will settle this with you later. Shen Ningxue responded with a soft "oh," obediently nestling into his chest, her arms tightly encircling his slender waist. Deeply attuned to Pei Yan's warmth and breath, in that instant, Shen Ningxue sought to cast aside all thoughts, wishing merely to hold onto him tightly. She felt a profound joy at having Pei Yan by her side at such a moment. His presence gradually thawed her frigid heart, allowing her to cease presenting a prickly front to the world, no longer needing to display her most ferocious demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been forced to confront everything alone, with no one to assist her. Others merely observed her plight as if it were a performance. If she did not exhibit strength, she would be left utterly vulnerable, subject to the whims of others. Now, at this critical juncture, Pei Yan descended upon her like a divine figure, consistently appearing when she needed him most, reminding her that she was not alone. That someone would take care of everything for her. On the ground, Zhao Zai continued to writhe in agony, cursing incoherently. Do you even know who I am? Dare to lay a hand on me, and I will have someone kill you. You two wretched lovers, I will not let this slide. Before he could finish his tirade, Pei Yan swiftly delivered a precise kick, rendering him unconscious before he could fully comprehend the situation. The sharp pain of pain struck first, leaving the man on the ground immobilized, his body collapsing like a puddle of mud, helplessly convulsing and groaning. Zhao Zai, in his misery, glared with malevolent eyes at Shen Ningxue, nestled in Pei Yan's embrace, recognizing that all of today's events revolved around her. He vowed to eliminate this woman and the man who had inexplicably appeared at her side. As the couple before him remained seemingly unfazed in their embrace, Zhao Zai weakly clenched his fist, vowing to remember the humiliation he suffered today. After being bested by a woman twice, he would not allow this pair of wretched lovers to escape unscathed. He would make her understand what it meant to wish for death rather than endure the living hell he would create for her. Pei Yan lowered his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the man on the ground, then coldly addressed Shen Ningxue. Stand here, cover your ears, and close your eyes. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningxue lifted her gaze, furrowing her brow, and playfully tugged at the hem of the icy man's garment. I am. Could you please allow me to handle this on my own? You must trust me, I am capable of managing it. She had a premonition that if the man intervened, Zhao Zai would either meet a dire fate or suffer greatly. Her intent was merely to teach Zhao Zai a lesson, not to incite a fatal incident. One Yu Su was already quite enough, and the presence of another Zhao Zai would render her time at school unbearable. Furthermore, she was keenly averse to the idea of Pei Yan being stained by blood because of her. Stand down. Pei Yan disregarded Shen Ningxue's plea, his tone laced with restrained fury. Observing the man's ashen countenance, Shen Ningxue realized that no amount of persuasion would sway Pei Yan's determination. Her lips parted slightly, as if to speak again, but Pei Yan, maintaining his stoic demeanor, approached and enveloped her in his embrace, whispering softly in her ear, "Be obedient. I know what I am doing." Gazing up at the tall figure, Shen Ningxue chose to remain silent, acquiescing to Pei Yan's wishes. Reassured by his calming words, she had faith that he would resolve the matter adeptly. Of course, had she foreseen the extent of Pei Yan's subsequent frenzy, she would have certainly retracted her earlier sentiments. But those were considerations for another time. As Shen Ningxue covered her ears and closed her eyes, she felt the world around her descend into tranquility. In less than a moment, Pei Yan turned and effortlessly lifted her in his arms, striding purposefully toward the exit. Shen Ningxue was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly wrapped her arms around Pei Yan's neck, obediently nestling within his embrace. She knew, without a doubt, that this man would never cause her harm. Chapter 44. An angry man is hard to soothe. Until Pei Yan placed Shen Ningxue in the car, his expression remained stormy. As he settled her into the passenger seat and prepared to close the door, the woman in the vehicle nuzzled against his chest in a playful manner, her hands clinging to his neck, unwilling to let go, embracing him tightly, preventing his departure. Let go, Pei Yan uttered coldly, his voice frigid enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yet, Shen Ningxue was unfazed by his pretentious demeanor. She discerned a hint of helplessness beneath that icy tone. Though it was but a flicker, she was aware that Pei Yan would never willingly allow her to be upset. Shen Ningxue playfully clung to his clothing, burying herself in his embrace. Don't you like it this way? Ah Yan, I wish to hold you forever. Pei Yan's dark eyes flickered, and with ease, he lifted her, one arm encircling her delicate waist while the other supported her petite form, drawing her closer against him. With a gasp, Shen Ningxue fixed her gaze upon Pei Yan, her feet instinctively wrapping around his sturdy waist. The intimate posture painted her fair complexion with a rosy hue, flushing her entire face. Still daring to play with fire, Pei Yan's voice, husky and low, whispered into her ear, his heavy breath cascading around her. His lips occasionally brushed against her dainty earlobe, leaving her too flustered to speak, only able to cling to him and maintain their embarrassing position. After a moment, Pei Yan gently set Shen Ningxue down, his warm hand teasingly caressing her slender waist. Sit properly, he instructed. As he prepared to depart, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck once more. Before she could stammer an explanation, Pei Yan's sultry and deep voice resonated beside her ear. Ah, so you truly do not intend to let me go. With that, he leaned in slowly, his handsome visage magnifying before her. Even at such proximity, Not a single flaw marred his face, appearing more like a statue crafted by divine hands than a mere mortal. I. Shen Ningxue, gazing at Pei Yan's approaching features, felt her heart race, rendering her speechless. As his lips descended, she shut her eyes, seemingly resolute, offering her tender, alluring mouth to him. Shen Ningxue had little experience with kissing. Her only encounters had been with a scoundrel in her past life. Mere superficial touches that filled her with revulsion. She never relished kisses, finding the mingling of breaths distasteful. It was only during their last encounter in the quaint cabin that she truly discovered the joy of a kiss. The crisp essence of the man had bewitched her, leaving her lost in the intensity of his passionate embrace. At that moment, Shen Ningxue could only recall Pei Yan's previous actions, tentatively exploring his lips with her own. Suddenly, Pei Yan swiftly pushed her away, his voice gravelly as he commanded, "Sit still." Securing her seatbelt, she swiftly closed the car door, leaving the woman no chance to react before striding to the driver's seat and starting the engine. Shen Ningxue was taken aback by Pei Yan's rapid sequence of actions. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at him, her voice laced with a sense of grievance. "Yan, do you no longer want me?" She had not anticipated the severity of the situation, nor his intense reaction, which instinctively filled her with fear. She did not wish for such a trivial matter to create a rift between them, nor did she want to provoke him to the point of ignoring her entirely. For a moment, she remained at a loss in her seat, pouting with tear-filled eyes as she stared at him. Her glistening eyes and pitiful expression ignited a tumultuous fervor within Pei Yan, inciting a primal urge to possessively overwhelm her. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, yet the weighty breaths and the tension in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Opening the window, he accelerated suddenly, allowing the wind to rush into the car, forcing himself to regain composure. At that moment, Shen Ningxue was blissfully unaware of her allure, blinking her bright, sparkling eyes at him, only feeling his desire to dominate her. To see her weep beneath him, to teach her not to provoke him so recklessly. He had contemplated abandoning all restraint countless times. After a brief pause, he cast a glance at the trembling woman, then closed the window. His voice, husky and tinged with resignation, broke the silence. "Sit properly and reflect on your actions today. Think it through clearly before you speak to me again." "Oh," Shen Ningxue sniffled, responding with a tone of deep-seated grievance, fidgeting with her fingers like a contrite child. She curled up in her corner. Her bright eyes blinked softly, tinged with crimson, her lips pursed as she fixated on Pei Yan, who was driving. Unable to withstand her gaze, he let out a deep sigh and abruptly halted the car by the roadside. This woman incessantly tested his patience. Did she truly believe he could endure such a drenched look of longing? In the confined space, an oppressive silence enveloped them. After a while, her delicate voice broke through. "Yan, will you acknowledge me?" The petite woman in the passenger seat subtly reached out, tugging at his shirt, her tone heavy with sorrow. Pei Yan turned his head, amused, meeting Shen Ningxue's gaze, his demeanor softening as he regained his composure. "Do you understand why I am upset today? I was wrong. I shall not dare again." Upon hearing his gentle tone, Shen Ningxue immediately straightened up, earnestly promising, "I know you worry about me. I understand you fear that I might come to harm by confronting Zhao Zai. I comprehend it all." Pausing for a moment, she leaned closer to him, a pleading expression adorning her face. "Please do not be angry, Yan. I promise I will not act impulsively again. I will think carefully before making decisions." After listening, Pei Yan's expression softened, his thin lips parted. Yet before he could utter a sound, Shen Ningxue shifted her tone, saying, "However, you must also believe in my ability to handle things on my own. I have grown up, and I assure you that I will not allow myself to be harmed." "All right?" She understood Pei Yan's concerns for her, but she yearned to mature independently and hoped he would trust her, believing she could manage these minor matters alone. Gazing into the woman's sincere eyes, Pei Yan's previously calm demeanor dimmed, his gaze becoming inscrutable. "You still do not believe you have erred, do you?" he questioned. "No. That's not it," Shen Ningxue stammered, nervously twisting her fingers, yet she wished to convey her thoughts. "You should have faith in me, shouldn't you? I can truly handle it. You know I dealt with you, Susu." Before she could finish, the man's expression shifted, and he coldly interrupted her, stating, "Then you should be aware that Zhao Zai will not come alone." Chapter 45, The Secret of Pei Yan. What? Shen Ningxue was momentarily taken aback, but Pei Yan's subsequent words jolted her back to reality. "How could Zhao Zai be unaware of your abilities? Do you truly believe he would come alone? Do you think you can confront them all by yourself?" Pei Yan's tone grew increasingly severe, each word piercing Shen Ningxue's heart like a dagger. leaving her in a daze for an extended period. She had considered the possibility that Zhao Zi's subordinates might be lurking outside, but at that moment, her mind was solely focused on resolving the trouble at hand, even harboring an arrogant belief that her capabilities would suffice to handle them all. As for what might transpire thereafter, she had not devised a coherent plan. Recently, she had been acutely aware of the changes in her body. Her strength and speed were visibly on the rise. Previously, as a sheltered young lady, she would tire after just a few steps, yet since her rebirth, her endurance and vitality had undergone remarkable transformation. Particularly after her confrontation with the Su family, she could distinctly sense her burgeoning strength. She was not a fool who possessed courage without strategy. The very reason she dared to confront Yu Susu today stemmed from this newfound strength. She yearned to tangibly experience the changes within her body. Thus, when Zhao Zi appeared, she thought it fortuitous to address both troubles simultaneously, failing to consider the myriad of consequences that might follow. Pei Yan's expression was frigid, his tone unusually harsh. Even if, for argument's sake, you could defeat them all, are you aware that Zhao Zi carries knockout drugs in his pocket? What would you do in such a scenario? He paused, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he let out a low growl. Did you ever think of me? Do you know how terrified I was? If he had not arrived in time today, I shuddered to imagine what might have transpired. When he reached the school, it was precisely when Shen Ningxue had caused a commotion. Naturally, he had heard snippets of the unfolding situation and was anxiously intent on locating her, determined to shield her from even the slightest harm. No one could fathom the depth of his fury upon witnessing the restless throng of Zhao Zi's subordinates. When he glimpsed the contents within Zhao Zi's pocket, his rage surged to an unbearable peak. In that moment, his bloodthirsty instincts could no longer be contained. He yearned to make this reckless man comprehend the dire consequences of infringing upon his beloved. Had it not been for Shen Ningxue's timely intervention, it is likely that the outcome for that man would have been far graver than merely collapsing to the ground. Seeing the woman still oblivious to her own mistakes ignited an even greater fury within him. She remained completely unaware of the peril she had placed herself in, exposing herself entirely to danger. In such a discreet location as the school, had he not arrived in time, if Zhao Zi had truly intended to harm her, it would have been a catastrophe beyond reckoning. The mere thought of such a scenario unleashed a torrent of ferocity within Pei Yan. He was genuinely terrified that he might have arrived too late. If anything had happened, he could scarcely imagine the lengths to which he would go in his madness. Pei Yan lowered his gaze, glancing at the woman, who was on the verge of tears, his fists clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the icy glare in his eyes. He was on the verge of losing control, never once contemplating the idea of harming her. He had returned to a semblance of normalcy, had he not? Why then did he still feel this way? He yearned to embrace the woman, yet hesitated, fearing that a single movement might trigger irreparable consequences. Pei Yan forced himself to adopt a facade of indifference, avoiding the sight of the weeping woman. His gaze fixed ahead as he strove to steady his tumultuous emotions. However, to Shen Ningxue, his demeanor felt akin to the sky collapsing. And a singular thought consumed her mind. Her iron truly no longer wanted her. In the next moment, with trepidation and a quiver in her voice, Shen Ningxue spoke. I'm sorry, I am. It was my oversight, I assumed too much. The seriousness etched on Pei Yan's face instilled genuine fear within her. Setting aside whether she could confront a group of adversaries, the drug in Zhao Zi's possession could leave her utterly incapacitated, if she fell into his hands. What awaited her would be nothing short of hell. Overwhelmed by her thoughts, Shen Ningxue collapsed against the driver's seat where Pei Yan sat, her small hands clasping around his neck as she pressed her tear-soaked face against his solid chest. I only wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't want anyone to bully me. I thought I could handle it, yet I never considered the repercussions of my actions. I'm so sorry. I realize now that I was thoughtless. Will you forgive me? I promise I won't be so impulsive again. With reddened eyes, she gazed up at him, her sobs ragged and desperate. She had come to recognize her folly. Moments ago, she had believed Pei Yan was overly concerned, perceiving her as weak and incapable of defending herself. In truth, she was the foolish one, having never fathomed the treachery of Zhao Zi, whom she had dismissed as merely an incompetent, enraged student. She had always considered herself reborn, assuming her thoughts were on a different plane than those of others, never contemplating the malicious intentions that could lurk within. Until now, she had viewed the current incidents as mere trivialities of school life, not warranting her concern. Yet she had failed to acknowledge that she had scarcely experienced school life herself, unaware that modern academia had transformed into a microcosm of society. Especially in an environment filled with privileged heirs and princesses, where innocence was a rarity. I'm sorry for making you feel afraid. Pei Yan lowered his gaze to the woman, his hand gently brushing through her hair, his soft voice barely audible to Shen Ningxue, who was enveloped in sorrow. Did he truly deserve her? As this thought crossed his mind, Pei Yan shut his eyes in anguish. Hearing her express her desire to avoid bullying pierced him deeply, making it hard to breathe. Ultimately, he had failed in his duty to protect her. Even he himself could. When Shen Ningxue looked up again, playfully seeking his attention, he had regained his composure. As if all that had transpired moments before was but a figment of imagination. Pei Yan chuckled softly, reaching out to lift the petite woman from the passenger seat. Placing her directly on his lap, he embraced her tightly, relishing the warmth they shared. Chapter 46. The passionate man. The two remained enveloped in a serene embrace for a moment, when Shen Ningxue timidly lifted her head to steal a glance at Pei Yan. Her voice soft and delicate. Pei Yan, please don't be angry. Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Yan gently tilted her chin upwards, his lips silencing her unuttered words. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he fervently kissed her, transforming her soft murmurs into gentle whimpers. Shen Ningxue found herself passively surrendering to the fervor of his kiss, overwhelmed by Pei Yan's intensity, unable to resist the onslaught. In the stillness of the space, only their labored breaths could be heard. After an indeterminate passage of time, Shen Ningxue could no longer withstand Pei Yan's fervent advance. She pushed against his chest with her small hands, yearning to end the prolonged and passionate kiss. After a brief moment, he finally relented, releasing her tender lips. Shen Ningxue lightly slapped his shoulder, casting a playful glance at him, teasingly saying, "You bad man, I can hardly breathe." Before she could finish, her lips were once again captured by him. Pei Yan's kiss was even more fervent than before, a blend of fervor and rawness as he savored her sweetness. Their breaths mingled, infused with their unique essences. Shen Ningxue endeavored to respond to him, acutely aware of Pei Yan's unusual ardor. Even more overwhelming than their previous encounter in the cabin. She assumed he was still apprehensive about what had transpired earlier. Unaware that Pei Yan's expression bore a hint of torment, as if he were gasping for salvation. Shen Ningxue, in a daze, surrendered to his affection. Believing that the previous intensity had been sufficient, she was unprepared for this passionate entanglement that threatened to render her unconscious. At that moment, she was firmly held in his embrace, utterly defenseless. The sensation of oxygen deprivation made her feel as if she might faint at any moment. Yet Pei Yan's intermittent offerings of breath kept her conscious. Caught in the liminal space between suffocation and the brink of unconsciousness, she was stimulated by the powerful sensations. Experiencing a bittersweet blend of pain and pleasure, her mind a blank slate devoid of thought. Just as she entertained the notion of being the first woman to be kissed to death, Pei Yan finally released her lips. She slumped against him, breathless and devoid of strength, as if her very bones had melted away. Were it not for his fervent hands supporting her, she might have crumpled to the ground. After a brief moment, she heard him breathing heavily near her ear, his husky voice exuding an intoxicating allure. "Baby, will you dare to provoke me again?" As Pei Yan's face drew near once more, Shen Ningxue instinctively placed her delicate hand upon his lips, twisting her body to retreat. "I can't, I really can't. I will suffocate." Pei Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her, igniting with fervent intensity as his breath quickened. Sensing this, Shen Ningxue immediately sought to distance herself from him, twisting her body in an attempt to escape to the passenger seat. His current demeanor instilled a primal fear within her. Shen Ningxue felt as though she were a lamb awaiting slaughter, ensnared within the wolf's lair of Pei Yan. The forthcoming events filled her with trepidation, too daunting to contemplate. "Stay still," the man growled, breath heavy with exertion. His hands firmly restrained the squirming woman, pressing her against him, their proximity palpable, a chasm of space non-existent. "Pei Yan." Shen Ningxue's voice, sweet and pleading, sought to persuade the man to release her, unaware that her entreaty only fueled his desire to torment her further. Pei Yan held her tightly in his embrace, rendering her breathless, as she squirmed incessantly, yearning for him to loosen his grip. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, Shen Ningxue began to struggle violently, attempting to break free and move towards the passenger seat. In an instant, Pei Yan delivered a sharp smack to her rear, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Sit still. Move again, and you shall regret it." Startled by his words, she dared not resist further, settling obediently upon his lap. "Shua," Pei Yan murmured softly, drawing her closer into his embrace. His handsome face brushed against her delicate skin, his lips grazing her earlobe. Each exhalation resonating in her ear, tugging at the strings of her heart. Pei Yan, I am here, Shen Ningxue replied, her voice soft as she wrapped her arms around him. With each call of her name from Pei Yan, she responded in kind, their quiet surroundings filled solely with his hurried breaths. Just as Shen Ningxue felt her legs losing sensation, Pei Yan finally distanced himself, steadying his breathing. He gently patted her slender waist. Go on, sit properly. I shall take you out to eat. The woman perched upon his lap seemed oblivious, remaining lost in place. What? Do you wish to continue? His heated gaze bored into her, teasing and predatory, as if he were poised to pounce and consume her whole. Pei Yan, my legs have gone numb. Shen Ningxue's delicate voice broke the silence, her desire to move thwarted by her unresponsive limbs. Pei Yan chuckled softly, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. With a heavy exhale, he set off in the car, fully aware that the woman before him was on the brink of her limits. He teetered on the edge of losing control, unwilling to frighten his precious one any further. Some matters, he realized, required prior planning. Chapter 47. Pei Yan's oath. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, and the man, steadying his breath, reclined lazily against the back of the seat, inquiring, Are you returning to school this afternoon? Shen Ningxue pondered for a moment before replying. I won't be going back today. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed quite fortuitous, as she had only attended a lecture by the esteemed professor in the morning, and the remainder of the day was devoid of classes. Furthermore, returning now seemed rather pointless. The events had already transpired, and it was likely that chaos reigned at the school. She was unaware of the extent to which Zhao Zai and his entourage had been beaten, after all. So many scions of wealthy families had collapsed in the woods, and the principal must be pulling his hair out in despair. She had intended to focus on her studies. Yet the very first day had unfolded in such a tumultuous manner. The thought of Professor Man's perspective caused her to gently massage her forehead, a slight headache forming. In her previous life, she had often heard others speak of Professor Man, their opinions varying widely, but predominantly negative. His stern demeanor was particularly burdensome for the privileged youth, who merely wished to coast through to graduation. Professor Man was a rather reserved figure, rarely appearing in public, and his theoretical research was acknowledged by only a select few. His progressive ideas and predictions about the industry's future were often dismissed by the general populace, with many scoffing at his foresight regarding the development of the internet. In her former life, she had been oblivious to these insights, swayed by the disdain expressed by Su Yan and the scoundrel towards him, thus forming a decidedly poor impression of a professor she had never even met. Yet now, as a woman reborn, she held the esteemed professor in the highest regard, marveling at his remarkable ability to discern future trends. Few possessed such astute vision. She was acutely aware of the impending rise of short videos in the realm of the internet. With a resigned sigh, she propped her head up, gazing out the window, where even the most beautiful scenery failed to captivate her. She had inadvertently left a negative impression on the professor. Pei Yan cast a sidelong glance at the woeful woman beside him, questioning, What troubles our little princess? Nothing much. Just that I've made a poor impression on Professor Man today, Shen Ningxue replied weakly, dismissively waving her hand. Upon deeper reflection, she realized that she had indeed overlooked many aspects. Pei Yan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he chuckled softly. Is that all? Tomorrow, simply offer a sincere apology, and he will forgive you. Professor Man is not so unreasonable. At his words, Shen Ningxue turned her head sharply, exclaiming, Really? Pei Yan, how do you know this? Have you interacted with Professor Man? Pei Yan chuckled helplessly, tapping the steering wheel absent-mindedly. Indeed, he is my teacher. What? Shen Ningxue exclaimed, leaping from her seat as if to collide with the car roof. Does this mean what I think it does? Professor Man has taken you as his disciple. She could hardly fathom that Pei Yan had a connection to Professor Man, especially given that it was said he never took on students. She had never heard of him having a protege. Sit down properly, he admonished gently. Pei Yan responded indulgently, expressing that if he were not currently driving, he would undoubtedly pull the woman into his embrace once more and kiss her fervently. I had once studied under Professor Man for a period, naturally taking him as my mentor, for he is an excellent teacher. Shen Ningxue gazed at the man with admiration, her mouth agape in exaggerated astonishment. You managed to win over Professor Man. Pei Yan, confess what other secrets you hold. Were it not for Pei Yan's driving, she would have lunged at him, demanding that he reveal all his secrets. The man before her seemed increasingly enigmatic, consistently presenting her with delightful surprises. Curious, are we? Pei Yan's lips curled into a smirk, his tone playfully rising. A glance at the woman beside him revealed her nodding eagerly like an excited husky. Pei Yan placed a hand over his mouth, clearing his throat theatrically. I'm afraid I cannot disclose anything to you. Shen Ningxue, exasperated, contemplated leaping up to strike the teasing man before her, but considering his focus on the road, she turned her head away in faint anger. I'm upset now. I shall ignore you. Is my little darling upset again? Pei Yan teased, casting a sidelong glance at the pouting woman. He then changed the subject. I suppose I must keep my secrets hidden, otherwise, what if my precious loses her sense of surprise and decides to cast me aside? Stop talking nonsense. Shen Ningxue retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully chided him. What little darling? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Pei Yan feigned shock. Oh, so you are not my little darling. He nodded solemnly. In that case, I must seek out other little darlings. The bashful woman immediately shot up, her gaze fierce. What did you say? If you dare pursue other women, I shall end you. It was then that the man had mysteriously brought the car to a stop, gazing at her with a broad smile. Shen Ningxue's face flushed crimson as she stepped forward and playfully struck him twice. How dare you, Pei Yan? Pei Yan did not retaliate, allowing her to hit him. He gently pulled her wrist, effortlessly drawing her into his embrace, stroking Shen Ningxue's hair. Only you can be my little darling, and it will always be you. Listening to his deep declaration, Shen Ningxue felt her cheeks warm as if blushing from within. She pushed Pei Yan away and declared, I'm going to eat now. Pei Yan smiled as he followed her out of the car. As soon as he opened the door, he heard her exclaim in surprise, Yan. Why did you bring me to your home? Chapter 48, Cooking. What's the matter? Not willing to come? Pei Yan teased as he walked, his gaze playfully fixed on the woman. Are you lost in thought again? Hearing his suggestive words, Shen Ningxue promptly interrupted him, raising her voice. What are you talking about? Didn't you say you would take me out for a meal? Hurry up, I'm starving. Let's go, let's eat. She hurriedly pulled him forward, eager to divert the conversation away from the previous topic. For a fleeting moment, she had genuinely felt that Pei Yan intended to lead her into something unusual. After all, the excitement he exhibited in the car had been palpable. Yet now, an undercurrent of fear coursed through her. She was not prepared for such developments. The haunting memories of her past life instilled in her a visceral aversion to such matters, and the mere thought of it darkened her expression. Noticing her troubled demeanor, Pei Yan gently drew Shen Ningxue into his embrace, tapping her forehead lightly. What are you thinking? Don't you enjoy my cooking? Today, I will personally prepare a meal for you. Ha! Shen Ningxue was taken aback before being led into the house by him. You entertain yourself for a bit. I will prepare something delicious for you. Pei Yan settled her on the sofa and moved into the kitchen, skillfully tying on an apron and beginning to prepare the ingredients. Oh, Shen Ningxue sat obediently on the sofa, her eyes sparkling as she watched the man busily working in the kitchen, feeling an inexplicable shift within her. If someone had told her in her past life that she would be intimately close to this man, she would have furiously berated them. How long had it been since they had shared such camaraderie? They had once been inseparable as children, yet now she felt an unfamiliarity between them as adults. She gazed at Pei Yan's broad back in the kitchen, the snug apron seeming oddly out of place on him. Yet, it was this peculiar scene that captivated her. And she did not even notice the smile that had blossomed on her lips. It is said that a serious man is the most handsome. The domestic Pei Yan before her softened her heart even further. Unconsciously, Shen Ningxue stood up, wanting to join him in the task. The main quest, cook with Pei Yan. The system's voice chimed in just on cue, causing her steps to falter momentarily. Shen Ningxue murmured to herself in confusion. Why does your task sound so much like what I? Before she could ponder further, the system interrupted again. The previous task has been completed. Please, master, hurry to complete this one. Rewards will be calculated shortly. Not dwelling on it any longer, Shen Ningxue dashed to Pei Yan's side, eager to assist. Pei Yan cast a puzzled glance at her. Why have you come in? Go sit for a while, I can handle this. No, it's always you doing everything alone. I should contribute too. With that, Shen Ningxue picked up a clove of garlic. Teach me what to do. What should I start with? Should I peel the garlic first? Pei Yan glanced helplessly at the petite woman beside him, washed his hands clean, dried them on his apron, and gently pushed Shen Ningxue's shoulder, urging her to step outside. All right, little ancestor, you can wait outside until the meal is ready. Leave everything here to me. What are you doing, Pei Yan? I want to help you with these tasks, Shen Ningxue replied, turning her head away with a hint of displeasure. I need to learn how to do these things. If we get married in the future, it can't just be you handling everything. I should be capable as well. Pei Yan paused, momentarily taken aback by her words. The nature of their relationship was something he had never dared to imagine before. The mere thought of the future often led him to deliberately evade the subject. He acknowledged his insecurities, feeling perpetually unconfident in front of her. What if Shen Ningxue was merely caught in a fleeting whim? What if she encountered someone she truly loved in the future? How would he cope then? If such a scenario were to unfold, he feared he might act out in a reckless manner. Even more so, he dreaded the prospect of causing harm to his beloved. Moreover, given their current situation, how could they navigate the path ahead if they were to remain together for the long haul? Shen Ningxue observed Pei Yan standing there in a daze and quaked. Why are you just standing there, foolishly? Are you planning to let me handle this on my own? Teach me first, I need to learn more. Then, I will prepare a sumptuous meal for you. With that, she began to glance around, noticing the vegetables Pei Yan had left unwashed in the basin. She approached, awkwardly cleaning them one by one. Her delicate, fair hands turned red from the cold water. Although the weather was relatively pleasant, prolonged exposure to the icy water was indeed chilling. Snapping back to reality, Pei Yan watched as she diligently washed the vegetables. He quickly stepped forward, enveloping her petite hand in his large palm, concern spilling from his lips. Let me handle this, you should rest. I'll teach you later, alright? At this, Shen Ningxue had completely lost her temper. She turned back to shoot him a glance, silently accusing him, then halfway shook her hand. Can I at least cut the meat? She asked, moving aside and awkwardly picking up a knife, preparing to slice the meat. Wait! Pei Yan exclaimed, startled by her clumsy technique as he swiftly snatched the knife from her grasp. I didn't mean for you to wash. Come here, I'll teach you. Chapter 49. The arrival of Professor Man. Pei Yan replaced the cold water in the basin with warm water, gently enveloping the woman's tender hands as she washed the vegetables. How long are you going to wash each piece? He inquired. Just wash them a few more times to ensure they are clean. Shen Ningxue found herself embraced by the man, who moved slowly, his warm breath cascading over her neck, causing her porcelain skin to flush a deep crimson. All right, Pei Yan said, draining the vegetables and placing them in a clean basket beside him. You can stop for today, let me handle the rest. We'll have plenty of time later for me to teach you at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningxue pouted and looked at him, her expression reflecting her discontent. Just as she seemed poised to express her thoughts, Pei Yan stepped closer and pulled her into his embrace, his lips pressing against hers in a fervent exploration. The heat of the moment left Shen Ningxue's mind blank, compelling her to yield to the man. After a moment, Pei Yan, breathless, spoke again. All right, go peel some garlic for me. If I were to teach you step by step now, we might not dine until nightfall. Fine, fine. Shen Ningxue replied, still pouting. I suppose that counts as completing my task. However, she realized that even if she did not finish, she cared little, as she cherished the time spent with Pei Yan. She didn't dwell on it any longer. After all, she had never engaged in such laborious tasks before. Even during her past escapades with a scoundrel, she would never have ventured into a kitchen. If she insisted on staying in the kitchen now, it might be until tomorrow before they could eat. Reluctantly, Shen Ningxue retreated to the side, her bright eyes fixed intently on the man in the kitchen. At that moment, Pei Yan efficiently managed 2 pots, skillfully simmering soup while stir-frying vegetables. Gradually, the air in the kitchen filled with smoke, prompting him to glance at Shen Ningxue, who stood motionless, gazing at him. Shui Shui, he said softly, you should step outside for a bit. It will be ready soon. But the smoke here is thick and may irritate you. Especially with her looking at him in that way, she was truly testing his resolve. With a huff, Shen Ningxue reluctantly exited the kitchen, glancing back several times as she left. Bored, she flopped onto the sofa, her long legs swinging idly. System, tell me my reward. Task completed. Reward, 1 card for photographic memory and 1 charm card. Due to the clever approach taken in the cooking test, final points will not be awarded. What? Shen Ningxue exclaimed, startled by the system's generous reward, instinctively glancing back at the man in the kitchen, who remained focused on his work. System, be honest with me. Have you been cheating lately? Why are the rewards so abundant now? It's a bit overwhelming. The system replied, this system is merely dispensing rewards as usual. It is all due to your efforts. Mine. Shen Ningxue murmured, beginning to grasp the system's method of assigning tasks, feeling as though it were tailor-made for her advantages. My dear master, do not become overly elated, nor should you grow dependent on this system. These are but transient benefits, rendered useless once consumed. Exercise caution in their utilization. Understood. The rewards have already brought an astonishing joy to Shen Ningxue, as they are indeed highly beneficial. She wished to engage in further discussion with the system when a sudden chime of the doorbell interrupted her thoughts. Ian, someone is at the door. Shen Ningxue called out to Pei Yan in the kitchen. The man, without lifting his gaze, replied, "You should answer it. At this hour." The only visitors would likely pertain to work matters. He was willing to lay bare all facets of himself before a woman. Shen Ningxue hurried to the door, her surprise evident upon seeing the visitor. "Professor Man, what brings you here?" The elderly gentleman at the threshold appeared momentarily taken aback, then a cryptic smile graced his lips. "Ah, so this little one is the girlfriend of that rascal Ian. No wonder she shares his stubbornness." Feeling a tad embarrassed, Shen Ningxue touched her hair and stepped forward to usher the elder inside. "Please come in, don't linger at the door." She quickly called out to Pei Yan in the kitchen, "Ian, Professor Man is here." Pei Yan brought the freshly cooked dishes to the table. Casting a glance at the elder, his lips involuntarily curving into a gentle smile. "Why didn't you inform me of your visit in advance, Professor?" he inquired. "What? Are you not pleased to see this old man? It seems I have interrupted your romantic interlude." With that, Professor Man feigned annoyance and turned his head away. Shen Ningxue, feeling anxious, quickly grasped the professor's garment. "Please don't say that. Ian is very welcoming of you." At her words, Professor Man threw his head back in hearty laughter. And even Pei Yan raised an eyebrow with playful intrigue, fixing his gaze on her. Under their intense scrutiny, Shen Ningxue felt flustered and shot a sidelong glance at Pei Yan, silently urging him to intervene. All right. Professor Man observed their little interaction and interjected to alleviate Shen Ningxue's discomfort, casting a disapproving glance at Pei Yan. "You ought to be more considerate than your girlfriend. Don't leave her standing awkwardly." Yes, it's all the students' fault. How fortuitous that my dishes are ready. You've come at just the right time for a feast." Pei Yan responded with good humor, gently patting Shen Ningxue's hand. "Don't be nervous, Professor Man is just like that. Don't be afraid of him. He enjoys putting on a serious facade." "What nonsense. You little rascal, looking for a scolding," Professor Man retorted, playfully striking Pei Yan a couple of times. Observing their familiar banter, Shen Ningxue relaxed and joyfully joined in, discovering yet another facet of this extraordinary man. Chapter 50, Cherished Moments. "All right. Stop standing there like a fool and take a seat," Man Xian said, unceremoniously pulling out the chair in front of him and sitting down with an ease that suggested he was at home. Shen Ningxue nudged Pei Yan beside her and moved to sit at the opposite side of the table. The enticing spread of delectable dishes had already piqued her appetite, and now the rich aroma of the food enveloped her senses. Stealing a discreet sniff, she felt her mouth water. Glancing up at the elderly gentleman before her, who sat quietly, she hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, instead fixating on the colorful and fragrant dishes before her. Man Xian observed Shen Ningxue's ravenous expression and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "You little girl, if you're hungry, why not just dig in? Are you afraid of me or something? You certainly don't act this way in class. Don't make it seem like I'm some sort of tyrant." "Oh no, it's not like that at all. You are the elder, so please go ahead." Shen Ningxue quickly waved her hands, her cheeks flushing slightly. Pei Yan, watching Man Xian feign seriousness, could only shake his head in resignation. "Teacher, please, stop teasing her." With that, he scooped several servings of food into Shen Ningxue's bowl. "Eat up. Don't let the teacher intimidate you. He is nothing but an old child at heart." Then, with a playful glance at Man Xian, he added, "Isn't that right, Professor Man? You brat, you have no sense of respect for your elders. After all this time I've spent teaching you, you still don't get it," Man Xian retorted, rolling his eyes dramatically and giving Pei Yan a light slap on the shoulder. In an instant, his demeanor shifted, and he turned to Shen Ningxue with a gentle smile. "You, my dear girl, are far too timid. You are so formidable in class. I can't believe you're frightened of this old man past his prime." As the playful banter continued, Shen Ningxue relaxed completely and jested, "Oh, it's just that I want to leave a good impression on you. After all, I've already made such a deep impression in your mind since my arrival. I can't just let that go to waste. Moreover," she glanced at Pei Yan with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, isn't my boyfriend one of your students? I must ensure I leave a favorable impression in his teacher's eyes, otherwise, what if you oppose us? Ha ha, you little girl are quite amusing. Man Xian laughed heartily at her words, then turned to Pei Yan with a serious tone. You better treat her well. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off easily. Do I really need you to tell me that? Pei Yan shot Man Xian an exasperated glance before turning back to Shen Ningxue with a soft expression. At that moment, Pei Yan wished time could stand still. The people around the dining table were among his few cherished connections, and this warm atmosphere was something he had not felt since entering adulthood. Shen Ningxue, under the intensity of his gaze, felt her cheeks flush, clearing her throat awkwardly to signal Pei Yan to tone it down in front of Professor Man. Unsure of where to place her hands. All right, let us eat quickly before your little girlfriend starves, Man Xian urged. Man Xianshuang's bright voice interrupted the ambiguous exchange between the two, as he playfully covered his eyes like a child. You insufferable brat, must you flaunt your affection before me? Making this old man feel like a fool. Pei Yan, unfazed by the teasing, kindly served some dishes to Shen Ningxue. Let us eat, if we delay any longer. Our precious one might starve. What nonsense, you are so unrefined, Shen Ningxue retorted, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Having noticed the shared demeanor of the master and disciple, both lacking decorum, Man Xianshuang laughed heartily, genuinely pleased by Pei Yan's open-heartedness. He then shifted the topic, saying, Pei Yan, your culinary skills are extraordinary. It seems I, this old man, am fortunate to enjoy this meal thanks to Ningxue. Shen Ningxue hastily set down her utensils and replied, Not at all. If you enjoy it, I shall ensure Pei Yan cooks for you more often. Not hearing the man's response, she discreetly nudged him under the table, frowning and giving him a look, urging him to speak. Observing her on the verge of annoyance, Pei Yan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. My dishes are not to be casually offered to others. How can you speak so? Shen Ningxue shot him an exasperated glance before quickly assuring Man Xianshuang, Please don't be upset. Pei Yan did not mean it that way. Enough, you mischievous boy. Stop toying with her feelings, lest she decides to leave you. Man Xianshuang timely alleviated Shen Ningxue's embarrassment. Indeed, you both are correct. Teacher, feel free to come over whenever you wish. I have no objections if you decide to stay with us, Pei Yan said, helplessly gazing at the two. Realizing he could not win an argument against them, both as revered as ancestors, Shen Ningxue caught a glimpse of Pei Yan's hopeful expression. She understood that he genuinely wished for Professor Man to stay with them. She had heard tales of the professor and his late partner, though the details eluded her. She knew that he had no children and had been alone since the passing of his beloved. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had developed a fondness for this slightly mischievous elder and added her voice in support of Pei Yan. Yes, Professor Man, do come and stay with us. It would be nice for you to have companionship.